All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome inside North Hill Bowl at the 21st Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Once again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher. Ken, welcome back to NDBowlTV.
It is a pleasure to be here, as always, bright and early this morning.
Yeah, so a little bit of bonus coverage for everyone out there. Since I didn't make the cut today, while it was by a slim margin, by not making cut, I thought we'd do a little bit of bonus coverage and provide all of match play this morning. So what we have going on is we have 30 players that have advanced. They are now split into 3 groups of 10. They will do round-robin matches within their group, so that'll be 9 games, with the winner of each game receiving 30 bonus pins. And then the 10th and final game of match play will be a position round, where we will line everyone up 1 through 30 based on the scores. And following the position round, the final 5 will head on to the Stepladder finals right here on 29 and 30. So a nice long day of bowling ahead of us. So grab some breakfast, grab a coffee, sit back and relax. Watch some bowling before the NFL games this afternoon, as I don't think those start until somewhere around 2 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, maybe towards the end of our show, but we don't need to worry about them. Well,
Correct.
Some of us might worry about one of them, but...
So we will go over, kind of unpack a few things here in a little bit, but right off the bat, we are going to get a match on the left lane of Aiden Portscheller and Josh Craig. And then on the right side, who do we got here? We have
Brandon Hansen, lone lefty.
Only lefty to make the cut is Brandon Hansen. There were a couple that were pretty close. Damon Winslow and Blake Wallstrom were both top 40, so they were within 20 pins or so of making the cut. But Brandon Hansen is the only lefty that is currently bowling, and he will be taking on Dawson Peterson, a player you and I have seen quite a bit on the show out in Alexandria at the Midwest U Championships, so we're pretty familiar with him.
Yeah, there's going to be, we'll just say there is a youth movement this year.
Correct.
There's a lot of really good, really young bowlers that made this cut, including 2 that are right in front of us to start the day.
So we did talk there about Dawson and Aiden, but looking down the house, we've got Dawson Unrath. We have newly minted Junior Team USA member Zach Andreessen. Lucas Herzrud is another player we've seen a lot. Did I catch them all? I think those are the 5 juniors that we have out here bowling on day 2.
Yes, I think you're correct. Yeah, but I mean, that's incredible, incredible talented group of young bowlers that, like you said, we've seen plenty of, and Alex at Midwest Youth Championships the last few years.
So again, we are just in the warm-up. They did get started a little early this morning, as all 30 bowlers were here plenty early and decided to get things started a few minutes early. So once they complete their warm-up shots, we will be underway once we kind of calibrate in our scoring cameras, and we'll get everything up there for you. Just looking at the scores, the biggest, I think, story yesterday was Jeff Campbell claiming the 300 game pot. That 300 game pot was up to $3,600 because it hadn't been claimed, and this would be the 12th year of doing it.
Yep.
So he won $3,600 for that 300 game plus the high game pot, which paid out $140 each game. So that was pretty good. He ended up lapping the field yesterday in qualifying with a 1935 total, which was 111 pins clear of anyone else.
I don't think we've seen domination in a qualifying round like that.
And the good thing is we have an opportunity to play that video for you. So we're going to try to do that quick. This is the final shot. I've never played a video here on NDBowlTV, so it may be a little loud. So
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, volume warning here, but this was the final shot yesterday from Jeff Campbell's 300. First one on Saturday at qualifying in about 12 years. Hold on over there.
Come on, ball.
have it. Jeff Campbell with Josh Ressler of Farmers Union Insurance, who is the sponsor of the 300 game pot. They had $300 every year, and since it hadn't been won in 12 years, it was built all the way up to $3,600. So big thank you to the folks at Farmers Union Insurance for sponsoring that, and congratulations to Jeff for a great day of bowling yesterday. The cut to the top 30 was none other than the defending champion Brady Stearns, who made it in with a plus 45 was the total, and he kept out some pretty big names. Charles Wilkin, Joe Franchuski, Russ Oviatt, Matt Smallin, Matt Payne, Chris Charles were the first 5 or 6 guys out, so pretty stellar group of bowlers here today. A very talented field of 30 players that advanced.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at it, like you said, you've got in the next 15 bowlers that missed the cut, 3 by my count, former champions.
Correct.
Including somebody who's made 8 of 10 shows in Nick Heilman, which I think is probably our biggest surprise.
I would agree. I didn't get a chance to talk to Nick at all, and I honestly didn't even get to see him throw a shot because he was about halfway away from me in the entire house, and the way the move works on Saturday here is everyone kind of moves together as a pair, so I didn't get to talk to Nick, but he did end up missing the cut this year. But some other big names that missed that I see is Paul Bober, who won this tournament a couple of years ago. We talked about Nick.
Randy Peterson right there.
Israel Potter, we saw at Manitoba last weekend on their show. Jamie Craig had a good start to the day, just had a bad game in there, which cost him, just like me. I was in 53rd. You go down, Taylor Wallstrom, who's been having a really good year, just narrowly missed the cut. So it wasn't easy out there. They're bowling on the same pattern they bowled on last year, which was a 2.68 or so to 1 ratio pattern. It's 40, I want to say it's 42 feet.
Yeah,
correct?
I think that sounds right. But yeah, I mean, very playable pattern. We both bowled. You said you had an unfortunate way to finish the day, but 7 really good games. It was very playable. Like I said, there's a lot of good scores. When plus 45 is your cut line, that's usually saying there's a lot happening out there, and especially with what Jeff Campbell did in those middle 5 games that he bowled were just unreal.
Just looking at it, he started 229, 201, which I think anyone in the house would take. But then he went on a tear of 243, 254, 300, 256, 245, and then just finished it off with a pedestrian 207.
No big deal.
I think when they announced the bracket winnings, he had over $3,000 in bracket winnings to go with his $3,600 high game pot.
No big deal. You already have made more than first place money before even bowling today.
All right, Rory is making some announcements quick, and then they'll be underway.
You go to please reverse the arrows when you move. And then also, as far as ball sanding goes, once we start here, there will be no ball sanding until the TV show. If you do make the show, we'll allow you to refinish your balls before the show. But all the games today, previous to the Stepladder finals, you cannot refinish your volleyballs or clean bowling balls. It's all one set. So as soon as they come up, you guys should go ahead and get started. Any problems, let us know. Good luck.
All right, and for those of you who are just tuning in, like always, please let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. Again, we're going to have to take a minute here to get our scoring cameras calibrated. As the scores do come up, it'll kind of change where we have everything. So give me a minute on the scores, but nonetheless, let me know how everything else looks and sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. And it appears like we have a problem right off the bat.
Well, it wouldn't be show day if something went wrong.
Well, we do have a way to fix this if we have to. So.
Well, so the good news is we're starting early.
Yes, I'm glad because our left score cam decides it doesn't want to work. So, again, bear with me. We're going to try to work through things here. We'll try to get everything on the score or on the monitors best we can. For the time being, I can put up the scores for the right pair, but we are going to have to work on what's going on with the scores on the left. As I don't know on that one. Well, a few technical difficulties this morning as our camera for the left lane has decided it doesn't want to work. So we are going to improvise today, if that's okay with everyone. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our main camera and see if we can see the scores by zooming out just a hair and getting rid of what we have there. Sometimes technology isn't friendly, and that's today.
Well, if that's the worst thing that happens, I think we'll live.
All right, let me know. It's probably going to be hard to see, but this is about the best we're going to be able to do. But you'll have to let me know how this looks. We'll kind of fill everyone in on the scores. In the meantime, we'll try to get this other one to work. I don't quite know what's going on, but this happened to me not that long ago, but we'll see. Nonetheless, game 1 of match play here at the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Left lane, Aiden Portscheller against Josh Craig. Brandon Hansen against Dawson Peterson on the right pair.
Early look of how this pattern can easily play too. With where some of these guys are starting already, this could make for a fun day later on.
Well, Ken, I think we're going to have to, at some point, replace our cables here for this one camera. Let's see what happens down the road. But the good thing is we have enough working equipment to share what we have right now. And then once we go to the Stepladder Finals, we only need the one score cam and the main camera. So
Yeah.
the Stepladder Finals will go on as they normally do. So no worry there.
Yep, we'll make it work.
Again, if you are just joining us, let us know how it looks, how it sounds. We are just hitting that 9 o'clock hour where most people had thought we would go live, just to kind of catch everyone up. Everyone was here quite early this morning, so the bowlers, along with the folks here at North Hill Bowl, decided to get things going early. So we are about 15 minutes ahead of schedule, midway through game 1 of match play. Again, all 30 bowlers that advanced today were divided up into 3 groups of 10. They will bowl round robin matches within their groups, with the winner receiving 30 bonus pins each match. So how this works is they're kind of split up into 3 sections in the house here. And after 3 games, the groups will rotate to another section. And historically, bowlers have often told me that certain areas of the house score better on day 2, so kind of what bay you get put in matters. Looking around at some of the squads, there's one group of 10 way down on the low end of the house that has, I would say, 6 of the top 10 bowlers in it that qualified yesterday. So and the way they do it here is it's luck of the draw. You show up, you check in, and you draw like a number, so to speak, or a score sheet, and then that's the group you're in. So the groups are random. I know at other tournaments they just go ABC all the way down the qualifying standings. Where here at the Shootout they do it a little bit different.
Yeah, so the group you get paired in could be really difficult like that one down on the end, and it could be something that's maybe a little less experienced. Our group right in front of us, we were commenting on what could be the best match of the day over on 23 and 24. Two past champions and our defending champion Brady Stearns and Josh Link.
Yeah, that's a good matchup. We're going to see quite a few very talented bowlers come across our live stream here today, so sit back and relax. Have a good Sunday morning.
Well, let's be real. All 30 of these bowlers are really talented to get here today.
Yes. Again, 45 over was the cut, and the cut line was Brady Stearns himself, the defending champion, snuck his way in. And I can tell you one thing, when he was announced as the 30th, there were 29 bowlers that kind of
everyone had that.
It didn't quite like that, because I don't think they wanted to see him here on day 2 because they know what he can do.
Yeah, Brady obviously notorious for what it appears he is doing today already, and that is urethane right. Can't quite tell how he's doing, but if he feels like he's got that kind of reaction, he's going to be a handful.
And again, if you're just joining us, one of our cameras isn't quite sending the signal through to our encoder here, so we had to kind of zoom out. This is the best look we can get at the scores, so we do apologize for that. But come the Stepladder finals, we will be able to get a much better look at the scoring monitors, as we will only need to zoom in here to 29 and 30 for the championship pair. And if you're just joining us, please hit that like button, share with everyone you know on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. You know, Ken, I do recall at the Midwest Youth Championships, our score camera froze there towards the end of the day as well. And I was not able to figure out a way to get it to like reboot within the encoder without, you know, shutting down the entire stream. So this problem has happened before, and I'm thinking it's either the capture card or the cable, so we're gonna have to do some diagnostic work here in the next few weeks before our next show, which is at the NDBowling.com Classic on, what is it, March 3rd at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead would be the Sunday is when we would go live. Second and third, I believe, is that weekend.
March, nope, that's January. Yep, March 3rd would be, that's Sunday.
Yep. So that'll be our next show, Sunday, March 3rd. Live from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead for the season's final major. So be sure to tune in for that.
Peeking around at scores on the high end here, and you can see a little string here and there, but as is always on case on day 2, they're a little tight early on.
Looks like Brandon Hansen has a pretty decent look so far, and again, he is the only lefty in the house at the moment.
Yeah, if he's able to avoid people getting too far in, taking up his head oil and doing that.
Yeah, the old Booth jinx is still
alive
running
and well.
strong. Yeah, I do apologize for that, Brandon.
But yeah, I mean, if he can stay locked in and the end to end, the house play is relatively similar, he could have a pretty good look to get pretty far. Yeah, Josh Craig right there showing what can so easily happen early on.
Alright, we're going to do a little bit of... I'm going to test something out here. See if we can get a better look at the scores. Let me know how that looks. Kind of trying to zoom in using the same camera. Those of you watching, if you could let me know, are those easier to see, or should we leave those off the screen? Let me know. 'Cause if this would work, we will kind of adjust some cameras to get a better look here. Again, one of our cameras isn't quite working out for us. But that's technology, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I feel like the way we have that set up is you can read the scores a little bit better, but again, let us know. Do this so that you can see the lanes. Yeah, kind of blurry. I guess that's the problem with that, but because we're so zoomed out on the cameras, the way I have it going right now is we're basically taking a zoomed in shot of the main camera on the players here. So this is kind of the best we can do with the again, if you're wondering what changed, if we were to go back to the normal, this is what it was. Or else we can kind of do a slightly zoomed in version of this. So those watching, let me know what you prefer. And this is kind of the best we can do for the scores with what we have going on right now.
Got some interesting matches in front of us already.
In the meantime, Ken, I'm going to try to get this one scoring camera. I'm going to see if maybe I can zoom into both scores with that one and maybe get something to work. Okay, she says go back to the normal. We can do that for the time being. There we go. Yeah, unfortunate when the equipment doesn't want to work.
It's bound to happen at least once a show, so.
Yep. Thank you everyone for the feedback. Brian Gehring, welcome to the show. Thank you for tuning in. Look forward to going down to your place next weekend for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic. If you haven't signed up for that one, please do so. Brian and the staff there at Midway Lanes do a great job. And that show will be on Western North Dakota NBC stations, as NDBowlTV will not be there, but we will provide live updates on our Facebook page of the finals, so make sure you like our Facebook page for that. Looks like Aiden Portscheller was going to get an early win here over Josh Craig.
Dawson needing that spare for his match. Yeah. And Jeremiah had a chance to tie Ryan Engel at 226, so Left 10 pin there.
Sad, but a 226 for Ryan Engel. Pretty good start for him.
Yeah, that's a very solid start. Not that I can see a whole lot down further, but yeah, not a ton going on at the moment.
Brian says there's 10 spots left at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic, so almost a full field of 120 at the moment, and I do expect that thing to fill by the end of the week.
It always does. It never hurts to get your name on the wait list because it feels like there's at least a few people that don't make it or back out. Looks like we're going to get John Breckel with an early win over here as well.
Over Chris Cool. Shout out to Team NDBowling.com member Chris Cool wearing an NDBowling.com shirt today for making the cut. Do appreciate that.
Well, I couldn't quite tell, but I believe it was a Brady Stearns victory over Josh Link.
Again, we will get 3 games of this group of 10 players, and then the groups will rotate throughout the house. We'll get 3 games with another group, and then 3 games with the last group. And then our last game, game number 10, will be a position round, and where the top 5 will then advance to the Stepladder finals here on 29 and 30, which is our championship pair. And again, I'm Darren Senior alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of Day 2 here at the 21st Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. If you are just joining us, the story of the day yesterday was the $3,600 300 game pot that went out, claimed by Jeff Campbell. Here is the 300. Shot.
Come on, ball.
That has not been claimed in 12 years. He's pictured here with Josh Ressler of Farmers Union Insurance, who is the sponsor of the 300 game pot. They add $300 every year, that is. And since it had not been claimed, it had grown to $3,600. So congratulations to Jeff. Jeff lapped the field yesterday in qualifying by 111 pins. So he put on a pretty good show. He is currently in the group down on the low end of the house, so we will probably see Jeff bowling here later today. But big shout out to him. Again, shout out to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. We do appreciate what they do. We were able to give away a ball to a random non-casher last night, and that winner was Rodney Holmes. So congratulations to Rodney. He was selected as the random non-casher, and he'll take home a Storm Ball of Choice. And we are also going to give away a Ball of Choice at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic immediately following the announcement of the top 30. And then we will do another one at the NDBowling.com Classic. So if you are to enter those tournaments and you don't make the cut, you will have a chance to win a Storm Ball, compliments of the folks at Storm. Again, you're watching NDBowlTV. You can follow us on all of our social media sites. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Starting yesterday, we have a sale going on in our merch shop. Save 20% on all items now through January 31st. And we are now going into game number 2. And it looks like we have Jeremiah Smith against Brandon Hansen, Chris Cool against Josh Craig. So we will get 2 games for both Brandon Hansen and Josh Craig here on our featured pairs. Just looking at where these players all qualified. Jeremiah Smith qualified 10th yesterday, going 114 over. Going down here, Brandon Hansen was 8th, going 126 over. Josh Craig qualified 18th at 84 over. And who else do we have? Chris Kuhl qualified 15th at 87 over. Again, when the players got here this morning, it was a random draw for what group you get. So if you're looking at the standings and wondering how they're all separated, it was a random draw this morning.
Looks like on the bottom of the monitors, they are showing the scores. Just like they did yesterday.
They're all listed by what lane they started on, so those will probably be jumbled up and not accurate after this next game. So,
well, and no bonus pins added, but kind of interesting that they are up there.
Yeah, it is nice to mention that the folks here at North Hill Bowl got a new scoring system over the summer. Everything looks pretty good, and everything is great when it works.
I mean, I guess the one good way you could look at it is it'll be fun to see which lanes and which pairs play maybe a little easier than others.
That's true.
It's like the low end of the house had a nice little start. It never amazes me how many people you see out here with fans.
Yep.
See Chris over here with a fan for his hand, and it's like it's one of like a big old DeWalt.
Yeah, it's a Ryobi with the.
Oh, Rio, yeah, there you go.
With the battery. Yeah, they make a lot of really small fans that I see a lot of the junior bowlers walking around with. When we go to that show out in Alexandria every August. But I will say this, the reason I believe that the pattern played so different this year compared to last year was because of the weather. Currently in Minot, I believe it's over 30 degrees. Well, it's going to get there anyways. And this week we're expected to hit 50. And for being February, end of January, early February, to see 50 degrees is pretty rare. And it makes the lanes play different. It changes enough to where bowlers that are this good can notice it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I don't remember what it was last year, but
it was very cold.
Significantly colder.
It was extremely cold.
And yeah, I mean, you can always tell from even the beginning of a bowling league season to this time of year typically how different we'll play, and no different here with this.
And two, the way the ball feels for each player is different because the bowling center itself gets a lot warmer throughout the day. I know yesterday during qualifying we had 132 bowlers plus family, friends walking around, the great staff here at North Hill Bowl. It got pretty warm, so you could tell they had some doors open on the ends,
Yeah.
trying to regulate the temperature inside. But when it gets to above freezing after, what was it, negative 20s and 30s here a couple weeks ago,
Yep.
it's hard to regulate temperatures inside buildings like this with that many people. So a little bit different. Last year the cut here was plus 32. This year it got up to 45 over. Some of the few players I talked to thought that kind of shim in the middle part of the lane developed a little earlier this year. I don't know if it was because of the added bowlers we had, because I feel like the 132 entries we had this year was one of the highest that they've had here in the shootout in probably the last 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like we've hit 140 in quite some time.
No, and they, way back in when it first started, it was routinely in the 140s, and they would take 36. What the folks here at North Hill Bowl did this year with the 133 is they took 30 to day 2, but they paid 33 spots. And not just alternate money, they paid them full on up, I think it was over $300 for the last couple spots. We don't have an official payout in front of us. Maybe we can snag a payout sheet at some point today, but I did notice the 3 additional spots that they paid were full paid spots and not the alternate money where you get like half your entry fee back.
That's always a pleasant surprise when you know, as much as you hate being alternate, you'd still come away with typically more than you would expect.
Yes, I do believe the last cash spot in 33rd was like 3.5 or $325, something like that, and with a $200 entry fee here, that's a pretty good check to get and not even have to bowl today. So
I know either one of us would take that.
correct. And one thing to note about this pattern, it is a 2-6-3-1. It has over 30 mils, so the characteristics of this pattern, it's over about 42 feet. You don't want to play outside of 7 unless you have a significant rev rate.
Or Brady Stearns.
Correct. He gets the urethane ball started up early and just kind of walks it into the pocket, but for the most part, where you see Josh Craig playing there on 31 is essentially where a majority of the right-handers were this weekend. Just kind of play in the middle part of the lane, don't give away the pocket kind of thing. I know we talked to Jeff Campbell yesterday, and he said his ball never left the 3-pin, just kind of never got right of the 3-pin, and he camped there all day.
Yeah, and I mean, even as, late as game 8, there were still a pretty significant amount of oil in the middle of the lane. With that kind of volume, though, it's not a big shock. But with 132 bowlers, you'd think it might burn up a little quicker.
Yeah, we used, 38 lanes in the 48 or the 40-lane house, and there were multiple pairs of 7.
Yeah, it said it held up surprisingly well. All told, I don't think I had to move, 10, 12 boards in total, which that's, take that with a grain of salt for me.
Right.
So it held up about as well as I think you could have hoped for, and scores showed.
Yeah, I started out with the Summit Peak. I was standing about 25, and again, I never got the ball right at 10, and had a pretty good look for a majority of the day, and my feet got about to 35, 40 by the end of the day. Those of you who didn't pay attention to the qualifying scores, I was plus 60 going into the very last game and hit an ugly pair here on the high end of the house, and it didn't go my way. Very poor execution by the operator as well. But you know, that happens in bowling. It's okay. A year ago, I was sitting right here live streaming the whole thing because I physically couldn't bowl. So we're making progress.
Yep. Said just being able to bowl is a positive for you right now.
And the fact that I'm, aside from a little sore, I'm glad that, you know, I can get through tournaments and 8-game blocks without any issues. So I believe the arm is in good shape. Looking up here and seeing our lone lefty, Brandon Hansen, only missing once through 6 frames. And again, this pair is fresh for him. He bowled, he started on 31-32. He'll now be on 29 and 30. And one thing to think about is he's going to hit this pair now. If he ends up having a good day and comes back here for the show,
It's true.
this is going to be the only kind of traffic on this lane for this pair.
Yeah, because he's far enough left, at least, for him throwing, obviously, Purple Hammer, it looks like. Shouldn't have to worry too much about head oil, and he's getting it out there on the lane a little bit, so I don't think it'll be a problem. But yeah, I mean, if it's remotely consistent from end to end, yeah, who knows? I mean, he's going to have nobody to worry about, as we said, so we'll see.
And characteristically within this house, from my experience having grown up here at North Hill Bowl, the low end of the house generally hooks a bit more than the high end of the house, which we are situated at the moment. And the reason for that is most of the leagues go 1 through so many lanes, and they kind of only get to 32 at the most. There's one night I think they fill the house, and then most of the smaller tournaments happen on 1 through 16 or 1 through 24. So you get most of your reactive resin play on the low end of the house historically throughout the season. And then your birthday parties, your kids, your open bowlers happen here on the high end of the house. So the natural friction on the lane surface happens down on the low end here at North Hill Bowl. So there's a general kind of a little bit of a difference in lane play from the high end to the low end here. And I think you see that in a majority of houses across the country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can attest to that at Sunset Lanes, too. It's kind of the same way where typically the low end is going to hook more because leagues are down there, high end doesn't. No, I take that back. It is a reverse. Don't listen to me and what I'm saying ever. But, I mean, you get those pairs pair to pair that, like, you can see the split of where a lot of the leagues are in the middle of the house, where 13 on typically is going to hook a little bit more. Never figured that out, other than that's where the league split can be, but
Right.
yeah. We're seeing some good scores thrown up here now, finally.
Duffy in the chat said, Darren, you bowled great yesterday. I do appreciate that. I bowled 7 games out of an 8-game tournament, is what I like to say. I bowled pretty good for 7 games. The last game, we had an unfortunate, there was a breakdown to the pair that we were moving to, so it was about a 20-25 minute wait for us to bowl our final game. You know, just lost the momentum, lost the rhythm. It's kind of what happens in bowling sometimes. But again, most of it is poor execution. No excuses. Austin Garcia says, let's go Savoy. Currently, Ryan Savoy is in right around lane 20. He is bowling, I believe it's Peyton Sumner's at the moment. So he would be in a different group.
Be coming to our section in 2 games.
Depending how they move. I can't remember. Do they all move to the right?
I think it's everyone moves right. Like our group here, it's in front of us will move all the way to the low end.
Okay, so yeah, Game 3 will feature the same group we have in front of us, and then the groups will rotate. So you'll likely see Ryan Savoy games, 4 through 6,
Yep.
perhaps. So if you're waiting to see him. Again, right in front of us, Brandon Hansen strikes 6 spare 6-bagger on the board.
Jeremiah doing Jeremiah things.
Nice can opener there with a exotic gem by Jeremiah Smith.
Was it an exotic? That might have been a peak.
No, that was definitely not a Summit Peak. That was Jeremiah likes his exotic.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's okay. Saw what looked like the same color scheme.
Correct, it's close.
Yeah, you got one pair to our left, Dawson Peterson, who's already in the 230s, has 260 on the board. Josh Link, who's having a pretty solid game, but is quickly getting run over.
You know, I had a game like that up in Winnipeg a couple weeks ago. I was matched up with Team Canada member Carrie Watson, and she mowed me over. She shot 240 on a really demanding pattern, and I had 204, which was a good score at the time, and I lost by 40. So sometimes that's just kind of luck of the draw with match play. It looks like we have a Game 1 scoring update, and leading the way after Game 1 is 16-year-old Dawson Unrath. Shot 237 with the victory. In second, Mike Larson at 263. We are going to quote the scores with bonus pins included. Third place, Eric Schacht at 263, so he's tied with Mike Larson. Fourth, Josh Kennedy, 261. Fifth, Ryan Engel at 256. Sixth, John Breckel, 243. Seventh, Billy Seymour at 241. Brady Stearns in eighth at 235. At 229, Aiden Portscheller in ninth, and Thomas Wolf rounds out our top 10, 221. So some good scores all the way around. Our qualifying leader, Jeff Campbell, 177, and did lose his first game. I believe we will see him later in our match play round if the rotation does what we expect it to. There was a Ryan Savoy fan in the chat room. He had a 169 and a loss the first game, so he's in 25th. If there's someone else you'd like to know how they are doing, just let us know.
Dawson Peterson just needing a mark to beat Josh Link.
Again, Josh Link was a winner here, I want to say, back around 2019 or so.
I think he was 21.
Yeah.
I want to say that Brady won his first in 19.
19, yep. And then Bober won in 22. Brady won in 23.
But yeah, right in front of us, Brandon Hansen with 240 on the board. That's a very big game early on, especially with a win.
Yeah, and he had 173 with a loss in game 1, so he's going to jump up quite a bit.
Dawson has a 240 on the board potentially as well, and with a strike did beat Josh Link. Looks like Brady is going to throw another 2-something with a win.
Looks like the biggest game that didn't get a win, Zach Andreessen in 12th had a 214 and a loss. So he matched up against either Josh Kennedy, Eric Schacht, Dawson Unrath, or Mike Larson that first game, because Ryan Engel is down here in front of us. So probably one of the bigger matches that happened.
Yeah.
Down there on the low end, which you and I talked about when we first got here. I believe there's 6 of the top 10 in qualifying are in that group way down there on the low end, which we'll see later here this morning.
Dawson Dean's going to shoot 247 with the strike. Josh Craig has 240 on the board over here. He's going to get a win. Looks like John Breckel and Aiden are not having the best of games on 23 and 24, we'll say.
Yeah, that's the pair that Brady started with urethane. It makes you wonder if the lanes are playing that different because of that. I know there's a few players here that had used that to start.
Important 10th frame for Josh over here too. If he can even throw 220 on the board with a loss, that's still a pretty good game. Same with Jeremiah.
And you're talking about Josh Link. We do have a Josh on our featured pairs.
That is
Josh
that
Craig
is
here on the
true.
right
Yes.
has an easy win at the moment. He's in the 200s.
And
Unfortunate 3 opens there to finish the game for Chris Cool, but I know, knowing Chris, having bowling league with him every week, I know his body's not feeling the best. He had an arm issue earlier this year where I think he strained a muscle in his arm where he was out about 6 weeks. He couldn't bowl league with us for a while. So for him to come back out here and make the cut, now he's got to go 10 more today. I can tell you one thing, he's hurting, but he's giving it what he's got.
yeah. But yeah, you're going to see solid 211 from Jeremiah and a loss. Josh has 214 potential and a loss. Brady's going to go 2-0 with a win. We've got a 150, 140 match potential down on 23 and 24.
Wow, yeah, that's the John Breckel and Aiden Portscheller, right?
Yeah, I can't. I think that was John. Yeah, John's got, I think, 149 max, which would force Aiden to double.
Yeah, yikes. 23 and 24 is currently the bad pair in the house. But this is game 2, so you're going on the pair where a couple people warmed up for 15 minutes, and that has a great effect on how the pair plays the rest of the day.
Yeah, and when that pair was Brady Stearns and Josh Link, that's a lot of ball going down the lane.
Right, a lot of urethane and a lot of rev rate. So looks like we'll get a look at Josh Link here on our featured pair. He's moving on over. Again, this will likely be the last game with this group, as they will then rotate with the 2 other groups for 3 games.
Yeah, Brady with a clean 207 with 1 double.
Steady as he goes every time.
I think if you did 10 of those, you'd probably be sitting pretty good.
All right, while we have a minute, I do want to remind everyone that we do have a sale going on the NDBowling.com merchandise shop. We are actually going to run a contest, which I haven't put out on our Facebook page, but you heard it here first on the show, where what we will do is for every $5 you spend in the NDBowling.com shop between now and the end of February, you will get an entry into a Storm Ball of Choice giveaway. And the way you have to do it, you make a qualifying purchase at ndbowling.com/merch, and then send our Facebook page a DM of your order number. And then we will confirm with you how many entries you get. It is based off of the merchandise total, so tax and shipping is not included in that. So if you spend $10 on buying a hat, you get 2 entries. Again, that'll run now through the end of February, and then we will do a random draw for a Storm Ball of Choice live on air at the NDBowling.com Classic, where Ken and I will be at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. We will do that random draw, so head on over to ndbowling.com/merch and make a qualifying purchase, and then send us a message with your order number and we will confirm your entry. Again, now through the end of February. And again, thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. They have been so good to us here. We can't thank them enough. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button on your YouTube player. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Go like our Instagram page. Like us on Facebook. Again, I'm Darren Cena alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of Day 2 here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Moving on in to game number 3. So we wait a minute here for player movement.
Yep, Aiden and John just finished up. I think it was 149 to 141, if I'm not mistaken, which, yikes.
Yeah, that's a tough one, but scores are going to be low. There's going to be some big games out there. Just the talent level is going to bring the scores up. But in a 10-game thing, you kind of have a little bit of room for a bad game or two and still be able to make that show at the end. Looks like Josh Link and John Breckel on our left pair.
Yeah, today is so much about winning matches. That extra 30 pins is massive.
I agree. It looks like Aiden Portscheller going to be on our pair to the right. His opponent, who's left?
I'm not positive. Who are we missing?
Because it looks like Brandon Hansen and Brady Stearns, Dawson Peterson and Josh Craig, Jeremiah Smith against Chris Kuhl, and then Ryan Engel. That's our other one. So Ryan Engel and Aiden Portscheller. So a couple of Midway Lanes
Oh, yeah, there he is.
players in a fun match.
See a glimpse of Brady Stearns being Brady Stearns over a couple pairs, but yeah. Some interesting matches. You have to wonder how much John and Jeremiah are looking forward to bowling each other.
Correct. Yeah, they're in
some
the same
point.
group. They're good friends that travel together to a majority of these tournaments in the High Plains. So for first look at past champion Josh Link here on lane 30, wearing the traditional Sunday Panda shirt. Kind of a shirt that pays homage to a friend he had lost. You know, Josh is one of those guys where I wish I had half the rev rate he has. And not only does he have rev rate, but there's such great control in the game with that rev rate, you know?
Yeah, like this right now feels like toned down Josh.
Correct. Yesterday he was lofting cap game 8.
Well, he can thank me for that. As he followed me all day.
Great shot there.
Yeah, I'm always so envious of the guys who can make this game look as easy as he does.
Correct. There's quite a few of them that are bowling right now.
That's why they're there and we're here.
Just looking down, the guys who can put a million revs on the ball, and there's Manitoba Open champion Austin Ducharme in the next group. Matt Gass in bowling, Zach Andreessen. There's defending champion at the KFYR, Chad Nelson bowling today.
Well, and I mean, really, you've got two younger guys in this group right here, Dawson Peterson, Aiden Portscheller, who can get it up there with anybody. But yeah, just the ease and the simplicity of most of their games. I could only dream, that's for sure.
I would agree. If you're a young bowler or even an old bowler that wants to get into bowling these tournaments, my biggest advice would be to simplify the game. Less moving parts, the better. And there's a lot of bowlers in the building that over the years have really simplified their games and have gotten much better because of it.
I'll use one of our companion teammates as the perfect example of just simplify. Well, we'll probably see him here at some point, but Mike Larson, I don't think it could get any simpler than that, and he's a guy who makes cut after cut after cut and is always around the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I would say Jeremiah Smith is right in that same category.
Yeah, again, somebody who we're obviously very familiar with the amount of work that he has put in to get to this level. It's a testament to him.
Yeah, and John as well. John has simplified his game. If you knew John back in about 10, 12 years ago, the backswing was double the height it is now. And he's simplified his game to a point where he's competing for major titles yearly. He's won a Player of the Year award, and just recently went down and held his own at the Team USA trials a couple weeks ago. So,
yeah, I got to chat with John at the end of the day yesterday for a couple minutes, and just listening to how he bowled and like how he thought he bowled. You wouldn't think it when you watch him. You'd see him and you like, how does that work?
Right.
And to go down there and bowl as well as he did, it's phenomenal. I mean,
and that's the beauty of bowling. There's not a correct way to do anything. There's not a better way to do anything. It's just how good are you doing the one thing. And there's a lot of different styles around here, and these players are bowling today for a reason. They're good at what they do.
Yep. Absolutely. You put in enough work and you could be here with these guys one day too.
I would encourage everyone watching to head on over to the upcoming events tab on NDBowling.com, as we have some great tournaments coming up. The KFYR-TV Bowling Classic is next weekend at Midway Lanes in Mandan. Last we checked with Brian Gehringer, he said there's 10 spots left, so if you'd like to take a try at that tournament, call Midway Lanes today, get your name on the list. Other than that, they have the Sherbins Scratch Singles down at Village Bowl in Aberdeen. That is 3 weeks from this weekend, and then the first weekend in March is our flagship event, the season's final major, the NDBowling.com Classic, presented by Courtyard by Marriott. We have $3,000 added prize money to that one, thanks to Ryan Krabenoff at Country Titan Games. He's done a great job fundraising for that event and adding money in himself. We'd like to give a shout out to Country, as he's done quite a bit for not only us, but the bowling community as well. So shout out to him.
Yeah, 100%. You can see it just day to day, the positive impact he's had around Sunset. It's at my home house. I get to see him every week, and yeah, just nothing but good things to say. And I know we've said it many times before, but yeah, not too many people are doing as much for bowling as Country has lately.
And I would encourage everyone to go like the Sunset Lanes Facebook page, as they have posted some hotel rates, since Courtyard by Marriott is one of the sponsors of that event. So if you want to get your hotel booked for the Fargo-Moorhead area, just head on over to Sunset Lanes on Facebook. They do have I believe a coupon or a group code for that. And they are changing the match play for that tournament this year. I would like to let people know that it's kind of, I guess a lot of people have called it the Flanagan format, as it isn't a head-to-head match play, but it is you bowl a game, and if you're the high game in the house, you get 24 bonus pins. If you're the low game in the house, you get 1. And every player, I guess it's going to be top 24 if we get so many entries, and then you'll be divided into, well, not divided at all. You'll be in, everyone will bowl 12 games across the entire house, because there's 12 pairs at Sunset Lane. So
yeah, definitely an interesting and unique way of making match play, so it rewards, I would say, not only your consistency but your big games. You know, you shoot a couple big games and you can get some big points.
Yep. So something to keep an eye on. We will be doing a preview for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic on, I believe, Wednesday this week. We'll have that article out, and then we'll, again, like I mentioned, we'll do a preview for the NDBowling.com Classic, where we'll kind of touch on the match play change there, and then we'll release the pattern as we're working on trying to find a pattern for this year's event. One thing I'm noticing early on here, Ken, is the scores on our championship pair have seemed to be fairly decent through to the left player is at 410, the right player is at 418, and these two players are kind of keeping up on that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see it in front of us. Our two feature pairs, they're pretty solid, and the pair to our left, 27-28, has also been a pretty friendly pair. Go a little further down, not so much, but yeah, I mean, at least initially, looks like a pretty good look on this.
Good morning to you, Mike Harris in the chat room. There's a Mike Harris sighting, everyone.
Always nice to see Mike, even if he's not here physically.
Absolutely. Hopefully we will cross paths soon. Always good to see you. Do appreciate you tuning in. Again, we're in game number 3 of 10 here in match play at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Immediately following our 10 games here, we will have the top 5 stepladder finals on 29 and 30, our championship pair. Again, if you're just joining us, we had a little glitch with one of our cameras this morning, so we are not able to get a better view of our scores. This is about the best we can do at the moment. But do not worry, once we get to the championship finals, the stepladder finals on our championship pair, we will be able to get a much closer look of the scores, at least on 29 and 30 there. Just one of those cases where the technology just didn't want to work. We're going to have to do some diagnostic work here in the next few weeks to figure out why and get that corrected before we head down to Sunset Lanes for the NDBowling.com Classic in early March. And again, we have a contest we're going to run on our merch shop. I will post an official contest details on our Facebook page tomorrow. But any and all purchases that are made through the shop starting today through the end of February will qualify for an entry for a Storm bowling ball giveaway that we will be doing. For every $5 you spend in the store, you will get 1 entry. There is no limit on entries. All you have to do is send us a DM with your order number, and we will confirm the entries. Again, that's all purchases now through the end of February in our merchandise shop, and we will do that drawing on our next show at the NDBowling.com Classic.
I can attest to some of the products that they've got. Wearing one of them right now.
Yeah, let's go into the booth. Ken, show him what you got going on here. He's got a
Yeah, it's
nice NDBowling.com shirt.
one of the shirts. I forget which one it was exactly, but it's got that nice, like,
It's like a dry fit shirt.
yeah,
Athletic feel.
yeah, exactly. I will say, probably go a size bigger than you think. I typically wear XLs in most everything, and the double X fits pretty much perfect.
Okay, that's some good insight for those of you wanting to purchase items in our merchandise shop. We do have other things as well. We do have items for kids. There's water bottles. There's all sorts of things, so go check it out. Looks like Josh lost that one off his hand a little bit, and unfortunate 2-4-8-10. Still in good position in his match, though.
Yeah, John struggling with ball reaction, it looks like, at the moment. Ooh. Got 3. Brandon and Brady on the pair to our left having a good match.
Oh, you said Brady Stearns is bowling well on day 2 at the shootout?
I know it's shocking,
I've
isn't it?
never heard that. Brady is our defending champion and a 2-time winner here at the shootout, one of 3 people to win this tournament twice. Can you name them? Or can you not?
Oh, can I? I thought you were just saying that in general.
I mean, the chat can name them too. We have 3 2-time winners here at the shootout. Does anybody know who they are? Brady Stearns is one of them.
Well, I know one for sure. I'm going to hold off on saying, but
Matt Stricker says, we need to get you a Strixon hat. Well, you're more than welcome to send me hats if you would like there, Matt. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in.
I'm trying to remember who the second one was, but I think I know, or the third one is, but I'm pretty sure.
One of them is currently bowling at the time, so there's 2 2-time winners currently bowling in the house, and the other one is not.
Well, I know the one that's not.
And that is?
Matt McNeil.
Correct.
Who am I missing that's the third?
Brady Stearns, Matt McNeil, and one other person have won 2 shootout titles in the 20-year history here in Minot. I'm actually surprised it's taking you this long. The chat got it before you.
What am I? Of course it's Andy Mills. My mind went to his teammate before it went to Andy. I suppose because we haven't seen or heard him yet today that I didn't think about it.
So Andy Mills has 2 shootout titles in 16, and then I believe he won again in 21, perhaps? 20? He might have won it in 20. Yeah, he's got 2 titles in there. But to pivot real quickly, we have a Game 2 scoring update and a new leader, Billy Seymour, leading at 515. So these scores I'm going to quote you guys do include bonus pins. In second, Mike Larson with 501. Third, Josh Kennedy at 494. Fourth, Dawson Peterson at 490. Fifth, Brady Stearns at 472. Sixth, Peyton Sumners at 450. Seventh, Brandon Hansen, our lone lefty, at 450. Eighth is Zach Andreessen at 446. Ninth, Dawson Unrath at 436. And tied with him, Chad Nelson at 436 as well. So that'll round out your top 10. Jeff Campbell is 11th. He had a 226 with the win there to boost him up to 433. So good comeback game there for him.
Yeah, and I mean, just showing right away that wins mean a lot. Those top 6 guys all won both their matches.
Yep, and some unfortunate games. You got Jeremiah Smith going 201, 211, and he lost both of his matches. So again, that's the good and the bad of match play is you hope to catch people on their bad game, and you hope to catch, your good games get wins. And sometimes you get wins with your bad games. But in the case of Jeremiah Smith, your good games aren't winning, and that's just kind of luck of the draw.
Yep. And over to our left here, just off screen, Brady Peterson.
Brady Peterson.
Wow. Well, funny because we were talking about him yesterday. Brandon Hansen has a chance, and as I say that, he doesn't anymore, to tie Brady Stearns.
the Booth jinx and the slip there. Ken, you're in mid-season form, my friend.
I know.
Welcome back to NDBowlTV.
Hey, I got out what I was trying to. It just took a minute.
It's funny because our good friend Chris Carrico was thinking, why is Brady Peterson bowling? Because he saw Brandon Hansen and thought the same thing. So
I don't think it was even Brandon Hansen. It was.
Was it somebody? There was another person.
Yes,
Okay.
I saw him yesterday. It was. I'm probably going to butcher the last name, but Marty Gilkey.
Sure.
If I remember right.
A look-alike, I guess. And oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but Brady Stearns, 225 with the victory, and
Ho hum, just grinding along.
Marching along. Josh Link's gonna maybe have 230, and
looks like
win a solid.
Ryan Engel is gonna get the win here over Aiden.
Yeah, tough finish for both of them, really, but Aiden with opens 8th and 9th pretty much shut the door there. We got a low-scoring affair with Dawson and Josh. And
Craig.
Yes, Josh Craig, I got to remember that. And Chris Cool and Jeremiah, only slightly better than the last game on 23 and 24, but
gotta keep an eye. That's is shaping up to be an ugly pair this morning, 23 and 24, and that's significant because that's kind of be where the 7-8 match is going to be on position round, the 9-10 perhaps, depending on how they put everyone in front of us here. But something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, those two right there, 23 through 26, not exactly great at the moment. So we'll see what kind of comes of that, but nice game from Josh Link, 233 right there.
And if you're just joining us in the chat room, let us know where you're tuning in from. I always like to know. We have a comment. Are there any dogs on the lane yet? And if you didn't know, last year we did have a dog.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Come out on the lanes, and that basically kind of is a testament of how cold it was outside. There was a dog that got in through the front doors here because it's an automatic door system, and ran out on 25-26. Went on the approach in front of our championship pair. In the championship match, I believe featured Paul Bober and Brady Stearns. There is a video of that up on our YouTube archives. But a pretty funny moment as I was calling the action with Blake Wallstrom last year. And we were interrupted in the title match with a dog on the lanes. Cal Carnell tuning in from the back, the new mechanic here at North Hill Bowl. Do appreciate that.
Cal busy working double duty yesterday a couple times. I got to bowl with him all day. And
yeah, he was bowling and he was doing some machine calls, and that's kind of the nature of the beast there.
Josh Craig with a late double to force the hand of
Dawson Peterson.
I can't remember who was right there, but yeah.
He's facing Dawson Peterson, who had moved into our top 5 after game 2, having a rough game there on 25 and 26.
Still has a chance to come away with a victory. Jeremiah, no. Well, actually,
Still has 2-0 left.
I'd say that's actually a better game than I thought. I think he actually has 220 on the board. Yeah, it looks like he's going to come away with a win. And Ryan Engel with a 188 to come away with another win, so...
Yeah, that wraps up game number 3. And if you're just joining us, the big story of the weekend was the $3,600 300 game pot did go out to the qualifying leader, Jeff Campbell. We do have a video of that final shot right here. Score. Here's the final shot.
Come on, ball.
His best friend.
13 and 14 was the pair that happened on. And here Jeff is pictured with Josh Ressler from Farmers Union Insurance, who is the sponsor of the 300 game pot. They have added $300 every year. And since it has not been claimed in 12 years, it got up to $3,600. Finally went out this season. So a big thank you to the folks at Farmers Union Insurance, who ironically enough is who I have my insurance through. So big thank you to Josh and everyone there. Again, we're going to have a little bit of a delay as players move throughout the building. This is the game now where the groups are going to rotate. So the group of 10 that was in front of us, it looks like they're heading all the way down to the low end of the house. The group in the middle will then move down here to the high end of the house. And then the group way down on 1 would be 3 through, what, 10? No, 3 through 13 would then
12,
be, 3 through 12 would then go to the middle of the house. So slight delay here as we move into game number 4. And if you have any questions as to how certain players are doing, please head into the chat room.
Saw an interesting leave just a second ago from Chris Cool.
Yeah?
Missed the head pin right. Caught a pin flying off the wall and left a 7-8.
And then just picked it up.
And then just picked up. Yes, he did.
He just picked it up. A spare shooter down there, Chris Cool.
Yeah, Jeremiah looks like a low 2-teen with another win, so said just doing Jeremiah things on day 2. Gonna have Ryan Savoy close by. Scott Ennersby looks like he's coming to our pair, one of our featured pairs. Austin Ducharme is... Oh, we can have an Austin Ducharme, Ryan Savoy to our left.
Okay, looks like Scott Endersby is here on one of our pairs. Looks like Clay Reese moving in. Again, just waiting for the groups to kind of rotate through. James Martinez tuning in from Colorado. Do appreciate that as always. Do miss seeing you up here in Minot. It's always fun bowling with you. And again, hope you and the family are doing well.
And we're going to get a look at another one of our young guns.
A guy that won the 10-game marathon just 3 weeks ago right here at Northville Bowl is back looking for more. He's currently drove all the way up from college, which is in the Quad Cities. So he's got a long drive ahead of him after this, but just goes to show how much this kid loves to bowl and what he's willing to do to compete. These guys want to win these titles, and I can't blame them.
When you're that good, yeah, absolutely.
So it looks like Scott Endersby and Lucas Hersrud. Then we have Clay Reese and...
I believe Austin is not on this pair, so we're still waiting on whoever our second bowler is on.
Okay.
29.
But nonetheless, our first match will be going here on the right. I had the pleasure of bowling with Scott all day yesterday, and he had a really good look from way left. It looks like he has abandoned that look here on day 2, and that is not completely surprising, as day 2 here at North Hill Bowling and the Shootout tend to play drastically different from day 1. Yesterday we got forced left quite early based on the stuff that was being thrown. But it looks like today Scott is playing much further right. Scott is an NDBowling.com major champion, having won the KFYR TV Bowling Classic. I don't know when it was. I want to say about 4 years ago, 5 years ago now.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
In a crazy low-scoring match over Matt Smallin in the final. That was the year the lanes turned extremely ugly, and I believe Scott was throwing plastic in the championship match.
Yeah, yep, I remember that. But when you've got the rev rate that he does, you can do whatever you want.
Correct. And then our other match is Clay Reese against Peyton Sumners. Peyton out of the Williston area. A nice trip, 310, and we'll have some deadwood on 29.
Welcome to the feature pair.
So a deadwood clear pending on lane 29 here. Might give us a chance to shout out the folks here at North Hill Bowl who've done such a great job this weekend, including Rory's daughter Addie, who has been working all weekend behind the desk. Along with Jeff's brother Stu Craig, and then last night during the little banquet they had down on 1 through 16 where they had all the food, hors d'oeuvres and whatnot, you could see most of the family. The family, this is a family-run business, and most of the family was helping out running everything down there. So the tournament wouldn't be possible without the people working behind the scenes, so big shout out to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, say it every year how well everything's run here. Very, very few hiccups.
Shout out to Henry Trutwin joining us in the chat room. We do appreciate that. If you're on your way home, please drive safe. Again, we're in game 4 of 10 here in match play. We just rotated to a new group of 10 here in front of us. And looking across the board, it looks like in this group, we have Matt Gasson. We have, I believe it's Mike Larson against Matt Gasson there on, or is it Dave Ullman?
I think it's Dave Ullman. I think Larson is in the next pair over.
Okay, so then on 25 and 26, we've got
Chad Nelson.
And do you know who this gentleman is here? Is that Billy Seymour, the leader?
Could be.
As I'm not too familiar. I did see him bowl yesterday, and that appears to be him. We've got Ryan Savoy and Austin Descharme, defending champion at the Manitoba Open, 2-time champion there. And then, of course, the 4 you see in front of us. So over the next 3 games here, you'll see a mix of these players.
Some stalwarts, as you would say, and some new faces.
Three NDBowling.com major champions in this group. Chad Nelson, the defending champion in next weekend's KFYR TV Bowling Classic. And then, of course, Scott and Austin, who have won the titles we have just mentioned.
Oh, and we got our first balk.
It's something I can't do.
Especially somebody like Scott. How do you hang on to that ball? I don't know.
It's a good thing to be able to do, I can tell you that.
See if it was worth it now.
Yeah, I'm still surprising, and maybe he saw something down on the other end there that maybe it hooks more, that he wanted to play in that part of the lane. But you didn't see many people playing out there yesterday, I can tell you that.
No, outside of maybe the lefties who were able to play out there, and most of them that were typically slow hooking it. I don't think I saw anybody play right that had any success.
But looking at his scores, Scott started out with a 140 and a loss, and then shot 230 and lost in game 2.
Oof.
And looking at who's in the group, it was either to Clay Reese's 247 or a Billy Seymour 244. So a pretty stacked group here from a scoring standpoint. As Peyton right in front of us was in 6th after our game 2 scoring update, and Clay Reese was in 13th. He had a 247 and a win in game 2. Looks like Clay is throwing a virtual energy blackout. Another great ball from the Storm family. I believe Clay is out of the Utah area, so shout out to Clay and everyone who made the long journey out here to Minot this weekend.
Yeah, not only Clay, but I believe his son bowled yesterday as well.
Nick, yeah.
Had what I believe was a pretty good showing. Not too far out of the cut.
44th. Just barely missed. Again, they took the top 30 to today, but they did pay 33 spots, so an additional 3 players were paid out.
Well, that spare sequence from Austin. 2-8 and a 3-9 back-to-back.
Wow. But those are easy to leave on this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Again, we're bowling on a 268 or so, 263 to 1 ratio oil pattern with over 30 mils. So there's a good amount of volume. Most of it's in the front part of the lane, but that has since migrated towards the back part of the lane. Okay, so Henry does give us some insight in the chat room. He said Scott and him talked yesterday, said he was going to play right in match play because of players past having success. And I would agree. Normally that's where the NDBowlTV mainstays in Nick Heilman and Brady Stearns, they've always told us it doesn't matter what they put out, playing right is always there. And perhaps that's where Scott moved to and shot 230 there in game 2.
Yeah, and he's obviously more than capable of doing it.
Now we've seen Scott play up 2 board. We've seen Scott loft the cap too. So this guy is very versatile. He can play across the lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, when you're watching, the collection of bowlers here and you watch the arm swings, it's it's crazy to watch what he can do with what looks like so little effort.
And I will say, yesterday during the qualifying round, there were a couple players that when they hit the break point right around 2-3 board, the ball peeled off of it. And if you're good enough to hit that on a shot-by-shot basis, I think you could have a good amount of success out there.
Yeah,
I on the other hand, cannot play there, so I'm not even going to try it.
It's fun to do it, but you got to have a strong mental game and very consistent physical game in order to do it.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, the one on 32 that he threw right before that looked like he got to that 2-3 board, and peeled up and went high flush.
So it's almost like it gives them a little bit of out room, or if you miss out, it's just going to kind of face up nicely. So I could see how that could be a good strategy, especially if there's not a lot of people playing out there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, just a couple people so far that we've seen. Most everyone is in. I mean, like, watching Lucas, and he's not out there, but he's definitely further right than a lot of the bowlers are. Almost trying to play... Oh, nice pickup by Peyton. Almost trying to play, like, you know, kind of slow hook with an aggressive ball, right?
Yeah, it looks like a trend I think he's throwing. He used that ball at the 10-gamer right here at North Hill Bowl a few weeks ago on his way to a win there, and I believe it was a $1,300 top prize because we had like close, I think it was 100 entries or so in that tournament. Pretty crazy turnout. Austin Descharme moving right along.
Looks like 23 and 24 still living up to its reputation. We got Chad Nelson, who is also playing right, and as I say that, right through the middle for 5.
Now he's throwing a red ball. Is that the IQ 78U, or is that a IQ 2 Ruby? What's he throwing?
It's definitely sanded down, so I don't think it's a
definitely
Ruby.
that urethane, the new urethane they have. Perhaps he's looking to play right and close down his angles, much like a lot of players like to do here on Sunday. Yeah, good
Nice
grip 9.
Nice break there for a double.
It's nice when those bird dogs connect. I know you and I don't get that many of them, so when they
Nope.
connect, it's pretty nice.
You know, I get a pin rolling across the deck, and it's usually to take out a part of a split to make it a harder split.
And if you're just joining us, we did get a slightly early start this morning. All 30 players were here and checked in and ready to go, so they did turn the lanes on for practice at about 8:30.
Ooh.
But we are currently in Game 4, midway through Game 4, and once we complete our position round, top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals right here on 29 and 30. If you're unable to watch the entire show, we will have a complete recap of the event on NDBowling.com on Monday or Tuesday, depending on when I get a moment to write that one up. But you can count on a complete recap there. Another balk by Scott Endersby.
That would be $600 in fines on the tour.
Yeah, they changed that on tour now with the shot clock. They give you a warning now, and then they give you a 0 on your score. I don't know if you caught that.
I don't think I knew that one.
It used to be a fine, but now after the warning, you get a 0 for that shot on tour. So looks like we have a Game 3 scoring update, and to no surprise, our defending champion is a new leader. Brady Stearns going 3-0 and sitting at 727 in second. Mike Larson, who I believe is one of the best bowlers to not have a major win, is currently sitting in second at 721. And another player who I believe is one of the best bowlers without a major title, Thomas Wolf, in third at 716. A bowler right in front of us, Lucas Herzrud, in fourth, fresh off a 245 and a win, is now in fourth at 706. Dawson Unrath in fifth at 700. Billy Seymour in sixth at 695. Dawson Peterson in seventh at 694. Tied with him is I'm pretty sure one of his good friends, Zach Andreessen, at 694 and tied for 7th. Jeff Campbell in 9th at 692, and then a little bit of a gap there to our 10th place, Clay Reese at 668. So that's kind of where a gap is setting up at the moment.
But still, I mean, that's 60 pins from number 1 right now.
And if I'm looking towards the bottom, there are a couple that kind of stand out that are shocking to me. Two-time winner Andy Mills in 29th, hasn't won a match yet. He's at 501 after 3. And then two-time winner at the Manitoba Open, Austin Descharme, and 28th at 531. So those are a couple surprising scores, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, Austin's going to jump up here. He's got a solid game going, but yeah, both of those are, yes, surprising is probably a pretty good word for it. Not what you would expect.
And again, if there's somebody you would like to know how they are doing, let us know in the chat room. We will kind of read off where they're currently standing after 3 games. Yeah, and as you were saying, Austin Descharme looks like he's probably made a move after they jumped sections of the house. Maybe he's finding something now. Has a 4-bagger there going into the 9th on the pair to the left of us. Big shot here for Lucas, working on a double on lane 31. Didn't like it.
Oh.
Trips the 4, the 9 forward into the 4. I don't know the last time I've seen one of those.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that. Usually it's the other way. But take the break.
That's right.
But Scott can keep pace with a couple more shots here after he got hosed in the last time on 32 with that 7-pin. Josh Link is sitting in 12th after solid 233 win at 654, so he's not that far out.
How are me and Ken doing today? Well, we're nice and cozy here in our little cubby that North Hill Bowl has, which is kind of nice. It's a good place to live stream from since no one can walk behind us and kind of disturb all the equipment, I guess. But other than that, you know, another day of bowling and not making the cut here at the shootout. But I gave it a run this year.
Oh, are you kidding me? The amount of pins that Scott leaves that you just have to shake your head at. Austin looks like, yeah, he's got 240 with another strike here, so he's going to make a big move up. Chad Nelson being Chad Nelson. Just a solid game going. He's got a little bit of a lead. Looks like Matt Gasson's got 2-0 left on 23 and 24. These greens against the white are a little bit hard to see.
Yeah, and those will change. I believe they're going back to blue the way it looks down there. There's a pair that's already moved on.
Oh, yeah. So. Yeah, and like they changed every game yesterday, so I know it will get a little better. But.
And again, if you're just joining us, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty with one of our scoring cameras, so that's why we are not getting a closer look at our scores. This is kind of the best we can do right now. But do not worry, for our Stepladder finals, we will be able to get the scores big and clear on the screen when we are just focused on the one pair. So you can look forward to that.
Solid 244 from Austin right there. Lucas with a big split. That's going to even up that match real quick.
Oh, this one is makeable.
Ryan Savoy can put up a 2-0 even though it's going to be a loss.
Yeah, his match there against Austin Descharme.
Clay Reese needing a first strike in the 10th to seal his match against Peyton.
Lucas's attempt at the split.
Oh, overcuts it.
James says in the chat room, do they re-oil for the top 5? They do not. This is on the burn, so what is left is what they will bowl on.
Also, I can confirm at this moment that Josh is not sitting in a chair.
Matt out here trying to pull some jokes, I think, on his friends, asking how Josh is doing.
A little fast, but trips it all out, so that's going to be a win for Clay Reese with 220 on the board, potentially.
Well, put a double up here for Lucas and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, double forces a double.
Looks slow to me.
But still, get your spare, get your count, and I mean, it forces a mark, and I mean, that's not a gimme. Let's finish with Ryan for 204, even though it's a loss.
All right, looks like Clay Reese has just picked up a Rotogrip Attention Star, a ball that does not get released until mid-February, but it was a announced ball that is available for pro shops and staffers alike. So we'll see how this ball looks. First time I think I've seen it this weekend. I like the way that shapes down lane.
That was nice.
That is a Rotogrip Attention Star. We had a chance to talk with regional sales manager Matt Gass, and he was bowling here today, and he said that ball is very clean and hooks more than he thought. It's got the pearl cover that was on the RSTX2 that a lot of people like, so I expect that one to be a popular ASIM pearl. And I, in fact, have one sitting here in the booth with me.
Yes,
Except
you
it
do.
does not have holes in it. So, Rory, if you're watching, I got work for you. Shout out to Rory here at the North Hill Bowl Pro Shop. Does such a great job.
I mean, it helps when you throw it as well as Clay Reese does to make it look good.
Correct, yes.
Well, the 8's going to be I guess 9's going to be enough for Lucas to force the mark from Scott. 228's a solid game from Clay. Peyton, high 190s. I mean, it's not bad. You're not losing ground at least.
Correct. Probably with a pitcher of Mountain Dew in hand. Yeah, that's. I would agree. There's probably a Mountain Dew bottle close by for Josh Link.
And oof, the dreaded 4-8
Yeah, and
for Scott.
I don't like throwing it this spare because you want to either hook it or throw it cross lane, and that just brings the chop into play because I'm not good at standing way left and throwing it up the lane. So this is.
I feel like that's like Scott's going to be fine.
Yeah, this is one of those where you throw it at the 7 pin and just. Yeah, okay.
Nicely done.
It's spare.
3 pins for a win there. Chad Nelson is going to win his match with 190 or 2-0. And yeah, I can't see 23 and 24 from here.
Yeah, the green scores there are just hard to read. Again, we'll get a little player movement, making our way to game number 5. Again, we're doing 9 games of match play, followed by a position round. And then the top 5 scores will advance to the Stepladder Finals, where we will crown the 21st champion here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. tournament that started back in 2004. First tournament was won by,
Ooh,
from your neck of the woods.
should know that, shouldn't I?
You should.
Oh, boy.
Anybody in chat want to take a stab at who was the very first winner of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout? Used to be named the Fisher Shootout back in 2004.
Lefty?
He was a lefty, yes.
Does not live in my neck of the woods anymore, though.
Correct.
Jim Dietrich.
Yes, Jim Dietrich was the first shootout winner way back in the day. I believe it was a show that featured the likes of Tim Pausch and Ron Zutz, I think, was in a show way back then. I
Yeah.
don't know if it was the first one, but
I remember, I don't know if it was the same one, Rod Neuenschwander.
there was a show back then where Jonathan Matter made the show.
Yeah, I think.
A lot of those first few shows, because I think the first three winners wasn't it? The first four winners would be Jim Dietrich, Tom Clark, Darren Hansen, Mike Skinner. I don't know if they're in that order, but those, I believe, were the first four winners of the shootout. Back when I was in high school, which seems so long ago.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Just had my 20-year reunion.
Yeah. Again, a little bit of player movement going on here, so it gives us an opportunity to remind everyone that you're watching NDBowlTV, product of NDBowling.com. And we'd like to thank the folks at Storm. Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network for the second year in a row. And again, starting, well, it was yesterday, but save 20% on all items at the NDBowling.com shop. And if you look at that t-shirt on the right, it does say House Shot Hero, in case you can't read it. Do you have a friend out there that tends to kill it in league and then doesn't have the best showing in tournaments? He may be a House Shot Hero. He or her, I guess.
I know one or two of them.
So go ahead and get a House Shot Hero shirt, or, NDBowlTV, NDBowling.com. We have a lot of merchandise there. So go check it out. Going into now game number 5. Looks like we'll get a first look at Dave Ullman. Going to be on our pair to the right.
Looked like Matt Gasson put his stuff right in front of us.
Yeah, it appears he is going to 29 and 30. I believe Billy Seymour is going to go over here to 31 and 32 in a match against Dave Ullman. And then just waiting on perhaps.
I'm not positive because we got 3 bowlers sitting at one table. So
Correct. It could be Ryan Savoy playing against Matt Gaston on 29 and 30.
Yep. So that would make sense since they were both, yeah.
So I do remember there are a few people looking for Ryan Savoy scores. So here he is making his appearance on our featured pairs.
I'd like to shout out Matt too yesterday. Starting off the day with, I can't remember what it was exactly.
I believe it was a 130 something.
Yeah.
He pulled an opposite round of me. I had the 130 the last game.
Yeah.
He did the first game.
135 first game, then he goes 211, 178, and then makes it all up in the next 3 games. 244, 258, 244. So, yeah, and that 746 that he shot was still 70 pins behind Jeff Campbell.
Yep. As we mentioned in our past shows, Matt is a former Team USA member, is the regional sales manager here in our territory for Storm, and past national champion at Robert Morris when he was in college, among many other accolades.
And on top of it, throws it pretty darn well.
You're not wrong. Looks like he's throwing an attention star as well. That shot there reminded me of bowling in Manitoba on twister pins. I think I threw at more 7 pins that weekend than I have in my life.
Be an interesting matchup down on 23 and 24 with 2 members of our all-hand team, Scott Endersby and Austin Ducharme, going against each other.
Yeah, which would also be the all-arm swing team, too. So these guys, combined backswing and rev rate, I think are probably tops in the building up with Jeff Campbell.
Yeah, you throw those 3 together and you could probably pick any 10 bowlers and they wouldn't combine to it.
Correct. Lizzie Reese says, where's Clay in the standings? In our Game 3 scoring update, he was in 10th at 668, and the leader was at 727. That was the last scoring we have at the Game 3 scoring update. I do believe we'll get a Game 4 scoring update here shortly.
Nice early double for Dave.
Dave, a longtime veteran here at the Shootout, has been making his way up here quite a few years. Great player out of Minnesota. Looks like Billy Seymour is over here throwing the absolute power on lane 32 now. Another new release from the Storm line.
The amount of 710s that I've seen that get tripped out late is kind of crazy too.
I would agree.
I don't know what it is about this house. It always seems to happen too.
Yeah, and that's where you factor in the things like the flat gutters and the sidewalls and every house is kind of different in that way, and pin decks and whatnot. And of course, what kind of pins you're using make a big difference.
Nice shot there. You got a lot of guys that are trying to stay right. Just trying to stay in that little bit of oil outside instead of burning up the middle.
Yeah, I think that's just what you have to do when there's far less people bowling today. You only have 2 players per pair as opposed to 7. So yesterday they got to this point probably by the end of practice,
In some cases.
It seems like another player that's been pretty successful on day 2 here at the Shootout has been Ryan Savoy lately these last couple years. I know last year he made a run into our top 5.
Yeah, another guy that doesn't do anything fancy, but just rock solid. I mean, you could put him in a class with Brady Stearns as far as like their game. Just solid, consistent, nothing flashy.
I believe Ryan's from in the Superior Duluth area out in Minnesota, Wisconsin. Again, appreciate everyone who has made the trip out to Minot this weekend to bowl. Looks like Matt's going to the bag, pulling out an exotic gem. doesn't like the look he's got down here, and basically that's going to be a more aggressive asim pearl. So what I'm gathering out of that is he saw more hook down on the low end of the house, and as he moves this way, there's a little bit tighter down lane, a little bit more push, which is pretty common with the characteristics here at North Hill Bowl.
But
Sent
when
that
you
one
throw
a
it
little
there,
wide, yeah.
it's probably not going to hook.
And that's the thing, if that ball is like 3 or 4 boards left, that probably faces up nice. And that would be the child of Josh Gregg. Little twin there for Josh. Little boy, I believe his name is Easton. Giving us a shout out here in the booth for a second.
And
Yes, helps having a Hall of Famer as a dad. You'd probably be referring to Todd Savoy,
yeah,
which I believe is a 6-time winner at the Open Championships, which is insane.
No big deal.
No big deal at all. And Todd is a great guy. I believe I've crossed with him a couple times here at the Shootout over the years, and always a good guy to bowl with. I got to talk with Chad Nelson a little bit yesterday as he was following my pair, so he more often than not got to our pair before we moved, and there were times where he said I was making him nice for him. I don't know if I agree with that, but he was bowling pretty well. And
I mean, let's be honest, Chad would bowl well following just about anybody.
I would agree.
But yeah, if he's telling you that, you know you're doing something right.
Yep.
Ooh, and another overcut on that. Shout out to the bald head you guys just saw walk by. Country is in the building.
Yes. And you might even hear him here a time or two.
That is a good possibility.
Good split pickup by Clay Reese over on 25. Just barely in our view. Looks like Matt Gasson went back to the attention star, made a little bit of a move left and still seems a bit lost here. Again, it's interesting to see when the groups finally move throughout the building to see kind of where they're playing to start and then see what moves they have to make, because it really goes to show how the groups are different, and the way each group plays them really dictates the successes of certain players across the house.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see like Dave Ullman over here on our right, Matt. Excuse me. Both kind of trying to play inside more like they did yesterday, and Dave had a couple in a row there to start, but definitely a little bit tricky if you're that far left, and I think those 2 shots from Matt kind of proved that as well. But
And again, if you're just joining us, we're bowling on a 2-6-1 pattern, so on paper, pretty tough. These guys at times make it look pretty easy. We're bowling on a little over 30 mils, so a good amount of volume out there, but with the common equipment these days, it's probably not as much oil as you think. 42 feet, same pattern they used last year, broke down different, played a lot different this year. The cut last year was 32 over, this year it was 45 over. And as we mentioned earlier on the show, that cut was the defending champion, Brady Stearns.
well,
And now that's a leave.
yeah.
And Dave Ullman is probably thinking the same thing. Never left that before. But on that note, we have a Game 4 scoring update, and we have a new leader And I think the combined age of our top 2 players does not equal 40. So in the lead is newly minted Junior Team USA member Zach Andreessen. We have a little bit of a gap to Brady Stearns at 941 in third. In fourth, Mike Larson at 937. Fifth is Clay Reese at 926. Jeremiah Smith in sixth at 919. Thomas Wolf in seventh at 917. Lucas Herzrud in eighth at 902. Billy Seymour in ninth at 879, excuse me. And then in 10th is Josh Link at 878. First name past that is Dawson Unrath right after a 160 game. So Dawson fell a little bit there that game, but that is a game 4 scoring update. Austin Descharnes moved up to 21st after that 244, so he's got a little bit more work to do, but definitely on the right track. Still surprising to see Andy Mills down there in 29th. Hasn't had a game over 183 yet. We will see him in the next group that comes in front of us. But knowing where Andy likes to play, I guess I could understand that he might be struggling. He likes to play left, and on this pattern, I think most of the players having success are playing at least standing around 20, 25 and keeping their ball in front of them. Perhaps it could be because he's catching some players. I know in his group he's got Zach Andreessen, he's got Eric Schack. Both players like to use urethane. It could be a product of many things.
Sometimes you just have a bad day.
That's true. We'll end up seeing that group here shortly in a couple games. Again, Andy was in my situation last year. He was not able to bowl. He had a injury in his hand, so he is back bowling and back bowling here on day 2.
Let's see what kind of move Matt has. Looks like it's a right move.
With urethane, that is a pitch black.
That looked a little better.
A little more controlled and kept it in front of him.
Looks like he's got 3 urethanes in his bag.
I can't blame him.
Now, a guy with his rev rate.
It's one of those things. We talked to some players yesterday, and a lot of players like to use it because when you have it, they're really good with it. And that's one thing that I think is a hole in my game, is I've just never been able to get it to work. I've never been able to use it very well.
I used it well for, I think, 1 game in my career.
Yep, and I kind of remember seeing that video.
Yeah, maybe.
Shaker 7 there by Savoy.
And it's like that's what some of the guys are running into right now. It's like you get the higher rev guys that are staying right and they're able to kick those out. And Ryan, not exactly a high rev guy.
Well, we're fast approaching the 11 o'clock hour here this morning at North Hill Bowl. Middle of game 5. So that'll put our show right around that 1:30 mark, like it always is every year. So if you have something to do, maybe grab lunch and have to come back, we'll probably start our Stepladder finals around 1:30. If you are not able to catch the entire show, it will be on our archives later in the day, as is all of our shows. I do believe our count is up to 111 or so videos on NDBowling.com on our YouTube page, and I think we've done over 60 shows, which is pretty remarkable to consider.
Crazy to think. Looks like over to our left, Chad is throwing urethane in the bag.
Yeah, probably about done with that. As he was throwing the new Storm IQ78U.
Can't confirm exactly what he switched to because it still could be urethane.
From first glance, if I'm gonna be a betting man because it's Chad Nelson, I think it's an IQ tour.
That would have been my guess too. It's got that dark color, but yeah, I just haven't been able to get a good look at it yet.
That is the ball he won the KFYR TV Bowling Classic with last year. A common piece he likes to use on day 2. A nice low differential ball to keep in front of him, and it definitely is an IQ tour.
See what he can do with that.
And Matt Gasson still fishing here on our left pair. Pretty easy to do on this pair to kind of lose your look when you move across the house.
Yeah, very much so. $25 and $26, not being a friendly pair again. Clay Reese and Lucas Herger not having great games, either one. Looks like Austin over in 23 and 24s having an okay game. And as I said that, he missed a 10-pin.
That one's on you, Ken.
Said he was having an okay game.
We're going to chalk that up for 2 booth jinx in the early portions of our show, but that one is 100% on Ken Fletcher. You can send all your hate mail to Fargo. Preferably send it to Sunset Lanes. Attention, Ken Fletcher.
Well, I'll say this. It appears like he's got his match in hand. So
About
there's
to wrap up game 5. Looks like Billy Seymour's got a good game going here on the right pair of our 2.
Oh, Ryan. The big open there to bring this match back close.
Yeah, opportunity for Matt.
Peyton Sumner and Chad Nelson in a pretty close match as well over to our left. Shot from Ryan.
So how's everyone doing in the chat today? Who are we all cheering for? Who do you want to see win the 21st Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout? Let us know in the chat room. A lot of really talented players in the building today.
Gonna have a 240 maybe from Billy Seymour. That's a pretty good game.
Very good on this. Billy was in really good shape, then went 180, 184 in back-to-back losses to drop to 9th. Well, this will get him back into the area of the show.
Matt with a chance to get back into the game just pitched a little wide, it looked like.
Well, as Matt and Ryan finish up this match, I'm going to step away for a brief minute. Sean wants to see Sean Coots win. Well, you got a bowl to win there, buddy. All right, I'll be right back.
Close match over to our left. Chad Nelson and Peyton Sumner. Chad, see if we can get a double from him after that ball switch. Nice late 7 trip. Darren Hall watching from the UK. Thank you for the support. As far as I'm aware, that's a first for us, so that's awesome to hear. And I hope everyone could see that right. That was a pocket 6 pin from Matt Gasson. Just kind of added insult to injury right there. Chad Nelson with a big double in the 10th has 203 on the board, which would force Peyton to double.
Wow, look at that.
I know, that's what I said just a minute ago.
Supporting from the United Kingdom. Well, thank you for tuning in, and I do appreciate that. Appreciate everyone who has shared our stream on social media, and if you haven't already, please consider hitting the subscribe button. We do appreciate that. Every little bit does help. Trying to get our channel noticed.
Ooh, it's a big 10 pin from Chad on his fill ball for 202.
Gives Peyton a chance.
Yeah, double for a win, strike 9 spare tie. You missed the first shot in the 10th from Matt Gasson where he left Swisher 6 pin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
A North Hobel special. 171 there for Matt, as he seems like he's still fishing a little bit for a decent look.
I think he's going to stay there with Peyton. Doesn't get the messenger, and Chad's going to steal one with 202. Clay Reese with a 4-bagger in the middle has 2-0 on the board, which just needs to stay clean with good count in the 10th. If Lucas is able to punch out here or not. Score's coming back down to earth over on this end, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is about the time yesterday, about game 2, where things started to push a little bit down lane, got a little squirrely in the middle, and scores kind of had a little hiccup, and then they started to crack open. I don't know if they're going to get to that point with far less bowlers here today, but we'll see. And we've got one more game with this group, and then we will rotate to the final group to be in front of us, which features the likes of Zach Andreessen, Mike Larson, Eric Schacht, Dawson Unrath, Andy Mills and company.
Jeff Campbell.
Yep.
Gonna get, looks like a Matt Gasson, Chad Nelson match. Always amazes me how quiet a bowling alley can get, too.
Right, and this is one of the louder bowling alleys that I've been in over time. Nothing louder than Carrington's bowling alley, but
Shout out Randy Peterson.
absolutely. This is one of the louder ones, and I feel like it's because of the low ceilings and the way the ceilings run, the shapes of them. I don't know if you caught that, but that was Chad Nelson saying he's gone through six different balls and he's thinking about walking back to his bag for more.
But when you can still shoot 2-0 and win, that's why you're Chad Nelson. Well, Lucas is going to put up 187. Looks like is going to keep Clay Reese honest in the 10th.
All right, looks like we're going to have a Chad Nelson against Matt Gasson match on the right. I believe Austin Descharme will be on 29 and 30. And his opponent potentially is Lucas Herzrud, because we've already seen Clay Reese on this pair.
That would be an educated guess, I would say. Find out here soon enough. Yep, Clay Reese at the strike is going to win that match, so.
Big shout out to the Canadian contingent in front of us here. Do appreciate all them making the trip south to Minot.
Always.
Always good to see those guys. I bowled with Jonathan Domingo yesterday. Always a good guy to bowl with, and do appreciate them supporting our tournaments down here. Imagine being able to play there with that kind of confidence, with that kind of ball that Matt just threw on 31.
Well,
part of the game that's missing for me.
I mean, let's be frank. You have to throw it a little more consistent than either one of us do to be able to do that.
Correct. And we always say it. That's why they're bowling, and that's why we're talking.
Yep. And it is, in fact, going to be Lucas Herzrud.
Okay, I do have confirmation that our sound is kind of decent from our video, because we have dropped some frames here. So we will have to perhaps find a solution for that. Maybe we can stop sending the signal and then start it again and see if maybe it syncs back up.
Well, we always do get a little break.
Yeah, well, after this game, we'll try that. Again, kicking off game number 6.
I was about to say, I swear, every time Lucas falls out of it like that, it goes high flush. And of course it
Not this time.
Of course it didn't on the one time I was thinking about it. Going back and forth with different urethanes, trying to figure out which one's the best.
Yeah, I think that really goes to show how pair to pair they're so different here today.
For a guy who thought he should go back and get another ball, goes flush, flush, flush to start that game.
With an IQ tour. That's why Chad Nelson is Chad Nelson.
You'd like to ask him how many times he's, how many tournaments he's thrown that ball the majority at, or the more fun one, how many IQ tours he's had in his life.
I would guess it's a lot, considering that ball's been out since 2011, 2012, somewhere in there. It's not very often you get a ball that has that kind of staying power anymore, but there are a few out there that are still around.
Yeah, a couple in the Storm family, the High Road.
Phase 2 is getting up there as a mainstay, the High Road Pearl.
Yeah.
Some other, from the other brands, you got to think of the Venom Shock on the Motive side has been around for a long time, as that's one of their mainstays.
Absolutely. Yeah, not something that's very common, but when you find a ball like that, you keep going back to it. Almost.
And again, if you're experiencing a sound desync, we are going to try to stop sending data through our stream here at the end of this game. So you'll see a brief pause in the action, and then we'll bring the stream back, and hopefully everything will sync back up. We're going to try a few things first instead of fully changing the stream to a new file, but we'll try that at the end of this game.
Nice shot there from Matt. Might have finally settled on which urethane to throw.
Austin Ducharme is so clean through the ball. It's so many revs. I've always wished he could have that kind of rev rate to be that, like, accurate with it and that clean through the ball. It's just
I mean, they always talk about the yo-yo in the arm swing, and it helps to have, you don't want to say the lanky frame that he has, because I wouldn't call him lanky, but I mean, the long limbs, the coordination that he has, it's pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah, Team Canada member. Won the All Events title out at Worlds not that long ago. And just as we talk him up, he
Flags a 10 pin. That's, yep, more booth jinx.
but he was kind of sliding there on the approach, so maybe he has a little bit of a footing issue, who knows.
I will say, compared to most of the bowling alleys I bowl in, the approaches here tend to be a little bit tackier.
Yes,
Not
I would agree.
Not a lot, but
They are the textured synthetic approaches.
yeah, I mean, they are super consistent, pair to pair, side to side, but it's a little bit more tack than I'm used to. So I mean, like,
Especially compared to Sunset Lanes, for sure.
well, yes, I mean, they're definitely not the textured ones, and I mean, I'm like, that's what I'm coming from, but yeah, so consistent, and I think that's the biggest thing you can ask for. Clay Reese finding something with the 4-baggers start over here, just to our left.
As we see Stu Craig walking around getting scores, so I do expect a Game 5 scoring update here in probably the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've been pretty good about halfway through the next game getting it out.
So stay tuned for that. Again, if you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up button. We do appreciate that, and consider subscribing if you haven't already. We appreciate all the help. Again, you're watching the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout match play here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Game number 6. We've got 3 more games after this, and then a position round. And following that position round, the top 10 or top 5 will advance to the Stepladder finals right here on 29 and 30. We'll adjust our cameras, kind of zero in on the one scoring monitor, and then we'll be underway. Approximately 1:30.
It's funny how we talk up somebody and things just go completely awry for Chad Nelson.
You said bang, 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 3 strikes to start, and now split 7, split 6, split 6. Looks like Matt Gasson has kind of found his way over here on the high end of the house.
Find your way, and then you immediately move to the other end of the house.
Correct.
So
All the way down to the low end for them after this game, and then we'll get a new group here in front of us.
nice double from Matt. You get the classic look from Lucas after that strike of finally.
Yeah, it looks like the sandwiches are out on the desk, the sandwiches they had out from last night. Looks like a Game 5 scoring update. And we have a new leader. Leading the way at Mike Larson with a 12:23. In second, Brady Stearns with a 12:06. In third, Zach Andreessen with a 12:05. In fourth, Dawson Peterson with an 1188. In fifth, Jeremiah Smith making a run, hasn't shot a game under 200 yet and won his last 3 games. Jeremiah's in fifth at 1175. In sixth, Thomas Wolf at 1170. In seventh, Clay Reese at 1157. In eighth, Billy Seymour at 1149. In ninth, Josh Link at 1141, and then a little bit of a gap to Brandon Hansen in 10th at 1098. So that is your top 10. Some big names right after that. Lucas Herzrud in 11th, Chad Nelson in 12th, Jeff Campbell in 13th, Austin Ducharme in 14th, Andy Schutt in 15th. So some big names still in the hunt. Yeah, it's still hard to believe some of those names towards the bottom having a rough day today. Among those, Cameron Foster, Andy Mills, John Breckel, Matt Gass, and Josh Craig, Josh Kennedy, Dave Ullman. They're all down there towards the bottom 10. But again, this is a extremely tough pattern. Just they tend to make it look easy.
Yeah, and like we've talked about, when you get the field that we have, somebody's got to finish 30th.
And Ken Cummings in the chat room, thank you for joining us today. We do appreciate you tuning in.
Oh, always good to see Kenny.
Appreciate everyone who has joined us in the chat room today to keep us company. Always appreciated.
Looking down a little bit, Billy Seymour rolling along. He's got 220 on the board with what looks to be a win. Scott Endersby and Ryan Savoy in a tight match. Scott can throw a double to shut him out. But right now, Clay Reese putting up the big game. See what Austin can do right here. Looked like he switched to a purple hammer. And you can see it in that look right there.
That was dirty.
Dirty might be an understatement after that big of a 7-pin. Could have got him right back in the match in what's been a not overly stellar game for either one of Lucas or Austin. Meanwhile, Clay Reese with 279 on the board potentially going into the 9th.
Yep, definitely going to be the big mover this game.
Yeah, and he was already up there, I mean, in 7th place. So this or likely you would think would jump him up into top 5, top 3.
Looks like our boy Mike Larson is coming down to this end to be on our featured pair here in the next game.
Yeah, the leader through 5 games. And
Larson, always a fast bowler, already making his way down here as these guys are halfway through their game on 29 and 30. I can definitely relate to the way Mike bowls, as I'm a quite fast bowler myself. I'd like to be in a rhythm, just kind of to a detriment to me late yesterday.
hey, we all have other rhythms. It might not always be fast, though.
Yeah, you're one of the slowest in the building.
Probably no surprise that I think I threw the last ball in the low end of the house yesterday.
And if you think Ken Fletcher's a slow bowler, you should see him golf one time.
Come on, now I've gotten better.
All right, Pete Smith in the chat room says he's watching from Michigan. Also subscribed to NDBowlTV. Wish there was video was as clear and bright as yours. Great job. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the feedback and the kind words, so thank you for tuning in. And for those of you who don't know, the U.S. Open is going on at Woodland Bowl out in Indianapolis starting today. I think the PTQ is yesterday, and then I guess today might be the practice round where they practice on the 4 patterns. And then qualifying will kick off tomorrow at one of my favorite bowling centers in the country. I really enjoyed bowling at Woodland when we were there in Indianapolis way back in 2005.
Oof. I remember the one game that we ended up bowling together, too.
Yes. Yeah, Ken Fletcher and I tend to have a lot of bets. We have small bets, and we're talking like a drink or $1 kind of thing. You know, we don't bet a bunch, but we always like to bet on things. And at this particular time, we were juniors, so it was probably just somebody has to buy lunch or something like that. I don't know what it was, but we cross, and Ken decides to go Brooklyn 6 out of 8 shots.
No, it was 5 out of the it was 5 in a row, and it was the first 7. Come on.
Still, but I think we did it for total of that block, and when we crossed for the last game, I believe you and I were extremely close in score, and then that was the game where you just destroyed me because you threw so many Brooklyns.
Yep, 2 good strikes and then 5 Brooklyns for first 7, and I think I had like 250, and it was all over.
Welcome to our competitions. Matt Miller, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Hope to see you out bowling. Perhaps the NDBowling.com Classic in Moorhead here in a few weeks. And that is a common thing for Austin Descharme, sending Deadwood out as hard as he does throw it. Gives us an opportunity to shout out Rory Selk, who's going to clear out the Deadwood. He's done a great job this weekend, keeping everything in order and running this alongside Jeff Craig, Renee Shirley, Greg DeMakis, and everyone here at North Hill Bowl. We thank them, as always, for trusting us with their biggest tournament of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing but support from those guys, and I mean, nothing but good things to say about how this weekend goes every single year.
Yeah, if you didn't know, North Hill Bowl is a family-run business. I believe they're upwards of 65 years going strong now. And the full family was in full force over the weekend, getting things done, and it's good to see.
Absolutely.
Again, it has been reported to us that our sound is a little desynced from the video, so what we're going to do following the finish of this game right in front of us, we are going to just stop sending our data through the stream for a couple seconds and then restart it. So you'll probably see a small hiccup in your video, and hopefully that will sync everything back up. But those of you in the chat room will have to let us know. If you're seeing or hearing desyncing issues, can you please let us know in the chat room? Perhaps hearing the ball hit the pins and then seeing it happen a few seconds later, that kind of thing. We're going to try some stuff here as we dropped a few frames about 15-20 minutes ago, and it kind of caused our feed to be desynced, so let us know.
Oof. Big time game from Clay Reese, so 268 with the spare.
Yeah, and I think this is a huge 9th and 10th for Lucas Herzrud. He's in 11th after the Game 5 scoring update, and he's got a chance to put up a nice number here and a win if he can finish this game off.
Yeah, he's big trip 9. Yeah, he's already, he's pretty much assured that, oh no, that is mathematically a win now.
Yes, he's already got the win.
But to put up a double and throw 230 on the board gets him right back in that mix.
Huge game.
Matt Gasson with a solid 236 over there as well.
Looks like we have over 150 tuning in. We do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for tuning in, keeping us company in the chat room. Again, our action is just heating up. Game 6 right now. We're just finishing up Game 6. Then the groups are going to rotate across the house here. So the group that was in the middle, we haven't seen yet. They will be down on our end for the final 3 games of match play before the position round. Lucky break there for Lucas.
Knew it when he threw it, and you could see the reaction. He's like, I'll take it.
I had one of those yesterday, I think on the pair to the left of this. Actually, no, it was on this pair. I went strike 5-7. Yes, strike 5-7 to start that game. And then I threw a 6-bagger. Left a 10-pin, spared it, and then the first ball on the 10th, I did exactly what Lucas did there and crossed over and got lucky and got the strike and ended up shooting 240 on this pair. Matt Miller says the sound seems okay. Well, for those of you in the chat room, let us know, is your sound synced with everything? And looks like I see my family.
I'll be darned.
Well, thank you. Let's see if we can go into the booth, shall we? We have visitors.
Can I sit on here?
Okay, yep, you sit down. All right, let's see what we got. I have a visitor.
Oh,
Can you say hi?
Thank you, Leo.
This is my daughter, Leah. Can you look in this camera and say hi? What did you bring me? Did you make this for me at church?
No.
No?
Oh,
Did Ray?
At home.
Oh, you made it at home. Well, thank you. Oh. What does it say? Oh, it says your name. Well, thank you. There you go. Hi.
oh,
This
we
is
get another visitor.
my other daughter, Reagan. This is Reagan. She is 2. This is Aaliyah. She is 4. Ray, can you look in the camera and say hi? This one right here. Can you say hi to everyone?
Hi.
So that is my family. My wife, she's probably not going to come on camera. All right, so if anyone in the chat room can let us know, should we keep the sound? Somebody says it's very delayed. All right, everyone says it's off. All right, so what we're going to do real quick once I pass off my kids to my wife we're going to stop sending the signal to the stream. So you're going to probably hear you're going to see, I believe the stream is just going to buffer and it's going to look like it's off. And then we're going to start the stream again. All right. So we should be back. Mike Larson is throwing his first shot here. And if all you great people in the chat room, if we're back up and running, let us know if that fixed anything. Hopefully it synced everything back up. Because if that's a easy way to do it, that would be a great fix. Carl says it's perfect. Everyone back, everyone good. Awesome. And just for good measure, let's come back into the booth. That way you guys can see me. Hello, hello, hello. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Yeah, I am lucky enough to be a girl dad. 2 girls. That is my life. Pink. A lot of Elsa. But I appreciate everyone letting us know. It sounds like that's going to be our easy fix. So if we drop any frames, we're just going to quickly flash the stream so that everything syncs back up. So I'm glad that works. I would much rather do that than restart the whole stream and do a new file and
No kidding.
everything else. So thank you to everyone who's texted me. I know Wade Scott texted me and everyone else. I do appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
And, going on right in front of us, we've got a couple pretty good matches.
All right, so who do we have? We got Mike Larson and Thomas Wolf, again, who I would argue are the 2 best players without a major.
That have consistently
couple
bowled
of
in
the
this
2.
area
Yes.
for as long as they have, absolutely.
There are quite a few more, but those 2 stand out. And then you got Cameron Foster, who I picked to make the show, as having kind of a rough day against a 2-time winner in Andy Mills, who is also having a somewhat rough day.
And I think that first shot probably encapsulates, if that's a word, how Andy's day, I bet, has been going.
Yeah.
Just the way it looked and the way it hit. Hi, Ray.
Reagan is in the booth. She's telling everyone she's 2. How old are you?
2.
Yeah, you're 2. Are you tired?
No.
No. Okay. Who do you want to win? Do you want Andy to win, or do you want Cameron to win? Andy or Cameron?
Grandma.
Oh, you and Grandma? Grandma's not here. Do you want Mike or Thomas to win? Can't figure that one out. But that is the bold predictions from my daughter Reagan. I suppose we can switch our graphics over to a game 7, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Daddy.
Hi.
Is that?
Hi.
Oh. Tough break for Mike. Shook the 6-pin.
Always nice to get a visit from the family. Again, shout out to my wife for being such a good mom to my kids. Right. Well, hope you guys didn't mind a quick visit from my kids. Always fun.
Nice little distraction for everybody.
Yeah. Always good to see them. It's this time of year where I'm always gone on the weekends and don't get to see them that much, so it's good. And then my friends got painted pictures. Ken and Chris stayed at my house this weekend while they bowled the tournament, and they made new friends in my daughters, so they got painted pictures. All right, well, back to the action. Here we are, Game 7. Again, Cameron Foster, Andy Mills on the left lane, Thomas Wolf, Mike Larson on the right.
You can see at the edge of our screen qualifying leader Jeff Campbell bowling Zach Andreessen. I didn't quite catch what happened, but I see Mike Larson throwing a towel at Thomas.
In my guess, I think Thomas got some senior carry, and he's not really a senior. And that's what Mike Larson expects to get.
He's over here shaking his head at us. I'm not sure what you take from that, but I'd say you're probably pretty close.
Again, big shout out to everyone in the chat room helping us with the sound issue. I'm glad we got that fixed, and we're back up and running.
Nice shot from Mike. I think he needed that one after a little bit of a rocky start.
Well, we shouldn't have to worry about you being distracted with the football game as a big Lions fan, because that's going to be well after our show. So
I was going to say I was happy to see that it was a later game today. So
you'll have something to listen to on the way home, all the way back to Fargo for your drive.
that is true.
Sure, there's a lot of NFL fans out there. Let us know who you hope to win today and see in the Super Bowl in Las Vegas in 2 weeks. And then let us know who you want to win this tournament. Got 30 bowlers here today. We are in Game 7, so after this game we will have 3 more total games before we determine our final 5. Matt Miller says, let's go Ravens.
I know you have thoughts about that.
Ron says Baltimore versus Detroit. That'd be a fun matchup.
I like half of that.
Yeah, as a Steeler fan myself, I tend to not have very good thoughts about the Ravens, and I'm sure the Ravens fans don't have very good thoughts about the Steelers, which is fair. But at the same time, I'd like to see someone else in there instead of, you know, more Chiefs and more Patrick Mahomes, that kind of thing. Taylor Swift versus Eminem. You know, I've always said, if those two teams make it, they should change the halftime show and let those two just have a good time. You know, you'd reach a wide range of audiences. I think it'd be a good thing. Because who's currently in the halftime?
I honestly don't even know. I don't think it's anybody I really cared about, so that's why I didn't pay attention. Let's go find out, though, because I'm curious.
At any rate. Again, we're happy to be here bringing you bonus coverage of match play here today. We were only scheduled to be streaming the Stepladder finals, but yeah, we're bringing you bonus coverage since I didn't make the cut, and it was very close to only being a Stepladder final show today because I was 60 over and well within the cut with 1 game to go, and then I moved to a pretty ugly pair and had a rough go of it the last game to drop out of the cut. But here we are bringing you bonus coverage. Everyone says Usher is the halftime show. That won't be too bad.
That'll bring us back to our high school days.
Yeah, I think Usher's pretty good. Looking up at the scores here, this is the first game where this group of players has come down to this end of the house. So it's always interesting to see kind of what misses they have, because it tells you kind of where they've been playing at other parts of the house. And like we've mentioned in earlier parts of the show, North Hill Bowl plays way different from one end of the house to the other, at least in my experience growing up here, because down on this high end of the house is where most of the open play is, the birthday parties, and then when you go to the low end of the house is where they have all the smaller tournaments, the leagues, and where more of the reactive resin gets thrown. So you have built-in friction down on the low end, you have a little more push and a little more like tighter lanes down here on the high end. So I'm always curious to see how the players play them from one end to the other.
And I mean, it's showing up, I think, right here on the right of our feature pair with Mike and Thomas, where you can tell that both guys were playing in and probably were fine from in because of how much it was hooking over on the lower end. But both struggling a little bit right now.
All right, Ken, here's a question for you. Everyone loves my bold predictions, and I'm going to have some bold predictions for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic here in a couple days. Give me your bold predictions for next weekend in Mandan.
Oh boy.
You kind of have an idea of the field that attends that tournament. Just kind of give me maybe a couple names that you expect to see in the top 10.
I don't know how bold it would be, but I think one of our guys that you can see right here is going to be up there, and I'm going to go out on a small limb and say Thomas makes a show.
Okay.
Home house, he's obviously bowled very well this weekend. You know, nobody knows Midway probably better than Thomas Worth. So I would be very surprised if he isn't in the top 5 or at least very close.
I would agree with that.
And you know what? I'm going to say we're going to get a first-time winner.
Yeah? A first-time
Major winner.
major winner or KFYR winner?
First-time major winner.
Okay. Okay. Now that is a bold prediction. So you've heard it here first from Ken Fletcher, a first-time major winner taking home the title next weekend in Mandan. Again, we will not have that on NDBowlTV, but if you are in western North Dakota, you can catch that show on the local NBC stations, I believe starting at 11:30. I'm not quite certain on that. And if you can't watch those shows, I will be updating the NDBowling.com Facebook page with the results of each match as they become final. So go over to Facebook and hit the like button on our Facebook page, and you can see updates all weekend long next weekend at the KFYR. With that being said, we have a Game 6 scoring update here. New leader, defending champion Brady Stearns, is leading it off with a 14.58. 3 pins behind him, fresh off the 268 game, is Clay Reese at 14.55. And 2 pins behind him is Dawson Peterson at 14.53. And then just a little bit back is Thomas Wolf at 14.48. Mike Larson in 5th at 14.31. Jeremiah Smith in 6th at 14.14. Zach Andreessen in 7th at 13.91. Billy Seymour in 8th at 13.90. Brandon Hansen in 9th at 13.73. Brandon is the lone lefty that made the cut here today. Lucas Hersrud in 10th at 13.39. And then lurking behind him is past champion Josh Link in 11th. So that is our top 11. Let us know if there's somebody you would like to hear where they're standing at the moment. Marshall in the chat says Thomas wins today and then wins the KFYR. What a story that would be, as no bowler has ever won the shootout and the KFYR in the same season. So that would be quite the feat. Brady Stearns came extremely close to doing that last year. as he lost in the final of the KFYR to Chad Nelson last season, shortly after winning the shootout. We got some Chris Cool fans in the chat room. Thank you for joining us. And a big shout out to Chris Cool for making the cut today. I bowl league with Chris here at North Hill Bowl on Tuesday nights, and good to see him out here bowling day 2. Cole Phillips says, what is Millie's total? Andy Mills is in 29th at 1091. Looks like
he did finally win a game,
he
though.
did shoot 200 and won a game there in game number 6. So perhaps they're starting to come to him in the middle here a little bit.
Looking up and down a little bit. Zach, just to our left here, has a pretty solid game going.
All I know is this match here is dead tied to our right of Thomas Wolf and Mike Larson, and winning this match I think is going to go a long ways because both players are in the top 5 at the moment, but they're struggling this game. So
Yeah,
I think the win here is going to be...
Well, and I mean, let's be quite honest. If they both can get a double out of it, get into the 190s, that's massive considering how this game has gone for either one.
And Marshall in the chat room brings up Clayton Moore's season back in, I believe it was 2015, when he won his lone major here at the shootout. He won the major at the shootout, but he was also in the title match of the Manitoba Open, where he would lose that one, I believe, to Michael Schmidt. He then won the shootout here. He then took second, I believe it was, at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic in 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that was that Matt Smollen's first win?
I think Smalls went 13 and 15 because he was winning all the odd years. So that was a loss to Matt Smollen. And then I can't remember what he did at the Classic that year, but I know he made the show. But I remember it was one of the best runs we've seen in a long time. And what a great 10th frame there for Thomas Wolf to go bang, bang to force Larson to do the same.
And I mean, this last shot is every bit as important as those first two.
So if you can't see the scores, they can both strike out to tie. Larson's got a strike in the 9th.
Yeah, tie at 192, so I mean, these are 4th and 5th, which not separated by much, so whoever wins here will potentially stay in the top 5, and the other one could drop a little.
What a great shot. Oh, he guarantees himself 15 bonus pins.
You can see with his reaction after that how he knows how big that was.
Yep.
Nice shot from Mike. Even that first one, I think, was a big shot. You know, 180 with even if it is a loss, still keeps him close enough.
You know, and I'm looking at this, and you got a lot of major championships down towards the bottom of the standings at the moment, and towards the top you have Brady Stearns with 3.
And
We don't have another major winner in the top 10. Josh Link is the next
Jeremiah.
one. Oh, Jeremiah's got the K-Fire, yes. That was the COVID year, the two shift year at the KFYR when they moved the TV pair over to
get there. Oh, nice shot from Mike.
whatchamacallit. Yeah, Jeremiah's got, so there's 2 major winners in the top 10. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And then a lot of young guns. And then there's Josh Link, like we said, and Chad Nelson lurking right outside of the top 10.
But I mean, still, there's a bunch of experience just in, the 2 guys on our right here. Mike Larson with an opportunity to tie.
Steal 15 bonus spins right here. He needs a strike.
Gotta hook a little. Yeah, it just looked a little right.
Got fast. Well, that's a huge bonus for Thomas Wolf. 192 converts to 222.
Yeah, but I mean, still, that double from Mike, that's That's much needed and saves at least what could have been a really bad game.
You look over, like you said, to our left, Zach Andreessen had the win with 216, right?
Yep.
So then he's going to put up a plus 46 with the bonus pins, and he was in 7th, so it's pretty tight up towards the top. No one's really running away with this thing. There's only 40 pins separating first from 6th, and then Zach was 70 out of first, and he just had that 216 with a win. So I think the scores are going to get a little tight towards the top. I think our position round is going to be extremely close.
Could be one of the more fun ones we've seen in a while with how tight the scores are.
Yeah, and you better get your pen and paper. You're our numbers guy, so.
Yes, I am.
Because that's going to be coming up here in a couple more games. We're about to head to game number 8 with that ball thrown there by Cameron Foster. A 201 winner. So we'll move on here to game number 8, and that'll give me an opportunity to let everyone know that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. You can also follow us NDBowling.com, on Facebook, on Instagram. If you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button on your YouTube player. Hit the thumbs up button. That is greatly appreciated. You can also save 20% on the NDBowling.com shop. Now through the 31st of January. We will also be announcing a contest we'll be running through our merch shop. All orders made from today through the end of February. For every $5 you spend in our shop, you will receive an entry into a Storm Ball giveaway. And we will give away a Storm Ball on the show at the NDBowling.com Classic on March 3rd. So how you enter is you make a qualifying purchase at our shop, and every $5 you spend, you will get an entry. All you have to do is send our page on Facebook a message and send us your order number. I can see the orders coming through, but I don't know who they belong to. And you will get the entries based on the cost of the merchandise, not including tax, not including shipping. So if you spend $10 on a hat, you get 2 entries. So on and so forth. There's no limit to the entries, and that runs now through the end of February. So just make a qualifying purchase, and you'll be entered into that contest. Also, they gave away the 300 game pot this year to Jeff Campbell, pictured here with Josh Ressler from Farmers Union Insurance. They sponsor this pot every year, $300, and it hasn't been won in 12 years. And we have a little video here of Jeff's final shot yesterday on 13 and 14. Pretty good shot, trip 4, and we'll have that for you right here.
Come on, ball.
And there you have it, Jeff Campbell, winner of the $3,600 300 game pot. And that brings us back to the action, game number 8 of 10.
Get our first look at a couple bowlers we haven't seen yet, including Zach Andreessen over on 31 and 32.
Yeah, our first look at him here in Minot anyways. We've seen him win multiple Midwest Youth Championship titles here on NDBowlTV down in Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria.
Yes,
Zach's first appearance here in Minot, and like, I'm guessing you're going to say it's no surprise to see him here.
I was going to say, yeah, no stranger to us, but yeah, one of the very talented and a bright future. Like you said, Junior Team USA, Midwest Youth Championships twice, I believe.
Yes, he's won it twice, yep.
And, you know, you coming out here your first year, qualifying second, making a really good run today. I mean, Yeah, doesn't shock me, that's for sure.
And just like Lucas Herzberg, he is also currently bowling in college, I believe, at Mount Mercy, which I do think is in the Iowa area as well. So the whole crew has quite a drive ahead of them after the tournament's over. But the good thing is the weather's great for a change. So I don't think anyone's going to have any problems getting home.
Yeah, isn't that a nice change of pace for us?
Definitely different. I had a question sent in from Mike Allen. Mike, I hope you're doing well. A past guy that's made the show here at the Shootout. When was the last time a person has led the tourney Saturday and Sunday in Minot? Now, that's a good question because I don't know the answer on that. I do know that we've had a player get in as the last player on Saturday and win the tournament.
Yes, we have.
That was Richard Bitko back in 2009, I believe. And Brady Stearns has a chance to do the exact same thing as he was the cut. Matt Miller says Lucas is at St. Ambrose. That is correct. I think Zach is at Mount Mercy, and I believe Dawson Peterson is going to a school in Wisconsin. He was wearing a Whitewater shirt yesterday, perhaps. I could be wrong, but again, they're all fantastic players. And you're going to see them at more shows here at the Shootout, I am pretty sure.
You come here and make the cut on your first try, and that's almost a guarantee that you're going to be coming back.
Yep.
And we didn't acknowledge it, but Mike going up against Josh Kennedy, who I believe was our third place qualifier yesterday.
Yes. And Zach Andreessen qualified second.
Yep. And then is it Andy Shutt that's over here bowling Zach?
Yeah, Andy was in 26th, and Mike Larson qualified
7th.
27th, a tie for 27th. So it doesn't matter. You can get in the last one, or you can be the top qualifier. You know, everything resets to 0 on day 2. That's the beauty of this tournament. Unfortunate break there for Mike.
Yeah, that was a ball switch, and maybe a little bit better than the summit that he's been throwing, but need Mike being Mike, he always likes to get left, and oh, that was close. And sometimes to his detriment, especially moving to this end of the house.
We have a question in the chat room. Standings on Eric Schacht. Eric, let's see, Game 6 was our newest one, right?
Yep.
Eric is in 14th at 12:56. The cut to the top 5 for the show is 14:31. So he's about 180 pins back of the show anyways. But mid-pack at the moment. And I do believe he's in this group.
Yeah, he's down on, looks like 23 and 24.
So he might come over to our, I would guess he's going to come over to our featured pair on the last game, but there is a chance he does not. So we'll see. We could see Eric here shortly.
Yeah, he'll at least be in view of the
Yes.
feature pairs, but yeah.
Oh,
wow,
kicks
it
the
did
10.
go.
The 8 went first, and then the roller 10 goes late. And a score correction there.
Some weird hits here as of late. Josh Kennedy with a Swisher 4 pin. Let's see, Thomas Wolf on 25 and 26 after split start has a double to back it up. And then goes through the middle and gets 6.
Yeah, this is kind of a turning point, I think, for both him and Mike Larson. They got to fish a little bit to find something on this end of the house. I think their group has the benefit of bowling down here last, because if you're towards that top 10, this is where you're going to be for the position round, you know, so having that knowledge, I think, is key. Question in the chat room, standings for Chris Cool. Chris Cool is in 30th at 981. Chris is having a little bit of a rough day, but as I mentioned earlier today, he's had some injuries with his arm. He came in here this morning feeling a little sore, a little beat up, so you know, probably not feeling the greatest, but good to see him out here on day 2 and good bowling to make it to today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas Wolf going against Jeff Campbell, who I'm assuming that's some kind of urethane that he's throwing, who is right, throwing it down the gutter.
Is it the dark ball? Perhaps he was throwing.
No, it'll come out here in just a sec.
Oh, let's see what Jeff's throwing. Oh yeah, it's the new blue, not urethane, from Hammer. It's their basically reactive ball that reacts like a urethane, so it's a super early, super low RG, low differential type ball.
That makes sense why it looks like that. But nice double from Mike here. Get back. Oh, Mike. I did see that right.
Yes. That is a leave you don't see very often, a 2-5-10.
Like I said, there's been some weird hits.
And I honestly think it's a result of urethane going down the track. You know, like the players throwing reactive are hitting that spot down lane where the ball just wants to hydroplane, and it makes it go through the pins at such a weird way where you leave stuff like this.
Oh. Hooks it and brings this match about even. Jeff Campbell putting up a nice game through 6 frames. See what he can do.
And after 6, Jeff was in 19th. He had a 145 in Game 6. So he's got a... I don't know what he did in Game 7. I didn't see.
Didn't realize that he dropped that low. I know he was up there for a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing the way Andy is having a hard time playing in the middle, and then knowing that that's where Jeff was playing yesterday, perhaps that's where he's wanting to play today. I could see why it's a little bit of a struggle, but we'll see what Jeff can do. I would imagine he's going to be on our featured pair here the last game as well, because we haven't seen Dawson Unrath, Eric Schacht, and Jeff Campbell yet, so I would guess a couple, if not all of them, will be in front of us the last game.
Yeah, that's pretty likely. Like you said, a turning point for both Thomas and Mike. 3 in a row right here would be huge for Mike. That was pretty darn good. Oof.
Looks like we have a ball stuck on 30. Well, it just came back. I saw it go back. Oh, there it is. It's still back there. Guessing there's a pin stuck in the chute back there.
Andy giving the quizzical look of like, why are you doing that?
I had a few looks like that yesterday.
That was about every other shot for me.
Again, I honestly feel like I bowled really well yesterday for 7 of the 8 games, and I can't be mad about it.
I wouldn't be either. Unfortunate how it finished and the circumstances, but
Connor Allen, thank you for tuning in. Connor asks, what game are they in? Connor, I would suggest reading the banner on the bottom of the screen. That might give you the answer. At any rate, hope you're doing well. Hope you and the family are good. Connor bowled a lot of these tournaments for a while and then moved to Arkansas.
it's pretty good. That was a couple of really good shots from Mike.
But we are in game 8 of 10. One more game of round robin match play and then a position round.
Zach with another unfortunate break, but as I'm saying that, I get handed another sheet.
A game 7 scoring update, and somebody is starting to stretch out their lead, and that is defending champion Brady Stearns off of a 268 in game 7. So he's liking the other end of the house, I can tell you that. He's up to 1756. In second, Dawson Peterson at 1706. In third, Thomas Wolf at 1670. In fourth, Zach Andreessen in 1637. In fifth, Billy Seymour, 1631, has moved into the show. Mike Larson in sixth at 1620. Brandon Hansen in seventh at 1618. Jeremiah Smith in eighth at 1590. Josh Link has moved into the top 10 in ninth at 1546, so a good 50-pin gap there. About Lucas Herzrud, even though he had a 163 and a win. Was that right?
Yeah, because that was when they moved.
Sure,
So
yeah.
maybe on the low end.
So Herzrud got a 163 and a win in game number 7. So that kind of helped him stay in the top 10. Eric Schacht is now in 11th at 1500. So Eric is now 130 back of the show. So closing in. And that is your game 7 scoring update.
Looks like Thomas is probably not going to win that game.
Yeah, he's up against Jeff Campbell, who was running him.
Yeah, and in fact, Jeff needs one pin on his first shot in the 9th frame to secure that if Thomas strikes out. So that's going to be a 170 max for Thomas, which hurts. And I mean, Zach over here on our feature pair in a fight with Andy Schutt. So,
And this was the group when you and I got here this morning that we were like, that's going to be a really hard group to get out of. And it's looking like there's 2 players that are still within the top 6, and that's pretty impressive considering the
3 with Mike being in 6th. So, I mean, yeah, they're like not out of it by any stretch, but
yeah, I would call this the buzzsaw group. Because let's actually look back on it. You have Jeff in this group, Zach, so you have the top 2, top 3, top 4 qualifiers all drew this group.
top 5, Andy's in this group too.
Andy, yep, and then Dawson, so you have 6 of the top 7 in this group. And then it kind of spreads out. So yeah, 6 of the top 7 qualifiers drew this group. So how they do it this morning is when you check in, you draw like a score sheet, and whatever your score sheet says, that's what group you're in. It's a random draw. Some tournaments like to take the qualifying order and go ABC all the way down. Here at the Shootout, it's a random draw, and it just so happened that 6 of the top 7 qualifiers all drew the A group, which started down on the extreme low end of the house.
Mike with a nice little snowplow. Good
Dang,
break.
good shape there for a win.
Yeah, good break, and a 220 with a win right now potentially would be massive. Zach trips out a 9 for a double. That's a big double for him too. Needs the first hit to shut out Andy.
very frustrated Dawson Unrath. And rightfully so, as he's got a 111 in the 7th.
And just another Swisher 10-pin.
Yeah, it's a match that seems like neither player wants to just run away and hide.
Oh, that was a big old ringing 10. That would have been a win if Zach carries that. Now he has possibility of losing this match.
Opportunity for Andy Shutt. Meanwhile, down on 25 and 26, Thomas Wolf up in the 10th. He can strike out for 177.
Yeah, it's already going to be a loss, but nope, that's going to be a 150.
Another open, yeah, 151 and whatever count he gets here. So that's going to hurt for Thomas. He's got one more game before the position round to try to get his spot back.
I mean, I don't think he's going to drop terribly far, but that 150, that hurts a lot. Nice shot from Josh Kennedy. Gotta watch when I just say Josh, since there's, what, 3 of them bowling right now?
Yes. You did that earlier in the first group, and there were 2 Joshes in there.
Well, a double, I mean, it's still pretty much a double by Josh Kennedy, still pretty much a win for Mike, but makes him think about it a little bit. And that 8 count from Zach, that helps at least the last ball for Andy if he's able to throw the double here. Not so much.
Gift wrapped to Zach Andreessen for that win right there.
Yeah.
That'll be a win for Zach, and he's already in the top 5. That's just going to boost it a little bit more, especially with Thomas going 153.
Yeah, but a Big Ten frame here for Mike.
Yeah, he's pretty much got the win in hand. Just finish out the 220.
Yeah.
On the championship pair too. That's a advantage, having a good look here. Push.
All right. Yep, okay, that's all right though.
Yeah, makeable anyways, getting the 2 O's.
Mike's better when he can give it a little bit at the bottom, and you know he's being really nice to it because of how slick they probably were to start. But still, gonna be likely 2-0 with a win. That's moving up the board.
No, it's good 9 throwing it there. So 202 for Mike Larson, 232 with the bonus pins. Cameron Foster finishes out a 187. Looks like Dawson can get to the 191, so he still has an opportunity here in the match immediately to our left.
How close was Dawson? I don't remember where he was at exactly.
He was struggling. He's down in 14th at the moment. In the Game 7 update with 1476, the show cut was 1631.
Yeah, well, 191 with a win would.
Yeah, if he wants any chance, he's going to have to throw a double here.
Looks, oh, good, did make
there's
it
one.
back. That was nice.
So a strike and 7 for a victory for Dawson here.
Like getting 3 people to help him with his balls.
Hey, senior assistant here.
Well, yeah,
That's all the help you can get, right?
when you get into those senior pots and the senior brackets.
And for those of you tuning in, Mike is a guy we bowl nationals with, and We've both been friends with him for a long time.
Many, many years, and he would absolutely laugh at all those
Yes.
jokes.
A lot of good memories with Mike. He even gave me the opportunity to induct him into the Hall of Fame, to introduce him as a North Dakota Hall of Famer, which I was very appreciative of. That's awesome.
Yep, I remember that weekend. That was a lot of fun. Dawson with the good break of throwing a poor shot and going Brooklyn Dew strike, and
Just needs 7.
yeah, 7 to steal a victory from Cameron Foster.
Like we said, if he wants any chance at this one, he's going to have to get this win, and stepped up and did it. 16 years old. He may have turned 17. I'm not sure yet, but last I checked, he was 16.
That's pretty good there.
Yep. All right, 191 winner over Cameron Foster is Dawson Unrath. And now the players will move around a little bit. We'll have one more game of match play in our round robin groups, and then we will have a quick break and line everyone up for a position round game prior to the Stepladder finals.
Shout out to our old teammate who I just got a text from that I haven't heard from in a while, Riley Rude. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, hope you're doing well. Always good to hear from you. I'm glad you're tuning in. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. Kept us company here in the chat room. We are nearing arguably the most intense part of this tournament. The position round coming up, and then everyone's favorite, the Stepladder finals, where we will crown the 21st champion here at the Shootout, and potentially a brand new major champion. But sitting up top is the defending champion, Brady Stearns, looking to win his 3rd Shootout title and become the first player to win 3 Shootout titles, and that would give him 4 NDBowling.com major titles, ranking him up there amongst, I think, 1 of 10 people who have ever had 4 or more.
Yeah, it's a select company when you get into that area.
Again, we've only had 3 two-time winners here at the Shootout. Matt McNeil did it in 13 and 18, and then Andy Mills won in 16, and I want to say it was in the 20s. Let's go. I know a perfect place to look because we have it all. If you go to the history tab on NDBowling.com, we scroll down, and McNeil won in 13 and 18, Andy Mills in 16 and 21, and Brady Stearns in 19 and 23. So those are your 3 two-time winners here at the Shootout. Brady Stearns looking poised to be the first ever player to win back-to-back titles. Just successfully defend at the Shootout. Quick shout out to all the great companies that are listed on the masking units there above the lanes, as they are the sponsors of these events, or this event. Wouldn't be possible without them. Many of which are right here in the Minot community, and they sponsor a lot of the tournaments here at North Hill Bowl. Again, just a quick break here as they're waiting for, I guess, some of the people on the low end to finish up, but this group is completely done with game number 8. We are going to move into game number 9.
It's like Josh Kennedy and Eric Shack just to our left. We'll have Dawson Unrath in front of us on our championship pair, I think.
Yeah, either that or he's on the right one, but he's going to be over here.
Oh, nope, yeah, I think you're all right. He's on that one. Andy
like
Mills looks like he's probably coming down to bowl Dawson.
Looks like a Mills Unrath match. Kennedy and Schacht. And
Larson
guessing-
and Zach, it looks like that's an interesting match.
well, Wolf is going left, I believe.
Looks like Cameron Foster and Thomas, so that leaves, I already lost track of, oh, Jeff Campbell will be right here.
All right, we're just waiting to see who our final two are in front of us. Mills and I believe Unrath on 31-32.
Yeah, so pretty sure Jeff Campbell's right here, and then
Thomas went down to 23-24, which is an unfortunate lane draw for a guy that's reeling, looking to get back in it. So Campbell's going to come down in front of us. Who's the only one left? Who are we missing?
yeah, I know. It's like we've seen him for 2 games, and I can't think of. Oh, Andy Shutt. There we go.
Okay, because Cameron Foster went down to play Thomas Wolf. Okay.
Yep. There we go.
So here's our first look at qualifying leader Jeff Campbell, who lapped the field by 111 pins over second place yesterday. Went, what was it, 801 for a 3-game stretch there in the middle or something like that?
I think it was 8-10 actually.
Really?
8-10, and he had it was something crazy. I think it was 1298 for 5. I mean, I haven't shot 1298 for an 8-game before,
Right,
let alone in
yeah.
5 games.
Yeah, that's a little crazy. Looks like former champion Richard Vitko is in the house. Good to see Vitko over here behind 31 and 32. Winner in 2009. He also made the title match, I think, a few years earlier in a loss. I think it was to Tom Clark, perhaps.
Yeah, I can't remember the year, but I remember watching him making another show beyond the one he won.
Vitko now resides in Colorado and makes a trip up here every year. Always good to see him. How's everyone doing in the chat? How are y'all holding up? Just into the afternoon here on a pretty nice Sunday afternoon, at least here in Minot. If it's nice here in Minot, it must be nice in your neck of the woods. Because we are normally the deep freeze. But they're expecting 50s this week.
Keep a close eye over here on 25 and 6 with Mike and Zach.
Larson almost went Brooklyn there, it looked like.
Oh, no, that was, he's lucky he hit the head pin.
Oh, nice little kick out of the back by Dawson Unrath. If I was confident in my replay skills on here, I would do that, but I'm not sure the the stream wouldn't get kicked out for a minute, so we're not going to attempt that. Perhaps we'll make a highlight reel later on. Andy Mills trying to bowl in the wrong lane.
And as we say, 23 and 24 is not a good pair. Thomas starts with 3 in a row.
Huge start for him. I did see his first shot on that pair, and he got really lucky. And I think maybe it told him enough about that pair to make the right move.
Yeah, the last one that I just saw was dead flush labeled, so See how the rest of that game goes. Zach Andreessen with an early double to start against Mike, who's spare strike spare. You know Zach's in his wheelhouse when he can throw that purple hammer.
Yeah, and sliding left of 25 when he does it.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good, and if there's somebody who, like, out of all of the people that are up there who I think would have no problem challenging Brady in a urethane contest, it's quite obviously Zach.
100%.
And, I mean, who knows at this point? What Brady is throwing, we haven't seen him for a bit.
Yeah, he's way down on the low end, isn't he?
Yeah.
No, he's actually right here in the middle.
Yeah, so he's moved to the middle now, but let's see if we can get a glimpse.
Yeah, the red scores are kind of hard to get an idea. What's he throwing?
It is not
A
urethane.
Sublime. That's what that is.
So he's probably moved in where everyone else is.
4-pin?
Four-bagger, quick four-bagger from Zach to start. That's big for him. Let's see what Mike can come back with.
Shout out to Rodney Holm walking by the booth, winner of our non-casher storm ball giveaway last night. So even though Rod didn't have the best day, he's going to walk away with the storm ball of choice. Again, I will be doing a contest like that at the KFYR next weekend. So if you're bowling and you do not make the cut, you have a chance to win a storm bowling ball. We'll do a random draw immediately following the announcement of the top 30.
See what Dawson can do after a nice strike in the third.
Yeah, Mills is in the rare area of being able to play spoiler now.
That's nice.
Good shot there.
Common theme for Andy is that hit right there.
So do you think it was a case of the urethane up the right? Do you think it's a case of maybe not enough people have been playing in there for it to really shim up?
Yeah, like you said, Andy likes to play left. You know, kind of that slow rolly hook with that funky spin that he has. You know, it does well when he's got a little bit of friction, and it's not developed today.
It's just not seeing it the way he probably wants to.
That would be my guess. And I mean, like you said, everyone has off days. Andy's not immune to it.
Yeah, looks like he's going through a lot of different pieces in the bag, so he's probably seeing a lot of different looks from pair to pair as well. Yeah, it seems like he either has a ball that just doesn't see it, or then that one just reads too early and goes nose. Inconsistent is kind of what I'm seeing in the back end of the pattern.
Yeah, not a fun place to be, that's for sure.
Well, don't look now. Andreessen over here on lane 25 about to bowl has the front five, looking to make his push towards the top of the leaderboard before the position round.
31 a little bouncy today. There's another one bouncing out.
Looks like We'll have another Deadwood clear on 31. Andreessen with the front 5.
Shakes it out.
Shaker. That'd be 6 in a row.
Watching Mike bowling against him, he's already in the position where even if he strikes out, if Zach's clean, he can't win. So just he needs to look at just finding and getting some kind of score back from this.
And like always on the Deadwood Clears, a good shout out to Jeff Craig and everything he's done for this tournament. I know him and Morris Anderson started this tournament back in 2004 with kind of a vision to make this one of the best tournaments in the Upper Midwest, and I think they've succeeded, as it's one of the strongest fields with the highest payout, and it's kind of turned into this sort of tradition. It's like a vibe in itself, you know?
Yeah.
So shout out to Jeff and all he's done for this tournament. And to find Deadwood clear.
Mike just not seeing the lanes really well right now.
All right, what do we got Thomas doing down there on 23?
Well, he had 4 in a row open and threw another strike up in the 7th now to get a double. So, he's having a solid game on what's not been a great pair today.
Meanwhile, Unrath throws a 3-bagger following that lucky split conversion in the second. Has an opportunity here to put up a big number. Andreessen up now on lane 26, so that'll be in view of the cameras here. He's got the front 6 going on, so the next ball going down 26 will be that of Zach. Pull by Dawson, gets away with it for a 4-bagger. That's a kind of a big shot in this time. And speaking of big shots, we got a Game 8 scoring update. Leading the way still is Brady Stearns at 2013. In second, Dawson Peterson at 1959. In third, Clay Reese, 1908. Fourth, the lone lefty, Brandon Hansen at 1871. In fifth, Zach Andreessen at 1859. In sixth, Mike Larson at 1852. In seventh, Thomas Wolf at 1823. That was after that 153. Billy Seymour went 164 and is now in eighth at 1795. Jeremiah Smith, 169, now moved down to ninth at 1759. A little bit of a gap there. And then top 10, Josh Link in 10th at 1726. So the number to the show is Zach Andreessen at 1859, and he's got front 7. Next ball going down 25 is an attempt at front 8. And it looks like he got it. So an 8-bagger to start off the game for Zach. And he's at 1859. He's 150 away from Brady, but he's only 100 back of Dawson Peterson in second. So he's got an opportunity to kind of jump up to that 3-4 match, potentially the 1-2 match in the position round, depending on what's going on down there.
So a ball switch from Mike to an exotic Jim, and
Big shot.
Looked a little better.
Thomas, too. He's got a double going into the 10th here on lane 24.
Oh, it's only the 8th frame.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
And then he goes nose. What is that, 10 or 6?
6, I think. He's in the 220s already, so he's got a solid game going.
And Thomas was in 7th. He was 30 back of the show, but the guy at the cut line to the show has front 8 at the moment. So we're going to see some big changes coming here for that game 9 sheet. Frame 7 for Unrath. Nice shot there for a 5-bagger.
Thomas whiffing the 6. It was a 6-10, getting the 10 only.
Yikes.
Mike cannot get a ball to hook on 25. Well, with Thomas shooting what he is, that's going to probably jump him up higher. Larson looking like probably the 7-8 match.
And Dawson doesn't like it, goes Brooklyn again on to 31. Hey, it doesn't matter how they look, right?
As long as they go down, that's all that matters.
Again, huge shout out to everyone who's joined us today. We're about to head into the position round here at the 21st Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of Day 2 here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Ken and I will be back at it March 3rd, live from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead for the finals of the NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major, which has an increased payout, increased added money, a new match play format. Check it out. The poster is on NDBowling.com. Click on the upcoming events tab. Front
Zach
9
9.
for Zach.
And
A lot of great tournaments coming up. What do we got?
oh, I was just going to say, and not a single one of them have been lucky.
Right. All right, so Zach's now up in the 10th, front 9. The next shot you see on 25 on the left of your screen will be his 10th shot.
Meanwhile, Dawson over here on 6 in a row. And can't get that one out, though.
Wasn't it Dawson who had the 270 the last game to get into the cut last night? I think that was him.
I'm not positive on that one.
Oh, yeah, 278 to get to 132 over. Delivery on the way, front 10. Got it.
Got
for
the
front
messenger.
10. Messenger took out the 10. We can't quite see the 10 pin from where we're standing, but based on the reaction, we knew it connected. So front 10, and I will say that the 300 game pot does not count on Sunday. That's a thing for just qualifying.
Yeah, because we have had a 300 on Sunday, and it's been a few years, but
Correct. All right. Zach's up on the approach now. Does the shoe tap. Working on the front 10. Been pretty quiet in here. Delivery on the way. Shaker 4-8.
4-8. Didn't look like he liked it all that much, but that's going to be 280.
280 with the win.
something, which you got to think is going to jump him probably up to second, at least.
Yep, depending on what Clay and Dawson are doing down there, and who knows, depending on what Brady's doing as well.
Meanwhile, looks like Thomas struck in the 9th. So he's got, I believe he's got 230 on the board. Again, a big 10th frame for Mike here. If he can throw a double, at least salvage a 190. Keep him somewhat close.
What did Thomas end up with over there? Is he up in the 10th now?
He'll be up here in the 10th shortly. He's going to get a win.
2-0 possible, is that what I see?
232.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he opened, and I see 170 in the 8th, and then
yeah,
he's
it struck, so he's
okay.
got 230 on the board. Mike is going to manage 180 at best.
Oh, big 10th frame for Thomas. Got the first one.
So right now my guess is Mike will drop to the 7-8 match.
Zach's probably moving up to the 3-4, possibly the 1-2.
Yeah, you would think so. And then
Oh, you have Dawson here with a 236 and The win is already in the bag, so
Yeah, he'll move up, but probably not. He's going to need another big game, but probably not enough to get him that close.
thing for Larson, though, is if he's in the 7-8 match, he's going to be possibly put right there on that same pair.
That is true. I don't see him being in the 5-6, so it's either 7-8 or 9-10.
He's probably going to end up bowling Thomas.
Wouldn't be shocked if Thomas stays in the 5-6 or goes to the 5-6. Yeah, probably with where Mike is at. Well, 178 for Mike is not great.
Matt, I do appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for keeping us company. Hopefully the golf and everything out in Billings is going well. I saw you bowled well in a tournament not that long ago. Guy from your neck of the woods. Used to be from our neck of the woods. Charles Wilkin was here this weekend. It was good to see him. He was actually the alternate. He was the first guy out of the cut. A spot that I'm very used to.
Meanwhile, right in front of us, actually a pretty good match going here with
Yeah.
Andy and Jeff. Andy has got a 4-bagger going and can strike in this fill ball in the 10th frame to shut Jeff out by 1 pin.
A big
And-
single pin miss by Josh Kennedy.
And swish it out. I think they both know they're probably not in it, but to steal a 1-pin victory over qualifying leader.
And then you got Matt in the chat room saying the course opens on Thursday. Well, you know what, Matt? We don't need that kind of negativity in chat. Because our courses, they won't be touched until mid-April at this rate. Actually, with how nice it is, it might be earlier. Who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's going to be like 50 degrees, a lot of that snow could melt really quick.
Unfortunately for the Eric Schacht fans in the chat room, he's going to probably finish out with a 120-something here after he leaves a 710 there on 28. So a rough finish for Eric.
Well, let's see if we can get some history here from him at least.
Yeah, let's see it. What a 710 conversion. A guy we used to bowl MJBTs with back in the day.
Many years ago.
Always in envy of how solid his game is.
Just another one of those. It's like Ryan Savoya where it's just, you know, just consistent and does the same thing shot to shot. Might not look pretty, but it works.
We often see Eric at the NDBowling.com Classic as well. We do appreciate him coming out here and supporting these events.
That's a 226, 224 match right here with a lot of laughs.
Yeah, a couple of guys that are probably a little too far out of it at this point, just having a good time.
Yeah, you gotta like to see that though.
Well, here we go. A little bit of a break now as they compile all the scores, kind of get everyone lined up, and get us ready for the position round. And like I said, this gives us an opportunity to remind you that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, this is an NDBowling.com production. You can follow us on Facebook, like our Instagram page, and if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as we will go live once again in March at the NDBowling.com Classic in Moorhead. Again, there's a sale going on in the NDBowling.com shop now through January 31st. Save 20% on all items. And we've reached critical point here in the shootout position round. As it looks like Ryan Engel and Brady Stearns, and just 2 matches here. Well, there's a match down there. Chad Nelson still bowling on 11 and 12, it looks like. Lucas Herzrud down there too. Looks like he's done. So a couple more matches to complete here, and then we'll be on our way to lining everyone up for position round. If you have any questions, please hit us up in the chat room. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday afternoon, and thank you for spending your afternoon with us here on NDBowlTV. Again, a couple more matches going on down at the low end of the house. Defending champion Brady Stearns is one of them. Well, at this point in the tournament, what do you think so far?
I mean, I can't say that either of us are shocked at who is currently leading and probably still will be leading after shooting 234 that game with a win. Brady Stearns, regardless of how he bowled yesterday, has proven to be as good as anybody in match play.
I would agree. His record in this building is unmatched, aside from the Nick Heilman run that we saw kind of come to an end this weekend. But Brady's made, 5 out of 6 shows and won 2 titles in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
And he's poised to make another show and be in that championship match for is it the third year in a row? Who faced Paul in the championship match 2 years ago? Who was that?
Oh, boy.
There's one way to find out.
There probably is.
If any of you, let's look here. I already had it up. Paul Bober defeated Nick Heilman in the final, but
Yeah, I feel like Nick probably beat Brady.
no, Brady
Or no,
wasn't
Brady.
in that show. That was the one show he missed.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, it's no shock who's leading. And no surprise that we're seeing the youth movement, if you will,
I agree.
with Zach and Dawson both being, well, depending on what Dawson shot that game, top 5 still. You've got a lefty and Brandon Hansen, who I think it's kind of surprising. Like, I mean, I don't know much about Brandon. He bowled really solid yesterday. I bowled right next to him all day, but you know, when you get a lefty that has the lane to himself across the house, all you got to do is throw your shots, and he's doing that today.
Yeah, that's very true. We have a question in the chat room. How many paid spots? They are paying everyone that's here today, 1 through 30. They actually paid 33 total spots, so the first 3 players out of the cut got paid. Today, we don't have a payout. Maybe you can track that down in the next few minutes before we start our position round, and we can kind of read off what is kind of getting paid out this weekend. I know 4,000 is getting handed out to first, and traditionally the top 5 all make 1,000 minimum. Another question in the chat, where is Chris Cool at? Chris Cool is currently in 30th through the game 8 sheet that we have. Again, we're just kind of taking a break here while they compile scores and get everyone set up for the position round. And then following that, we'll be underway with our Stepladder finals. Dawson Peterson shot 248 his last game. Very nice. Well, that's going to put him in prime position to be up there with Brady Stearns. Perhaps keep him ahead of Zach Andreessen as well, because Zach did do the, what was it, 289? 288 that last game with the win. So I got to imagine our top 3 are going to be Brady Stearns, Dawson Peterson, and Zach Andreessen. I don't know what Clay Reese did. He was on the low end of the house that last group, but we will know here shortly. Again, big thank you for everyone tuning in today. We just got a brief minute. If you have any questions, please hit us up in the chat room. Again, we'll be live at the NDBowling.com Classic. I believe it's 5 weeks from now. Could be wrong, something like that, 5-6 weeks. Mason, thank you for tuning in from Fargo. I do appreciate that.
Dawson had 248 his last game. I'm assuming you just
so
talked about that.
I think that cements our top 3 are probably going to be Brady, Zach, and Dawson, depending on what Clay Reese did. I don't know what he did that game 9.
That's true, but yeah, I mean, those 3 look to be pretty solid right now. Did get a payout sheet. picture of the payout sheet, I should say.
Hey, that's good enough.
Excuse me. First place, taking home a cool $4,000. So
Wow.
that, as always, that 1-2 position round match is, potential $2,000 difference on if you can win or lose. Going from third to maybe winning. 2,500 for second, 2,000 for third, 1,500 for fourth, 1,000 for making the show.
It's always a good thing when they can guarantee that $1,000 for making the TV show. I like that.
Yep, absolutely. And, down all the way down to 30th gets 300. So, what, your money back plus $100, I think?
Yeah, it's a $200 entry fee. So
Yeah. Yeah, they had written on the sheet just over 24,000 in total prize fund.
wow, big shout out to, like I said, Rory, Jeff, Renee, Greg, all the entire family that's involved in the staff here at North Hill Bowl. They do a great job. They work year round at getting the money for this thing and getting the prize fund built up over time, and then the way everything runs the whole weekend. We've said it before, it's top notch here at North Hill Bowl. Everyone loves the tournament, and based on the 132 people that came out to bowl this year, and I know there were a few people that were going to bowl, but some things came up, so it probably should have been more. I think that's a good testament to what goes on here at North Hill Bowl, and
Yeah.
I expect the same kind of numbers next year. It's a top class field that comes out here, and they're definitely showing it this year.
Well, I mean, like we talked about right away, there's 3 past champions and the first 15 bowlers that missed the cut.
Yep.
I mean, that says enough right there as far as the quality of the field.
Yeah, when guys like that are struggling to make the cut, it's a tough out.
Yeah, there's not a single bowler in this building today that made the cut that doesn't deserve to be here.
I agree. So like I said, we are just kind of in our little holding pattern here while we wait for the staff back in the office, kind of like right behind us down the hall. They're compiling scores. They'll then come out. We'll probably hear Jeff or Rory kind of list off the top 30, and I think they're going to start on 32 and make their way all the way down to 3 and 4. So the 1 and 2 matchup will be on the right pair on our screen, and then it'll be the 3-4. That'll be our 2 featured matches. Ken's our numbers guy. He's probably going to have the standings plus a pen and paper working, so we should probably know the top 5 prior to a majority of the players out there, just because we have the running totals going at all times. We will then build our stepladder finals. We'll move our cameras over to 29 and 30, and then we'll be ready to go. So
Always
stay
unconfirmed.
tuned.
Yeah. Always unconfirmed totals until they tell us.
Again, big shout out to everyone tuning in. While you have a minute, please smash the thumbs up button. I do appreciate it. It helps us get discovered on YouTube among all the great channels out there. A lot of bowling going on. We mentioned it earlier that NDBowlTV is got their coverage of the U.S. Open this week, live from Indianapolis at Woodland Bowl. A great tournament. Talk about a grind that tournament has. I know it's different than it used to be in the past with the flat patterns, but
Well, I saw I forget who was showing it yesterday, showed a graph of one of the patterns they're using.
yep, one of them is usually brutal.
49 feet flat.
Sounds about right. And I mean, it should be the toughest test in bowling. I've always said it.
Absolutely,
should
yes. You see that, and like, you look at where we're bowling on today and how much of a grind it is for some people, and I think we would all go out there and be ecstatic if we could shoot 150 on that gun.
Oh, yeah. I remember back in, this had to be like 10, 12 years ago now, we used to have some really tough patterns out at some little tournaments at Sunset.
Yep.
And I remember bowling on like 43 feet flat, and it's like, you just got to think of it as your ball is going to react the same way off the end of the pattern, whether you exit the pattern on board 1 or you exit the pattern on board 25. It's going to react the same way until you bowl enough to kind of burn the line out, and then it's just trying to fit it to the pocket, and it's tough. I do used to love that about the U.S. Open shows, and and how Pete Weber got so good at winning those tournaments on the flat patterns. It's insane what he's been able to do on that.
Well, like they said, that release, the natural push he had in his game, just suited that kind of pattern.
And I do think he got the sponsors exemption this year, so he is in the field at the U.S. Open. I know it's a limited field now, but he requested to be in there, and he should be in there, really.
I mean, he's won more U.S. Opens than anybody in history. Yeah, as long as he's capable of bowling and, able to at least compete at a high level, why not?
Yeah, thanks again for tuning in. Like I said, we're just waiting for the scores, and then they'll be underway with the position round. I would imagine that they're going to give them 2 shots on each lane before they start the position round, and then it won't be long after that. We'll be underway with our stepladder finals. So getting down to the very end of our tournament here in Minot. 132 entries, cut down to 30. In one more game, we're going to cut that down to 5. Let us know. Who do you think is going to win? We are unofficially claiming our top 3 are going to be Brady Stearns, Dawson Peterson, and Zach Andreessen. Again, we don't know what Clay Reese did. There's a few other bowlers we are not sure how they did, but
yeah, Brandon Hansen. I mean, any one of them could have shot a game just as good as those guys and stayed right there.
Kent Heinley, thank you for tuning in from Mesa, Arizona. We do appreciate that. Longtime bowler here in North Dakota, down in the Bismarck area. As always,
let's take a peek and see where we're at over here.
hey, the cord's long enough. You might as well turn around the corner and see the work going on back in the office behind the desk here at North Hill Bowl.
I look back behind the desk, and who do I see coming out of the office? Ryan Selk.
Ryan Selk.
Yes, not Rory. Rory's behind the desk.
Ah, yes.
Yep, this is the fun waiting game for everybody.
And for those of you who don't know, the Selk family, Ryan Selk, Rory Selk, even Rody Selk, they're the grandchildren of the late Morris Anderson, in which the tournament is named after. This tournament started back in 2004. And then once Morris, the longtime owner here at North Hill Bowl, passed away, they then renamed the tournament to the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, and it's been that way ever since. Always enjoyed bowling this tournament. It was a tournament that was kind of created when I was in high school, and always fun to come up here and watch all the players and all the really good names from out of town,
Yep, absolutely. It took me a few years to get up here, but once you realize that, I said this is second to nobody, and as far as tournaments in our area, it's one you want to keep coming back to.
Absolutely. Shout out to Championship Bowling. Do appreciate you tuning in. I do enjoy all of your work you do out in the Utah area. It's a pretty good tour you guys have going on out there. Any of our viewers, please check them out. Again, let's take a look out on the lanes. Not much going on. It's pretty quiet here at North Hill Bowl as everyone patiently waits for the announcement of the top 30 heading into our position round. I do expect those numbers here shortly. They're going to do their due diligence to make sure all the scores are correct.
It's kind of funny because, you normally get those couple bowlers that'll come down to this end of the house because they know they're going to be there. And we have one bowler sitting in our last 5 pairs currently.
Huh.
Everybody is sitting in the middle of the house between lanes like 16 and 24.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people that don't know where they're going to end up. Now, like I said, right in front of us here, we're going to have the 1-2 and the 3-4 match.
And
Looks like
Stu is
Stu
coming
Craig
out
is
with-
going to give us. No, he's not. He's just going to pass
got-
out the sheets.
yeah, so they've got.
Oh, here we go. Pretty sure everyone can hear Jeff.
In first, with a 2277, Brady Stern.
Okay.
Second, with a 2219 is Dawson Peterson. They're going to be at 29 and 30.
Okay, Dawson
Okay.
Peterson and Brady Stearns in the 1-2.
Third, with a 2177 is Zach Anderson.
Zach Andreessen in third.
Fourth, with a 2107 is Brandon Hansen. They're going to be on 31 and 32.
Okay, that's our featured matches.
Fifth and sixth, fifth, with a 2093 is Clay Reese.
Clay Reese in fifth.
Sixth, with a 2071 is Thomas Wolf. They're going to
Okay.
be on 27 and 28.
Thomas Wolf in the 5-6 with Clay Reese.
2032 is Billy Seymour. 8th, with a 2030 is Mike Larson. They're on 25 and 26.
That's what I would have expected.
Okay.
9th, with a 1999 is Josh Lee. 10th, with a 1963 is Dawson Unrath. They're on 23 and 24.
That's where the drop is right there.
11th with a 1952 is Ryan Savoy. 12th with a 1943 is Jeremiah Smith. They're on 21 and 22. 13th with a 1933 is Scott Endersby. 14th with a 1960 is Chad Nelson. They're on 19 and 20. 15th with an 1894 is Lucas Newsroom.
So Ken, are they doing 1 and 2 on the championship pair, and then 3 and 4 to the right, and then we go back to the left and all the way down?
Yep, yep. They flipped the 1, 2, 3, 4 matches. Otherwise, it's just going straight down.
Yeah, and that's smart because the championship pair should have the 1 and 2 on it. Yep.
Yep.
16. 19th with an 1829 is Josh Craig. 20th with an 1823 is Austin from Canada.
They're from Canada. Where's Earl? I didn't see
Right.
Earl this weekend.
Subokovic, he goes on vacation this week, always after the.
Oh,
So he wasn't here this week.
With an 1812 is Andy
Shout out to
Shedd.
Earl. Always love seeing him. I got to see him up in Winnipeg a couple weeks ago.
23rd with a 1780 is Josh Kennedy.
I will say scores are really tight across the board. I mean, there is that little gap between the 7-8 match and the 9-10 match, but overall they are pretty bunched.
27th with the 1709 is Cameron Foster. 28th with the 1689 is Andy Mills. 29th with the 1685 is John Breckel. And 30th with the 1523 is Chris Poole. They're on 3 and 4.
Shout out to Chris Cool. I've been the 30th position here at the shootout. Hey man, it's a good
Yeah.
thing you just made the cut, man. I love to
It's
see
2
it.
balls on each lane.
All right, there's that
Whoever's on a
confirmation.
qualifier, it's lane choice.
All right, so
On each lane.
2 on each lane, and like we said, the 1-2 matchup is going to be on the left pair, which is our championship pair. The 3-4 match is on our right pair here, and following this match, we will then zero in on the 29 and 30 for the championship match, or the Stepladder finals, I should say.
We'll just have to make sure that we can get a copy of that score sheet here real quick. And
All right, like I
Yeah.
said, Ken's our numbers guy, not me, even though I'm an accountant. Who would have thought, right? Again, now is the most intense part of our tournament. Please share the stream with everyone you know on social media, as we are going to cut to the final 5 here after this game. Ken's got a sheet. He's ready to punch numbers in, and we should know a final 5 momentarily. Again, we're going to do 2 balls on each lane, and then we'll be underway. Again, the 1-2 matchup is on your left. The 3-4 matchup is on the right. And then they go 5-6 all the way down to 3 and 4. 5-6 would be on, what is that, 27 and 28, and then all the way down to the 30th position down there at the low end of the house.
helps turn off the mute.
That is correct.
We'll say Brady has a pretty good hold on the 1 seed, unless he shoots something poor.
And again, he hasn't been down here. Him or Dawson haven't been down here since this morning.
That is very true, but you're talking a 58-pin difference. So, I mean, Brady has to stay within 30 pins,
It's true.
and he'll secure the 1 seed. Zach is another 42 back of Dawson after that big 288 game. So he's in good position in 3rd because Brandon Hansen is 70 back of him in 4th.
Wow. We do have a really quick good question in the chat room. Matt Miller asks, what happens when youth bowlers win money at a tournament like this? It's a great question. Youth bowlers often sign a waiver that every dollar that they win in a tournament like this, regardless of what it is, goes into the Smart Fund account, which is a basic holding account that USBC has for scholarship money. So it gets turned into a scholarship, and once you turn 18 or you declare yourself out of youth bowling, you can then use it in any way you see fit. A lot of these bowlers that are now in college do not have to go through that. But there are a few youth bowlers here that are under 18 that all their money won this weekend will go into a scholarship holding account that is run by the USBC Smart Fund. Which I think is a great thing because it allows bowlers to come out in bowl tournaments like this, which is something I know Ken and I both wish we could have done when we were kids. I know if we even threw a single ball in this tournament as kids, you were done as a youth bowler and your youth status was over, and no questions asked. So the fact that kids have the opportunity to do this is so beneficial to them.
Yeah, we talked about it last night, just, amongst us, a couple other people that, what kind of a benefit it is it for these kids that they can bowl this, get the experience, still maintain the youth eligibility, and go up against the best. I mean, it's nothing that we could have ever dreamed of having because of the rules back in our day. And you're looking at, 2 of the top 3 bowlers today are college kids right now.
College age, yep.
I mean, that's unthinkable, 15, 20 years ago.
All right, so let's set the scene here with the 5-6 match. What's our pin difference and what do we got going on? That's the Clay Reese Thomas Wolf match.
Yep. So what it comes down to is I would say there's 8 bowlers that have a chance. The 7-8 match is Billy Seymour, Mike Larson. They're at 20-32 and 20-30. There's another 30-pin drop beyond them, which would be 100 pins out of the show.
Okay.
So Clay Reese currently in 5th at 2093. Thomas Wolf at 2071 is 6th.
Okay, so just Thomas has to pretty much win that match and he can go ahead of Clay.
Yep. But if Billy Seymour or Mike Larson were to catch fire, they're only 40 pins back of Thomas.
Okay.
So it's still relatively tight. And even Brandon Hansen is only 14 pins ahead of Clay. So the top 3 are pretty much secured unless something catastrophic happens. But I doubt that.
And I can confirm that Brady is wheeling a Sublime across the middle there. That looks really good.
So it comes down to, can either one in the 5-6 match shoot something good, which we got a quick double from Clay Reese, and can anybody in the 7-8 match come up with a big game? So, I mean, we've seen it where somebody in the 7-8 match shoots 270 and can all of a sudden jump 4 or 5 people.
Yep.
So that's what Billy Seymour and Mike Larson are going to have to look to do, if you ask me. Otherwise, it comes down to who wins that 5-6 match.
All right, so there the stage is set. Thomas doesn't like that one on 28, but he gets lucky that kicks out the 10. And a double. He's not too happy about it, probably because he doesn't feel very good about his look, but keep it together, Tommy. You got a good chance here.
Yep. And, you know, you can call it a benefit, or in his case for Mike, detriment coming off of bowling on 25 and 26, going right back to it after having shot 170 something, I think it was. And yeah, starts off pretty much how we finished, where just a light strike and then a bucket. And Thomas with a Swisher 7 would have been a big hit after that break in the second frame. Got to be a positive sign for our lone lefty Brandon to come down to this end of the house, which he has bowled on, I believe, and still have a good look.
Good split conversion there.
Yeah, that was-
Washout, I guess. Not technically a split. I don't want people in the chat to come after me now.
Just about to say, the booth jinx was alive and well after saying he got a nice quick double, but
Yep.
good spare there.
All right, Clay Reese. Looks like he's throwing a global exponent. It's an
Yeah.
exponent colored ball over there on 27 and 28.
You know what? That was the pair, what was it, just a couple games ago. More than a couple games ago, I guess. He had 268 on.
That is true. So, yeah, this is a good pair for him.
Yeah, our 7-8 match, Billy Seymour open to start. Mike Larson strike open, so it's likely coming down to who can win this 5-6 match just after a couple frames, and if our 4-seed Brandon Hansen can have enough to stay ahead of them.
Okay.
Because even just a win for Brandon would be huge for his chances making the show. And you put a lefty on this show, you gotta like their chances.
I agree. That look right there is kind of where I was playing most of the day yesterday, where Brady's throwing that sublime. I like the look I had yesterday. That definitely wasn't there until late today, just due to the lack of traffic. But a common line on this pattern, 42-foot pattern, over 30 mils.
Oh,
Is that a 4-5 out of
yeah.
Clay Reese over there?
that was, yeah, that's a 4-5. Tough break. Zach having come off this pair just a couple games ago too. Not a lot going for him. Strike, spare, strike, probably spare here. So nobody in our top four is really doing much yet.
And Brady rolling along. Good early double.
That quick double combined with Dawson's open is
Clay Reese, 4-5 conversion. Let's go. Says he shoots at that all the time.
yeah. just keep an eye. Mike Larson with a double after the Open, so,
All right.
I mean, you have to think he's got to get them all.
Yeah, and though especially the way the 5-6 match is going with the guys already got early doubles up there.
Dawson swishing it out. Said our top 3 are probably set for being in.
Oh, good strike by Thomas Wolf.
Yeah, the 2-3, you never know. But yeah, that's 5-6 match is the one to watch. That's a good shot there from Dawson.
Wish I could throw it half that good at any age in my life, let alone just got to college.
I don't know. I'm sure we both felt like we did when we were his age.
That's true, but I can guarantee you it didn't look anything good like that.
That's true.
Thomas kicks out. Okay, well,
I mean, better than tripping one of those out. But, yeah, he kind of needed that hit.
a little wide from Stearns, but it still recovers to swish it out.
He's got that slow ball speed where he almost probably wants to get it right.
Yep. But there's so much like volume on this pattern that I think he's got a little natural push down on this end of the house that could benefit him. So he's probably got more room than we think.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's Brady Stearns. Of course he does. But yeah, I mean, like, he's got that kind of side roll that will get it to push, especially if he can project it.
Larson for a three-bagger. Got it. Down
Okay,
on 26.
I mean, he still has a long way to go, but the more he can throw in a row.
See, that was a little in, and it just never saw it early enough. So,
And
week
that-
10.
that's going to be Brady's worry. Unless he can get enough of that pop off of it, which hasn't been the case yet. But I mean, if you go out there and shoot, 2-teen on this right now, I think you're going to be in good shape. Mike Larson, 10-pin, I'm guessing. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not out of the realm yet for him. It's, Billy Seymour's having a pretty rough game, so. Well, said we're watching that 5-6, and Mike can spare this up and get a few in a row. Big shot here from Zach, too. Needs that double.
Yep.
Got it. He knows that's big to maybe jump into that second spot.
This is crazy. I'm sitting here looking at our top 8 right in front of us, and Stearns and Larson, I believe, are the only guys that have been on our show here. I suppose Wolf has made it too. Those 3 are the only 3 that have made our show here at the Shootout.
Yeah, or
Like it's a pretty different crowd up here that's going to be in this show.
yeah, just like you said, not not your normal. Oh boy, that was almost a messenger play. Yeah, not your normal group of bowlers that you would see every day, but doesn't make them any of them any less deserving, or we'll just say good for that matter.
Yeah, it just goes to show the wide variety of talent and how good all these people are, and anybody on a given day can make their run to the top of this tournament. Again, we're bowling for $4,000 up top. If you make the show, you're guaranteed a $1,000 payday. All right, big couple shots here for Thomas Wolf on 27-28. I think this will give him an opportunity here. Clay has just gone spare, spare, spare. If Thomas can put up another double.
Gives him, he's right, I mean, he's right in that match, dead even pretty much. There's a big split over here for, well, not only Brandon, but Dawson
Peterson,
too.
yep.
Doesn't like it. He's going to trip out the 610.
Thomas is having one of those games where he feels lost. His body's probably not doing what he wants it to, and he's getting lucky. He's tripping things out. Hopefully he can right the ship and kind of get his rhythm back.
Also losing count there too with that.
Yeah, that was pretty important there. All right, Zach Andreessen up on lanes 32, 7th frame, working on a double.
Those two opens from Dawson and Brandon. This gives Zach a big opportunity to maybe jump up into that 2 spot. He's only 42 pins back from Dawson, so.
Yeah, you're looking at big pay jumps too.
Yeah, and Thomas with a swisher out for a double.
Got the double. Zach, that's high, 3-6-10. Larson can't trip the 7 on 26.
Yeah, that gives Mike 230. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Especially with what's that 5-6 is doing, yeah. And Brady, that looks so good right now.
Yeah, he knows he just needs to get it right. And
Who out there has a Sublime and can make it look that good? Let us know in the chat room.
Reese, got the 10 out of that at least, but not getting much going now after that quick 3-bagger start. Brady a strike here. I mean, it's pretty much Lock City already, but that's going to about do it for the top seed.
Brady Stearns going to be bowling for history. Could be the first 3-time winner and the first player to successfully defend his title here at the Shootout. Comment in the chat room, when I'm not clawing all over my Sublime, it does that, yeah?
That's fair.
All right, Dawson has to right the ship here, kind of keep his position.
Yeah, because
Looks okay.
yeah, good ball switch. We'll get a little ahead of ourselves, but that 9 spare right there from Zach throws out a tie. Possibility now.
Big shot for Clay Reese on 27. Now Thomas Wolf with a huge opportunity. Up now in the 8th and 9th, working on a double. Thomas still has, what, 259 left?
Yeah. And that strike from Clay forces Thomas to throw the 2 here to
Knock it shut out.
Yeah, to have it in his hands.
All right, a lot going on here. We've reached the final 2 frames of the position round. And we will get our bracket set.
Dawson, well, it's not a split, but really could have used that one.
All right, let's go.
Thomas does not know what's going on that right lane.
So we're pretty locked in that Stearns is going to be our top seed.
Yep, that's pretty much a for sure thing at this point, because Zach, who is 100 back of him, is not bowling better than Brady is, obviously.
Okay, this is Big conversion for Wolf.
Yeah, he desperately needs this.
310 there on 28. Shots away.
And that's not a conversion.
It looked like that 3-pin was a little left of its normal spot, so I don't know if that had any effect on it.
Needs to compose himself and throw another one here, though.
Yeah, still has 220 left. 225.
Yeah, because even a win, I mean, well, not even a win, even just 220, potentially, depending on how Brandon finishes up here, would be enough to jump. So there's a lot going on with those two matches right now, and even Dawson Peterson.
Okay, Wolf shot away. He doesn't like it. Bucket almost crumbles it out. All right, Thomas, you still got 2 team left. Is he down to 2-0 now?
2-team.
2-team, yeah.
Yeah, but that was a big one because now Clay Reese can throw one in the 9th and stay clean in the 10th and lock into the show.
Brady Stearns doing Brady Stearns things. Like I said, last night when they announced him as the final qualifier into the field, there was a collective groan amongst those that qualified because I think they had the same thought we did.
It's a big messenger that missed for Zach right there. He's still in control of his match, but oh, he would have liked that one. But as it is a spare, and then fill 20 in the 10th, strike spare, and that will lock him in.
Meanwhile, you've got the defending champion that has a 240, 250 ball reaction look on the championship pair. So good luck.
You got to think about it too, though. Zach's going to be in the show. He's throwing urethane in about the same place Brady is.
Yep. Then you got some other guys that are going to be playing in there too.
What is that going to do to Brady's ball reaction come the championship match? So Clay Reese, a big shot. That's with a mark in the 10th. That is going to be a show for Clay Reese.
So Larson's over here with 225 and a win. Pretty much is in the bag already. So Larson may jump up a spot over Thomas Wolf perhaps, but probably not going to get to the show.
Yeah, I mean, it's 40 pins. Yeah, he probably will jump Thomas to get to 6th. But not likely to be enough to get to 5th, I don't believe, because he's 77 back of Brandon, which would mean 47. Brandon would have to have pretty ugly 10th frame.
Okay.
Let's just say that.
And then Dawson here spares out for 170.
Yeah, Dawson is... Well, you know what?
Oh boy. Dawson just 248-10 and is now staring at 160 in the face.
Zach hasn't won this match, though. There's tie possibility. He can even lose depending on his fill ball. So we'll see what happens. There's still a lot to be played for right here. And Clay Reese tripping that out. You know what? 240 could pass some people.
Wow. So that's it for Dawson Peterson, a 163. So put that down on the sheet. Andreessen can strike here for 204. So like you said, there's tie possibility in that match to the right. Thomas still has 215 left, but he's going to end up losing that match. Larson's got 214 and a win.
That's not going to be enough. Because if Thomas strikes out, he's not passing Thomas. So, I mean, that's still a potential big 3 strikes from Thomas. That's a potential big miss from Zach.
203 for Zach. That's not guaranteed a win. So 3 strikes here for Brandon Hansen, and he will win by 1. Clay Reese has 232, potential 233 with the spare. Thomas now 215 possible, up in the 10th. Thomas goes nose, leaves a 6 pin, so he'll be in the 2-0s.
I think Thomas just thinks that he doesn't have a chance.
$33 and a win for Reese. Brandon Hansen did get the first one.
That's going to lock him into the show then. Yeah, Thomas with the 2-0 is going to likely finish in 6th.
Okay. Hansen needs it.
Got it.
Switches it out. All right. Strike to win, 9 to tie. Bonus spins in play here. Question is, does it matter to what we got going on here?
Clay Reese will be ahead of him.
If he doesn't strike here, or
If he does. It does not matter what Brandon does. Clay Reese will jump him.
and where's Andreessen then?
Andreessen will be ahead of him.
Still ahead of Clay?
Oh my goodness,
Okay, here's
this
the
is
shot.
such a huge shot.
And gets it. Packs 3 back in the 10th to win by 1. So what do we got, Fletch?
Dawson Peterson stays ahead of Zach by 2 pins.
In the 2?
Because that's a 204 win for Brandon, which gives him 30. If math serves, Dawson will hold the 2 spot by 2 pins over Zach.
So Zach's the 3.
Yep.
And then our 4.
Clay Reese will jump to the 4, and Brandon Hansen will be our 5.
Okay. So unofficially now, let's get this filled out. And this is Hansen with an O, right?
Yes.
All right. Unofficially, this is our bracket. Brady Stearns, defending champion, looking to become the first 3-time winner of the shootout, is our number 1 seed. Again, unofficially, we have Dawson Peterson as the 2, Zach Andreessen as a 3, and our opening match will be Clay Reese against Brandon Hansen, the lone lefty in the field. He has bowled on the championship pair, so it isn't a fresh look for him, but it's pretty much. I'm going to get the camera. Whoa, don't fall. We're going to adjust the camera here to our championship pair, and then we will get everything set up, and we'll be underway with our Stepladder finals momentarily. All right, there it is. Unofficially, our bracket. Brandon Hansen, Clay Reese, Zach Andreessen, the 3, Dawson Peterson, the 2. Defending champion Brady Stearns gets to take a breather here now for a good hour or so. And we'll be underway here on our championship pair, 29 and 30. Again, those are unofficial scores. We will be underway with our stepladder finals here momentarily.
Just going down to the bowlers looking at the top 5. You are allowed to change surface between the 10 games and the finals. So if you have clean or sand or whatever, you sure can.
And the announcement made by Rory that it is a new round, so the surface alteration rule is in effect to where they can change the surface if they'd like. Again, these lanes will not be redressed. They will be as they are heading into our stepladder finals. And the only major champion in the finals is the guy on top. So any bold predictions there, Ken?
Honestly, I think Zach ending up in the 3rd seed was probably the worst thing that could have happened for Brady.
Yeah, just for more games with that urethane across the middle.
Yeah, if Zach gets a look, I think he's going to be hard to handle. This is like what we've seen from this pair. Brady obviously had a handle on it, but it hasn't been easy. So if Zach can get a look, or for that matter, Brandon Hansen, you can't discount the other lefty, or the only lefty.
See, and that was my thought. I had a little thing in my article for the Manitoba Open about how we haven't had a lefty major winner since Blake Wallstrom won the KFYR in 2020. So there's been this big drought for lefties in our Big Four tournaments here, and I think he's got a real opportunity. He just packed 3 away there in the position round to win his match by 1 and to guarantee himself into the show. And
I don't believe he bowled on 29-30 when he was down here early.
yeah, he did. Game
Did he?
2. Yep.
Okay, I remember he bowled on. He started on 31 and 32.
Yep. I remember we made the comment, if he ends up coming back here, this will be the only games bowled. So he has bowled 1 game on 29 and 30, but it was the 2nd game this morning at probably like 9:30. So it's been a while.
Yeah, but having a game on it, does that change anything? I mean, he had practice on 31 and 32 plus a game before shooting 2-0 that game. So
everyone in the chat, let us know, what are your bold predictions? Who do you think is going to walk away with the title here today? Be crowned another major champion here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the 21st annual at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside this guy, Ken Fletcher, calling the action. And we'll be back, 4, 5, 6 weeks, something like that? Whatever it happens to be, we'll be online
5
again.
weeks, I think.
At the NDBowling.com Classic at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead in your neck of the woods.
Yep, it is. We go from your home house to my home house.
Every year, it's fun, isn't it?
Well, it's like, this house like the back of your hand, where might not have sounded like it earlier, but I feel like I know Sunset fairly well.
All right, once again, we're just going to kind of be a little patient here, waiting for the staff at North Hill Bowl to triple, quadruple check all numbers to make sure we have them right, because I think you had one of them just 2 pins difference.
Yeah,
so.
I said if my math was right, Dawson will hold the 2 seed by 2 pins over Zach. And if that's the case, he said that I don't think if Zach is able to get through the winner of the Clay Reese Brandon Hansen match, having 2 games on that pair before Brady bowls on it is going to make it interesting. We'll just say that. Now, I mean, Brady's arguably the best bowler here. I don't think that's
I have no argument.
reach on that. he's good enough to figure out what he needs to do, regardless of what it is. In 4 shots, he can figure it out and bowl a game that will be good enough to win.
I mean, if you don't recall last year Brady was in the championship match against Paul Bober, the defending champion, and in a critical part in that match, a dog ran in from the aisle over here. There's an entrance right behind lanes 25 and 26 there, and it ran out onto the lanes. And Brady just stepped back, and once the dog got contained and got back to the owner, the dog was fine. Brady went up and packed an 8-pin directly after that, and the guy's got such a strong mental game that he was able to keep it together and ended up closing out that match for his second win here. So I have all the respect for Brady and what he's able to do out there and how he's able to keep a level head regardless of what goes on. So
Yeah, 100
hard to beat.
100%. I mean, you could say him probably along with, Chad Nelson of having arguably the strongest mental games here, I would say.
No argument.
Yeah, I mean, just you watch them by their demeanor, how they don't get too up, too down, and it's impressive. It's something to go along with, obviously, a pretty darn good physical game that makes Brady the guy to beat pretty much every year he's here, and just about every tournament he goes to.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So let's kind of unpack things for a bit. We've got Brandon Hansen, who is talking with Clayton Moore over here, so I believe he's out of the Alexandria area. I could be wrong.
He's got, I forget what shirt he has on.
Got the
It's got
same
it on-
shirt that Clayton was wearing yesterday, so
I think it's Plymouth is what's on front.
okay.
So he's from the city's area. He, like I said, I bowled next to him all day long. So he was talking with Rob Warren and Andy Mills, the Wisconsin guys. So he's obviously very familiar with quite a number of people here, and has proven how good he is by, make what we assume is making our top 5.
Now on the other side of that coin, you got Clay Reese, who I believe is out of the Utah area, south of Salt Lake City there. I've seen him on a lot of, like I mentioned earlier, the championship bowling live streams and their stuff like that. So great player out of Utah. Looks like we have our final. Are we correct?
My math was all correct. Yep.
Okay, so we will post this with confidence. This is indeed your final 5.
And what
Give
we
me just a few minutes, Renee's writing the check, so for those of you that want to get on the road, but we're gonna get the show going.
we'll wait for Jeff here.
So first, with the 25-55 is Brady Stearns. Second, with the 23.
Yeah, Brady lost one match all day,
is Dawson Peterson.
and it was a 2-14 he lost. Wow.
Third, with the 23-80 is Zach Anderson.
So Thomas Wolf gets 6th by a pin over Mike Larson. And Josh Link jumps up to the 8th spot to finish in the top 10.
And fifth, with the 23-41 is
Ryan Savoy in the top 10.
So the first match will be
Billy Seymour, 156 the last game.
30.
Wow.
You can each have 2 balls, and each lane, remember the researchers call them out before you start. And then Clay gets the lane to us.
All right, there it is. Clay Reese against Brandon Hansen in our opening match of our Stepladder Finals here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout at North Humboldt and Minot.
17 and 18.
And if our memory does serve, that Brandon did have his second game on this pair. Well, that second game was 247.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, so he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, since that first game, he's had two 180s. He's also had 240, 260, and 230 in position round. No, that's not right. They have it slightly wrong on the sheet. He only had 2-0.
Yeah, right.
No.
204 Brandon Hansen.
Oh, I'm looking at I'm looking at Clay Reese.
Yeah, Clay had the
Okay, yeah,
233.
all right.
You have it right.
Yeah.
Come on, Fletch.
Nope, I was looking at the wrong line.
You're
okay,
fired.
but-
You're fired.
all right, but still. Pair of 240s, 230, 220. You know, he really solid all day long since a little bit of a rough start, but let's see what he can get. You know, what kind of look he can get. Because if he can get a look, it's. I mean, he's not going to have to move a whole heck of a lot.
Again, Brandon Hansen is the lone lefty that made the cut here today. I do want to shout out my NDBowling.com teammate Lance Gehring, who told me the lefties were going to get shut out this week. Thank you, Brandon Hansen, for proving me wrong.
Hey,
Or proving me right, I should say.
yeah.
But I told Lance, I was like, the lefties aren't shut out. It's just they're required to play in a little different part of the lane than I think they would prefer. And there were some other lefties that had good showings. I know Blake had a good showing, and who was the other one?
Eric Gulbranson, who I
Eric
bowled with
Gulbranson
all
was
day
close.
yesterday, he had a chance. He needed about a 220 the last game and just never had the look.
And Damon Winslow was top
Yep.
40 as well. So there were three that were really close to making the cut.
Yeah, Damon was left of me all day, and he was solid all day and just had a tough finish to his last game, or else he would have been right there too. And
Sounds familiar.
and any one of those people would have stopped what now is currently happening. That is Brady Stearns running away with the number 1 seed. Just, I mean, said Brady made match play by 1 pin.
Yep.
1 pin, and he was in a roll-off for the last spot. The roll-off, I would have been confident he would win.
And if I shoot 186 the last game, I prevent Brady from bowling today.
Yep.
That is one thing that is probably going to not sit well with me over the course of
Especially in an hour and a half from now when he's in the booth again.
because I would like to remind you that back in 2019, I missed making the cut by, I want to say it was like 6 pins at the NDBowling.com Classic. I needed to double in the 10th to shoot 279, and I shoot 260 and don't make the cut. And because of that, Caleb Pashina got in and ended up defeating Andy Mills in the title match the next day.
Thrilling title match from my dad.
Very. And that there is a separate video of that up on our YouTube page, so go check it out.
Just watching the couple balls in practice from Clay Reese. Yikes.
Yeah, it looks like his stuff is reading early. He would rather bowl on 27 and 28, I would guess.
Yeah, more than likely. So we'll see what happens here, but
Yeah, somebody is saying, is this your fault? I will take partial blame on this, although I hit a really bad pair. I was at 60 over. I needed 186. It turns out to be ahead of Stearns by 1. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't even have a 160 look, so...
well, like I said, you weren't the only one that had a chance to stop what's happening from happening.
Correct. Yeah, there were a few people that dropped out. Well, I think it's time for us to kind of bump up our mics because we're going to have to talk a little quieter now that it just got really quiet in here.
Yeah, you can tell that they're about ready to start.
And I don't want these players to hear us. But nonetheless, we are underway with our Stepladder finals. Brandon Hansen against Clay Reese here in Minot.
Good solid opening shot from Brandon for a big wrap 7.
All right, let us know in the chat who you think's going to win this match. Are you Team Hansen or Team Reese? Let us know. And be sure to share the stream with everyone you know on social media. Marshall with the question in the chat. We'll get to that after this shot. Opening shot for Reese.
That was a big jump left, and
I don't think he's comfortable on this pair.
No, but I think that's a good sign for him right there. Might not have been best, but I think he got closer to an area that he's at least going to be able to play with.
Got a chance.
Nice
Oh,
spare.
all right. So Marshall says in the chat, would you rather miss the cut by 1 or by 100? What sits well? I've done both.
Yes, well,
I've done
haven't
both.
we all?
And in this case, I think what bugs me about this case is I never had a game under 180, and I was 60 over going 230, 240, games 6 and 7, and then we had a 25-minute wait before our last game because of some breakdowns and whatnot, and I just didn't have it. So, all right, Reese, frame 2. It's better.
Yeah, I said I
Shot
think
there.
that shot at least boded well for him making the right move.
So to answer your question, I would rather be a bunch out and know I'm out. I think the worst is being so close to not knowing, and then you have to wait the 2 hours to know because they announce it later after at like the dinner and such. So I think that's the worst.
I probably agree with that.
The sweat, you know. Hansen goes light for the, was that a 379?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I'd agree. It's so hard to miss by 1 pin, 5 pins.
I mean, Sean makes a good point. You get the alternate money and a chance to bowl if you miss by 1. But we're not talking about the money, Sean. We're talking about what sits well, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think either missing the cut by either sits very well. It's just going through that sweat is not it's not fun because I've done it a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to look back at them the same way. Like, excuse me, you know, I didn't bowl great this weekend. We'll say that. But you know, I can look back and be like, well, if I would have done this, this might not have mattered. Whereas, you know, if you look back, well, if I would have done this or this,
Right.
we bowling right now.
And honestly, there are like 3 different spots throughout the tournament where I could have got a lot more pins, and you always look at that last game, but you know, there's a lot of other spots too, so. Well, nonetheless, here we are. Finally made it to our Stepladder finals. Brandon Hansen and Clay Reese.
Spare, and he's going with the spare ball.
Hard way.
Oh, really hard way. What a break that is. You go open right there, and all of a sudden, Clay Reese, who looked like he had nothing in practice, can jump out quick.
Yeah, looks like he's throwing a virtual energy blackout. Clay, a fellow Storm guy. Can't go wrong there. I'm sure the Utah contingent is watching and going for their guy. Looks okay. Ooh, a little late behind the head pin, but
It's all right. I mean,
after a 2.8 or a 2.10 on that
Yeah.
lane the last time.
said he got into a spot where I think all motion looked okay on that first shot, so
Utah.
yeah. He got into what looked like a better ball motion after those couple practice shots, so he's the kind of guy that I would think was going to figure it out pretty quick, and those last 2 shots, I would say, definitely did.
Yeah, and you could see in the practice that a lot of the stuff he was throwing was kind of reading the lane a little too early and going high on him. So then he pulls out this pearl asymmetrical ball that's extremely clean through the fronts and kind of loopy down lane. At least that's how it is for me. And I would definitely agree with that ball change.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been a guy who, like, it's the first I've seen him bowl, but you know, he's got a little loft to his game. It feels like he's giving a little bit extra this game too.
Sure.
So that's going to help get it down the lane even more.
All right, Reese now frame 4. Looks left.
Yeah, you can tell you didn't like it. And every right-handed bowler's least favorite split, the 310. Do you think you should make it every time? And I think we can both agree if we make it 1 out of 10, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think I made it yesterday. That last game I picked one up. In fact, I think I'm 2 for 2 on that yesterday, surprisingly. But then you put a single pin out there, and I figure I can't hit it. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe.
It's pretty close.
There we
Great
go.
shot.
Great conversion for Clay Reese. Hansen's got to find something here.
Now, is Clay just deadhanding or reactive, or does he have a plastic ball? I couldn't tell.
Oh, we'll see what comes out of the ball return.
So it looks a lot like that the blackout, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, not sure.
Brandon looks like that was a little bit of a move in, and that was pretty good.
Shout out to Austin Descharme. Another good finish here this week for him. Probably not what he would have liked, but
No, I mean, a solid end to the day, but yeah, he started rough, had a 140 in the middle, and I mean, 18th place, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
nice and good input there in the chat. Lizzie says Clay uses a pitch black for his spares.
That makes a lot of sense.
Y'all would know more than we do, so I do appreciate the help in the chat room.
That was a big shot from Brandon. He's not been lined up on that left lane the last 2 shots, so
Well, we saw the righty version of this. Let's see if Hansen can take out the lefty version of this one.
he's got to push, and it's not going to. Not the kind of start you wanted, but there's good news for Brandon. I mean, Clay not having a double yet will at least give him some hope if he can find a couple shots here.
Again, the winner here will take on 3 seed Zach Andreessen. Marshall asks how many lefties made the cut this year. There was 1, and he is on our show here, Brandon Hansen. About 3 more came within pins of making the cut, so wasn't a bad showing for the left side. Ooh.
Maybe a little
I was
soft.
gonna say, I thought that was a hair slow for him.
Yeah. It's, I mean, very makeable. But turn this match around pretty quickly if he doesn't make it.
Zach Andreessen walking down here to check out the happenings. Again, Zach is a newly minted Junior Team USA member. He's got a chance.
Yeah.
Just that little bit of urethane check. But gets a good count.
9-pin match. We've had 5 splits in 5 frames.
If you came here
Two.
looking for big scores, at least not yet.
No, and it's one of those, it's like, especially for 2 guys that have, not been in this position, at least here.
Right, we haven't even seen him on our show, or I don't know if they. I know Clay bowled last year, but I don't know if Brandon did or not.
And that's
Push.
left again. Yeah.
Get lucky.
He's getting that extra loft, but it's coming with extra hit, and
It's hard to project it that way, at least for me, if I try to get any loft on the ball.
yeah. He had those couple good shots in the second and third, and the last 3 just not so much.
Well, on the spare. 2.
Oh, and that's what you need to avoid.
Yeah, it's so easy to do on this, though.
And I mean, he did the right thing going with the straight ball, but that's such a hard spare with how lanes are playing. A hard spare that should be an easy spare, I should say.
Exactly. The opportunity now for Hansen. Looks okay.
And
wow.
say okay. And we do that.
Well, gives it right back.
This is the classic, I don't want it, you take it.
Right?
Right now. And, well, you know what? Let's see some history.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
We've seen some things made, but not seen that made and not here.
Yeah.
One lane over, I would say there's a chance.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, how many pins did we see flying out of 31?
that's true. Yeah, we saw Stu and Jeff take out a lot of dead wood this afternoon.
Well, unfortunate, but, you know, he's back in the pocket on that shot, so let's see what he can do right here.
Yeah, still a 9-pin match after all that's gone on. 3 splits apiece.
It's pretty close. Another wrap 7. But again, he's in the pocket on those 2 shots. He's got to feel a little better about that. Nobody's running away with this.
No,
so.
this is turning into a battle of survival. That's
Yeah.
what it seems.
Which makes you wonder if Zach can get some kind of look. Like I said, I think he's going to be a lot to handle for anybody. Careful. Now when you get that easy spare and mental lapse.
I feel for him though, because I've been there.
Yeah.
They're not easy, and they seem easy in league or in practice. When you get into a position like this, it's totally different.
Well, Clay Reese with a chance to take command here in the 7th and 8th frames if he can find something.
Little move left.
Looks a little better. Got a little more speed on that one.
Good shot. I thought that was a little bit of a step left. Got a little more push through the fronts. Now let's see what he does on that left lane.
And say he got what you'd call the good loft on that one.
Again, if you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. We are in the first match of our Stepladder Finals here at the 21st Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout at North Hill Bowl in Minot. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher. Clay Reese against Brandon Hansen in our opening match.
It's all right. It push.
It doesn't see it, but fortunate to leave only the 2.
Say he projected that one enough, but oof.
Comment in the chat, the lanes must be really dry if Clay is throwing it halfway down the lane. I don't know, honestly. There's 30 mils out there, and Brady Stearns is laying down a sublime on 35. And so it's different parts of the lane. Kind of see it different for different players, I guess. And
Yeah.
I know there's a combination of some urethane balls going down the lane, so the heads might not completely be there. But in order to see the ball go through the pins the right way down lane, that's what some of these players are having to do.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of the guys that have come through here. That's where they've had the success. I mean, so few players played right. I mean, if Brady Stearns can't make right work, that says enough right there, because, I mean, he makes a living out here playing right. There's a nice shot from Brandon. So, yeah, it's just where the pattern is dictated these guys go to have, a consistent ball reaction.
I would agree that the pattern forced players left as it went on, but there's a little more oil out there than I think people are are thinking there is, and all I know is if I'm Zach over there on the practice pair, I see blood in the water.
Oh, 100%. This shot will tell a lot, though, I think.
It's early
Same
enough
thing
for 'em.
again.
And I will say the MO here at North Hill Bowl is early hook if you don't provide good projection through the ball. That's kind of the MO in this building. It always has been ever since I was a kid. Early hook if you don't project the ball through the fronts.
Yeah, and that's what's...
Oh,
another
no.
chop.
So this is kind of an everything that could go wrong is going wrong type match for both of our players. Somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to win this match.
I mean, at this point, Clay needs one. Well, I mean, he needs one mark with some good counts, but you know, you just try not to do anything crazy here, and said leave yourself something makeable. You know, that 2-pin in the last frame, that was a really good 2-pin to leave.
Or you can strike and give yourself, there you go, give yourself a frame to try some things. Because what's you only need 9 pins and 2 balls? Not even?
5 pins.
5 pins, yeah.
Yeah, 5 pins and 2 balls. So yeah, I mean, you've got a chance to do something if you want to right here.
All right, while we're at it, I got to imagine our winner is going to be Clay Reese. While not official,
Looks like he's talking to his crew behind him if he should try something else.
yeah, this is one of those where you just want to kind of wrap up the match first and then start fishing.
Yeah, you throw one good one right here, hopefully, and that's going to be enough right there to win the game. But you know, you get the spare, and you've got a chance to at least throw
Try something, yep.
something if you want to. Yeah.
You know, we did see him throwing an exponent on 27 and 28 around position round, so
I'll say that from what I saw for most of the day from Clay, that's what he was throwing a lot.
looks like he's talking, going to the bag. Let's see what he...
It looks like no. What is that?
That is that's a UFO alert, perhaps?
Interesting.
Again, I could be wrong. I don't know the complete Clay Reese arsenal, but it appears to be very clean balls. See, and that's the miss right there, and that's why players are getting so far left with loft so they can get the ball to face in the right part of the lane. When he took out a weaker piece there, it just never sees the lane, and that's what you risk.
Yeah, and if you move right and try and play in the friction, then it sees it too quick.
Well, nonetheless, a great showing by Brandon Hansen, kind of representing all the lefties here today. Oh, what's our payout? Was it 1,000?
1,000 for 5th place is still nothing to be mad at, but yeah, that's a 127 is not something that I think anybody expected.
No, not at all. Again, great showing for Brandon, and I'm sure we'll see him back here again at the shootout. We'll update our bracket. Clay Reese is your winner. He'll go on to face Zach Andreessen in our quarterfinal match. Winner to get Dawson Peterson and defending champion Brady Stearns waiting up top.
Very interested to see what kind of ball reaction Zach has. If he does have a reaction with urethane like he has in his hands.
All right, now everyone in the chat room, let us know, who do you think's going to win this match? We've got Zach Andreessen, college student out of Mount Mercy, against Clay Reese out of Utah, south of Salt Lake City area, I believe. Looks like he added a little bit of surface to that purple he likes to throw. Looks like it had a little bit more of a matte finish on it than when we saw him bowling over here on 31-32. Again, players can adjust the surface of their ball between the position round and the stepladder finals, as it is considered a new round. But once the scoring started in our first match, we were no longer able to adjust. Brock wants Zach versus Dawson. I'm sure most of the younger contingent out in college, all you college bowlers, are hoping for that match.
That'd be quite the fun match, I think.
And we've seen it before, just in a different building.
Two guys that, you know, when they get it going, they can get a little fiery too.
I agree.
Be in stark contrast to our tournament leader.
All right.
Okay, I mean I think that's close enough where he's gonna be okay.
I got one viewer saying, give me the KG veteran, Clay Reese.
Yeah, I mean Zach hasn't been here in this kind of tournament before. You know, he's done incredibly well at Alex in the Midwest Youth Classic, but it's still a different ball game going up against guys like Clay Reese, Brady Stearns.
Correct.
You know,
I believe he bowled the PBA events that were here up in the North Dakota area, so he was bowling against them last summer. Also did very well at team trials a few weeks ago.
yeah, so he doesn't lack the experience bowling against the best, but it's
Still his first time here at the Shootout, first
Yeah.
time here in Minot, I do believe.
yeah.
And so Zach is the higher seed. He does get lane choice.
And it looked like he was having Clay start, which
Yep, looks like it. Clay will kick us off on lane 29.
I think the 2 week 10s kind of
Looks
made
like
that decision easy.
Looks like Clay's jersey's got the Hogwarts type writing on it with his name.
I guess you would know that.
Yes, my wife's a big fan, so
Yep.
do correct me if I'm wrong there in the chat, any of you, if he's a Harry Potter fan at all. We got someone picking Zach to win.
Looks like he's sticking with the blackout.
Yeah, virtual energy blackout on the left lane. Just sees it so early, but he's got to have a ball like that in order to get the corners out. So it's a tough game to play.
Yeah, it's going to take more than 170 to beat Zach, though.
Another good spare. Again, let us know if you are Team Zach or are you Team Clay.
We get a
the chat room.
confirmation on the Harry Potter.
Yeah, a reference there with the font. All right, our first look here in the Stepladder Finals. Zach Andreessen up on lane 30. Almost kicked the pin out, but the sweep caught it. So early 4-pin.
Looks like he got that one a little bit further right than his two practice shots, and
I
Really
wonder if he saw something in that position round that made him want to touch up that surface on that ball. Perhaps he was getting a little too much downlay motion and he wanted to get that started a little sooner. But
possibly. Good spare.
again, Zach's out of Princeton, Minnesota, currently attending college in Mount Mercy.
I think the shot right here on 29 is going to tell you how comfortable he is.
Oh,
all
trip
right.
8.
Take
Kind
the
of a
swisher out. Yeah.
mid bucket crumbler there.
Seems a little unsure after that shot, though.
Yeah, it's one of those you're thankful for the strike, but you're still fishing. You're still not sure.
Yeah. Probably just a little overcorrection after the split in his last practice ball, but yeah, you take it right there and move on to the next frame.
All right, Clay Reese, frame 2. It's good projection on that one. Will it see it?
No, just pushed out too far.
Yeah, you could tell he made sure he got that one down the lane, and then it just doesn't see it with how much oil's down lane. And whether or not that's a product of the urethane in play today, I don't know. Throws the backup ball at it. Gets the count.
But not very inspiring shots to start for Clay.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the new subscribers today. I do appreciate that. If you haven't already, please consider hitting the subscribe button. Thank everyone for tuning in. We are in our quarterfinal match. Zach Andreessen against Clay Reese. Reese now up in the 3rd.
It's got a hook. Same thing.
Another 2-10 combination.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's such a fine line between getting it down too early and it going left, or getting it out too much like that and it, like you said, not reading the lane.
Got a chance. Nope.
Right.
All back-to-back opens for Clay and 3 straight splits. Said he threw it good. You could see him there.
Yeah.
And what's crazy about that is I was a board or two from it seeing and going high flush.
Yeah.
That's just how close, the way this pattern has broken down today. It's pretty brutal.
Well, Zach wants to put a quick stranglehold on it with throw strike right here. That was
Didn't see it
well wide from my view over here.
Shows that one on the scoring monitor as 17.8. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on the ball speed here,
Well,
if they're accurate.
question how accurate they are. I threw a couple yesterday that said they were 22 on the first ball. And
Yeah, I had some calling mine 19, 18, 19. Feel like they're a tad out of calibration, but at least from ball to ball, I think they're consistent.
yeah, that's probably true.
On the 2,
Ooh,
doesn't get the 2
overhooks.
pin. Wow.
Quick change in the match right there.
And the score did give him a 9 miss, but it does not matter in this case.
Well, it's see what he's got after the, if he's striking the second frame. Yeah, just it's getting to that spot, but just not finishing.
Yeah, you could see the ball set up right about where the rangefinders are, and
And
it
just
doesn't get into the
stop.
roll like
Yeah.
he's been seeing all day. Never an easy spare.
No, not at all. And looks like a small split with the 2 and the 5 from my angle.
Yeah, the respot there wasn't that great.
Careful. All right.
All right.
You hold your breath until it gets to the left of the 2 pin every time on that. Oh,
All right, what's Clay going to do? Gonna
after-
stick with the V-bow. Nope, he's going to the UFO alert. All right, has to make a change. The last time he threw this was in the fill ball. Didn't seem like it was able to see the lane, so I don't know if he's going to make a little move right. Try to find some friction out towards the track, because I feel like that inside line has got so much of a puddle down lane.
Yeah, it said so much volume early on that it just, you have to get it to the friction.
Oh, he rolled it off his hand. I like it, yeah. You could see he
and-
laid that one into the lane a little sooner and rolled it off his hand to make sure it saw the lane down past the rangefinders. That was a great shot.
I think that's what he did on his fill ball too. He definitely didn't do what he's been doing with the blackout. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, you take that over what it's been. So
Yeah, I like the difference there. And with the blackout, it looked like he was trying to throw it to a spot, whereas this one, that shot there, he just kind of rolled it off his hand, let the ball carry it down lane, and get into a good roll.
it's left.
Oh,
Ooh, all right.
410.
Well, let's see. That was the shot yesterday that you could get it left, and as long as you had it projected out enough, it would still set up and go okay.
Well, put up a double. They'll make Zach look at it after he goes open bucket spare.
Yeah, I say double regardless is making him think, well, I've got a match in my hands now. It's a better spot. There
Yep.
you go. Yep.
Could tell he really caught that one at the bottom too, the way his follow through was. Yeah, a few Clay fans in the house. Are you Team Zach or Team Clay? Let us know in the chat room. Again, the winner of the tournament will take home a $4,000 top prize. Winner here will get Dawson Peterson in the semifinal match.
Get there. Same thing.
It seemed like he had a little bit of an inside-out swing there. You could tell by his follow-through that he kind of projected it a little further right than I think he wanted to. And then it never quite saw the lane. Brooke Salzman, I would hope your team, Zach. On the 5-pin, no problem. So here we go. Play's looking pretty solid now after the ball change. I think it's going to come down to carry.
curious what happens when he gets one more solid in the pocket.
Right. Because sometimes here at Northville Bowl, the thin ones are usually better. But let's see. Reese now working on a double, frame 6. It's left.
That's left, yeah.
Get lucky.
Well,
All right, fortunate to leave the 6. And I think that was a big key this week, too, is if you were playing in a part of the lane where when you missed, you left stuff like this. And for 7 games, that's what happened for me. I was good for 7 games.
yeah, because, I mean, we saw it in the first match. You missed by a little bit, and it can go.
Maximum penalty.
Yeah.
All right, 4-pin match now, entering the 7th frame.
Get there?
Yep.
No. Something didn't look right.
Seemed like he got fast. Like I call that like a shove down the lane. When I get to the line, maybe my spine tilt's not where it should be, and I get a little forward with the projection, and it just never sees the lane the right way.
Well, he's already shown he can make this.
Well, opportunity here for Zach. You got to think too, the incoming player here is going to be Dawson Peterson, who just got, what did he shoot, 163 in the position round?
Yeah,
Against Stearns.
Yeah, he did not have the best of looks either on this pair.
Meanwhile, the guy waiting at the top had 240.
But there will have been 3 more games bowled before then.
It's very true. All right where they're both playing. Good shot there for Zach. It's so quiet in the building. All you can hear is the ball door in the back and the hydraulic going back and forth. That's all you hear. All right, last time on this lane, it looked like he missed it a little bit to the right. Ball never sees it. Good opportunity here to throw a double up there.
I wonder if he moves right and tries to just heave it down there a little quicker.
It's possible.
No,
Pretty good shot in that,
that was
kind
nice.
of pressure.
Big double to stretch the lead out. I don't think Clay can miss.
I would have to agree with you. Clay's only got 200 left. Gotta put up a double here.
It's a ball switch again.
I believe that's an exponent.
Yeah, I think that was. That looked pretty good.
All right. Catch this one, and then Zach has chosen to finish first.
Get there.
Oh, trip
Rolls the
two.
2. Wow. That's a huge break.
Tripped out the 2 and the 7. They were both kind of sitting there for a second.
That left lane, though. Oof. Zach has to finish. You have to think Zach has to get this one.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get this one, I know he just labeled the 1 in the 8th frame on that left lane, but he's not been friendly to anybody so far this game.
Right. This has generally been his better lane of the 2.
That was pretty good.
All right, Fletch, what's he got?
He's a mark. Just, I mean, count is virtually irrelevant. Just needs a mark. So I said that shot right there was huge because he would have had to double on 29 in order to shut out Clay.
Again, winner will take on Dawson Peterson in our semifinal match. All right, a mark to win it.
Pretty good. Yep.
And that'll do it. So Zach Andreessen
Needs 1 pin.
will move on. I had to stay behind the line. It's not official, but
Or I should say 2 pins. My bad. But yeah, that's 2 great shots to, in all likelihood, win this match and a ball change.
yeah,
I mean,
every opportunity to try something here.
it looks pretty good right now, but you know, if it goes away in the next game and a half, at least you might have something. Didn't look half bad either.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen him thrown reactive today.
We're getting the
Perhaps all weekend. Perhaps all weekend, confirmed by Jason Hansen.
Yep. Really good showing from Clay Reese, though.
Absolutely, and I do appreciate the Utah contingent for coming out here and tuning in today. Hey, why not? Oh, sends it around the 10. All right, 228, 165 final. Zach Andreessen will move on to take on Dawson Peterson in our semifinal match. The winner, a date with the defending champion and 2-time winner here at the Shootout, Brady Stearns. Again, while we have a minute, I'd like to remind everyone that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. We do appreciate everything they do for us this year. We are running multiple bowling ball giveaways, so be sure to like us on Facebook, where most of our contests will be. Search NDBowling.com on Facebook and find a contest that we will be running here shortly. Also, if you have not yet, please consider subscribing. Also, check out the merch shop. NDBowling.com merch shop is open. And now through January 31st, save 20% on all items. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, and you're watching continuing coverage of the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout live on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. All right, y'all know what to do. Let us know. Are you team Zach or are you team Dawson? Another fine young player. I believe Dawson is out of Wisconsin. I could be wrong. But another player you and I are very familiar with, going out to Alexandria every year to Nevin's tournament and the Midwest Youth Championships.
Yeah, when we, I mean, you get there the last couple of years we've been there, and you can almost bank on both of these two being in our Final Four. I think they've made it the past 2 or 3 years at least.
Yeah, I don't think we didn't see Zach in the Final Four this last year. I remember thinking that if he gets into the finals and he lost his match, I forgot who it was to, but Zach didn't make the Final Four this past year. But has anyone else qualified in the last spot to win the tourney? I am not sure. I do know Vitko. I cannot remember anyone else having done it. Perhaps someone did early on.
And I mean, when you're going from a qualifying to match play with no carryover, it's we'll never say it's an easy thing to do, but
Very possible.
it's a lot easier when there's not carryover pins compared to when there is.
So confirmation from a few people that Dawson is out of the Rochester area in Minnesota.
Close to Wisconsin.
Yeah, just across the river, you know. All right, Dawson is the higher seed, so he will get lane choice. And it looks like Zach is going on the left lane, and he will kick us off in our semifinal match.
That's what I would have guessed was going to happen.
Again, big shout out to everyone who has tuned in today for our wall-to-wall coverage of day 2 here at the Shootout. Will it be Zach Andreessen or Dawson Peterson taking on Brady Stearns in the final? All right, scores are up, and we are underway.
Zach is staying with the Purple Hammer for now. And why would you switch when you look that good?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I've seen him throw much other than that.
I feel like I saw a couple shots yesterday where he tested it out reactive, but more often than not. It's like, because I followed him all day, and it was more often than not urethane.
All right, here's our first look at Dawson Peterson in our Stepladder finals. Again, out of the Rochester area. Looks like a Widow hybrid.
Pretty good opening shot there.
Pretty good shot for F10.
Dawson's got his ball speed down enough, and he has enough of a rev rate where I think if he does miss a right, he's going to be okay.
And he's got such good natural push through the front part of the lane with his swing and his throw. Everything is pretty good for the conditions we see right now.
Yeah, no accident that he's here, obviously.
And I honestly relate it a lot to how Brady Stearns projects it through the front. Zach wins this by 50 pins is a bold prediction by James Martinez in our chat room. You heard it here first. Carl says top 3 Minnesota. Are you referring to these 3 bowlers? Because I would not disagree that there's some really good bowlers in Minnesota. But
Well, no, I think he's saying the top 3 are from Minnesota.
correct, all 3 are, yes. But they're also top 3.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make the argument that on any given day they are the top 3.
Right. And Minnesota and Wisconsin, they sure produce some really good bowlers.
Absolutely, they do. Another key opening shot for Dawson. See what he can. See what he has for a reaction.
Looks really good.
That was nice. That last ball of practice, he took that out, and it looked pretty good.
Nice and easy at the bottom of the swing. Good projection to the front part of the lane. Black Widow hybrid, I believe. I'd be curious to know how often these two have faced off in Stepladder finals and matches over their young careers.
Something tells me that they probably have an idea of that number.
If they're anything like me and you would bet on it.
I know how many times we have.
Four pin. Seemed
Maybe
like he
got-
may have stood up on that just a hair.
Yeah, it looked like he really got into that one, and it just really hit off the spot. But just a 4-pin. Careful. Okay.
Well, Marshall says when it comes to amateur bowling, I'd put the Midwest region up against any others. I would agree. I know the people around the Ohio area would probably disagree because there are a lot of good bowlers in that area, as well as, I guess it depends on what you consider Midwest. Everyone's definition is different.
That's true. Yeah, Midwest, I mean, Northeast, you got to think there's going to be a lot of good bowlers in the New York area. But, you know, considering how much time we get inside because of our winters, yeah,
I think North in general just produces all the bowlers.
that's probably true.
All right, Andreessen, frame 3. Doesn't get the shaker 7.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit in the oil, and it just didn't have the angle.
Again, there were 132 entries this year. I think that's got to be tops within the last 10 years. Not 100% sure on that. But a great showing by the local bowlers. Do thank everyone for making the trip out here to Minot.
A good spare. But Dawson a chance early on to take a lead.
Oh, goes high.
Didn't look too
It's a
bad.
split. Nathan, this is the semifinal match. The top seed is Brady Stearns, waiting in the wings. Our defending champion, 2-time winner here at the Shootout, looking to become the first 3-time winner and first champion to successfully defend his title here in Minot. For those of you who bowled and are on your way home, please drive safe. I know a lot of the bowlers get on the road early since they know they can watch the finals from pretty much anywhere.
A little more speed on that one, and
No.
it never read.
One extreme to the other on that one.
Yeah, the overreaction maybe from the reaction of the ball on 30 to,
We've all done it.
yep.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
well, that was almost an interesting way of making
A little more adventurous than I thought it was going to be.
a
But here we go.
chance to take an early lead to right back in Zach's court.
A strike will provide some breathing room.
Okay. Yes, I did catch that reference.
You got to drop one every now and then.
That was a lot better. A lot cleaner off the hand. You could tell.
Opportunity to put up a double here in the 5th frame for Andreessen. Looking pretty solid so far. See Brady Stearns down on 17 and 18, pondering his next move. Perhaps trying a few things.
Oh, trips the 9 out. Like maybe a little stick and pull up on it.
Yeah, he short-armed that one through the follow-through, so perhaps it was the approach, like you were thinking.
Yeah, so it looked like he had a little hop in there, so I bet he probably stuck.
But he has been doing that just to get a little more on it. So maybe it was intentional, who knows.
Well,
There's a reason they're that good.
yeah. We say they're there and we're here for a reason, so.
All right, Peterson now, frame 5. Gotta find something here.
And we have our first balk.
Balk is fine. If it's not right, don't do it, right?
Yeah, just wonder, got out of sync a little bit maybe. Shows he's maybe in a good headspace though.
Perhaps.
Be able to stop right there. Push enough.
Doesn't get the 9-pin trip.
Yeah, it gives the classic thumbs up after the bad break.
Careful. Okay.
Okay. This shot will tell the rest about the match, I think. If he can come up with a good one right here, he's still got a chance. Well, swishes it out. Okay. See a little bit down on the ball speed and at least got a chance to read. So, not done yet.
So, Ken, are you the kind of guy that likes to start the match, or you like to finish first?
I remember asking Walter Ray this question, several years back when we had the pleasure of sitting with him in Alexandria, and he's one that's like, it's all about ball reaction for him.
And what the good lane is, kind of thing?
Yeah, and I think you could see it with both of these two. Personally, I've never cared about starting, or like what what lane gives me better ball reaction. Good shot from Zach there. For me, it's always been I'd rather have the ball in my court at the end. I don't want to leave it up to somebody else. If they can beat me before I get a chance, good on them. But if I have if I can have the chance to win it in the end, I'd rather take that than anything else. And that's just always been a preference, but you can look at it so many different ways.
And wasn't it Sean Rash that told us put the pressure on them every time?
Yeah.
Finish first every time kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, if it's all on kind of your mindset and how you look at it. And, if that's how you want to, great, do it. I'd rather them put the pressure on me.
All right, Andreessen up now, frame 7, working on a triple.
Push, yeah.
Fortunate to get 8 there.
Yeah, that's a good 8 and gives Dawson a little bit of life yet. Alright, good spare. Well, time's now for Dawson.
Gotta post a double here.
Yeah, if you don't throw the next 2, you have a hard time seeing Zach make a big mistake.
Although his last shot was lucky to get 8. Anything can happen.
It's true. You just don't see him making that mistake very often. Gonna read.
Yep.
Nope.
Doesn't see it.
Yeah. The overcorrection off the 9-pin, and it just never gets there. Again, you got to make your spare. You still have 2-0 possible. Careful. All right. Good shot.
It's probably the best one he's thrown all game. Again, our number 1 seed is defending champion Brady Stearns. Down warming up on 17 and 18. Fresh off a 247 in the position round on this pair, but a lot has happened here since that time. So I'll be curious to see what Brady decides to do.
If I'm Brady watching this, I give it a shot right.
Ooh,
Well,
7-pin.
only the 7-pin, so. I mean, for Zach, you just need to stay clean right now.
Yeah, 205 is the max for Dawson. Spare out and you're well over.
When you think about it, you had Jeff Campbell, who was on here game 9, and had 226 playing right. So, I don't know, I would consider it. Said give it one shot if I'm Brady when I get over here. Just because of what's going on right now with Zach throwing urethane in the middle.
Yeah, I gotta say though, when Dawson throws them good, the reactive from there looks pretty good as well.
It does, and I mean, Brady's as good as anybody doing that too. So
Yeah, he's got his contingent with Chad Nelson, Dave Ullman here, watching the whole match for him.
far be it from us to second guess whatever he does. To the left again, but that one sits there.
High and tight. Strikes in the 9th.
Well, here it is. Dawson, you run him out. Zach needs a mark.
Strike out to force a mark.
It's on this shot right here. It's had the left lane the last 2 times. Can he find one right here though?
Yeah, last time here it was a 2-8.
Get there.
Oh no. And that's pretty much the match. Eight pin.
Make the good shot and just it's a kick in the stomach. And
A good showing for Dawson. And he's going to take home the 3rd place prize money. And what are we paying out for our, what's the whole top 5 payout again?
yep, so far Brandon Hansen took home 5th place at $1,000. Clay Reese was 4th, finished 4th for $1,500, and unfortunately for Dawson Peterson, it looks like it will, mathematically it is over. Will be a 3rd place finish for $2,000. And our championship match upcoming will be $4,000 or $2,500.
And I know Zach and Brady are pretty good friends. Travel to a lot of tournaments together. So it'll be a fun match for the title between those two. Great tournament for Dawson. And I'm sure we'll see him again and probably in 7 months.
You would think more than likely that will be the case. His track record there is as good as anybody. I mean, even here, you look at those last, 8 shots? And he didn't throw a bad one. He just didn't get any of the breaks.
I agree, especially the 9th frame. That was brutal.
Yeah. So, tough way to finish, but still really good showing. Stack again, just testing it out.
There's probably some strategy to this. I just don't throw
I-
urethane enough to know what it may be, so
Well, it could be, yeah.
just save shots. Save shots in the middle. Who knows? All right, everyone, get on in the chat. Let us know, are you Team Zach or are you Team Brady?
Well,
Finishes out the match 204 to 185. Zach Andreessen will advance to take on that guy. Brady Stearns, the defending champion, and the final guy into the field on Saturday, qualifying in 30th with a 16:45. Will now bowl for the title for the 2nd year in a row. Let's update our bracket. Down to our championship match. If you haven't already, please share our stream with everyone you know on social media. Hit the thumbs up button, and if you haven't yet, please consider subscribing. And we've gained quite a few subscribers today, and I do appreciate that. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, calling the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout right here in Minot at North Hill Bowl. Next weekend, our next event will be in Mandan at the KFYR TV Budweiser Bowling Classic, which will be shown live on the Western North Dakota NBC stations next Sunday. But we will be there providing live updates on our Facebook page, so please head to our Facebook page and hit the like button. Was that we're going to bowl for the title and we're splitting the money? Was that kind of what we're doing?
That's my guess.
Which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, most guys do that.
Yeah, and like you said, especially good friends, it's really about beating the other person and not so much the money.
Bowl for a major championship. Would like to do it just once in our life. We'll see whatever happens.
I'd just like to make a cut at this point, so we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Just trying to figure out what Brady's going to do here. Now they have to reset the lanes and get them back to a one-game thing. Again, Brady Stearns bowling for his 4th career NDBowling.com major title. He's got 2 wins here at the Shootout and 1 win at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic 2 years ago. And a win over Randy Peterson. Last season, Brady defeated Paul Bober in the championship match, who was the defending champion. Back in 2019 was the year Brady won as a member of Team Ebonite, defeating, was it Dan Langer in the final? Yeah, it was Dan Langer in the final, 265 to 181.
Remember that because Evie went first 8 that game?
Something like that, throwing none other than what Zach's throwing, a purple hammer. Looks like the Sublime, where he was playing in the position round, looks pretty good. Again, Brady being the top seed will have lane choice.
Go out on a limb and say he's going to finish on the left lane.
Got a lot of Team Zach in the chat room. Also, is this a best of 3 in the final or just one? This is a 1-game winner-take-all match. $4,000 top prize. Nice crystal trophy, a big check, and a major title. And hopefully there are no dogs this year. Well, we'll see. And if you're just joining us, a dog came into North Hill Bowl last season and ran out on the lane on 25 and 26. Then ran across the approach before it was trapped back in the office. All right, looks like Brady is going to have Zach start on our left lane. Nevin with the comment in the chat room. I'm going to put that one on Nevin.
Well, I would say if that is true, what does that make us?
Yeah, I'm ancient then.
You're ancient. Who's the older one here?
All right, championship match once again. Put in the chat room, Team Brady, Team Zach. Well, let us know. Following the match, we will get a word with our winner, as per usual. Zach looking for his first NDBowling.com major title. Stearns going for his 4th. Also looking for a record 3rd shootout title. I was just waiting for the scores and the arrows to come up. There we go. Well, here we go. Get our scores on the screen. Zach will kick us off on the left lane. Wasting no time getting on the board. And here's Brady Stearns out of the St. Cloud area. No stranger to a stage like this. And multiple finals on NDBowlTV and multiple events. Sticking with the Sublime.
Ball reaction has looked pretty good so far. Let's see how well it holds up against this pair.
See, and that's weird because he threw a shot over there in practice, and I thought it was going to check up and go, and it had push down lane, and that one must have got a little extra something on the bottom.
You could see that
Quite get down
turn up
lane.
pretty early, yeah. You saw that look of where'd that come from almost. Or giving a wave to the crowd as he almost had to run down back. Right.
Stearns very methodical in his approach. Pre-shot routine, pretty standard.
Yeah, both of these guys are very, yeah, methodical is probably a good way of putting it. They've got their routine, they stick to it.
Big shout out to Mike Guthrie. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. All right, Stearns up now, frame 2. A little late behind the head pin.
Yeah.
Probably wanted to make sure that one stayed right. Got it through the fronts a little better.
Yeah, just maybe gave that one a little bit too much speed. Not much, but enough where it pushed that little extra bit.
This pattern is fairly speed sensitive. I heard a lot of players talking about that on Saturday in the qualifying round. And it's for reasons like that.
Yeah, with the length and the volume, if get a little much speed on it, just pushes it a little bit. And so easy to leave weak 10s, 2 8-10s, 2 10s.
All right, on the spare. Solid start for Stearns.
Opportunity for Zach early on, though, right here.
Will it flip? No. Oh, wrap 10.
Well, it's another good shot, though. pocket. It could be a carry contest if Brady realizes what happened on that right lane. So you know he's not just going to give away this match. Ooh.
I feel like he dropped that one. Something wasn't right at the line.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be, but enforced error there for Andreessen.
Kind of error you cannot make against Brady Stearns.
Gotta have a short memory here. Bounce back frame for Zach. Well,
Same kind of thing as Brady.
like I always say, the bowling gods, you leave it till you make it. Got that one.
Let's see what adjustment Brady thinks he needs to make here.
Because last time on this one, it kind of checked early and went high. On 29, he got a little firm at the bottom. Kind of was a little lazy down lane, didn't quite roll up early enough.
Feels like the move for him is going to be left and just kind of get around it a little bit more, maybe.
Faster, and good shot there.
And that is not at all what he did.
Opportunity now for Stearns to put up an early double. Again, last time on this one, he got just a little firm. Came in behind the head, flat 10.
So left. Yeah, there's a little left. Yeah. Yeah, didn't look like he got the room on it that he wanted to. And very makeable split, but you don't make it. Dead even match again.
Got a chance.
Nice
fair.
Surprising he went with reactive ball instead of his plastic, but
I do it. I do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely I do. I'm just surprised that Brady did it.
Yep.
I 100% do it on that. But
especially on patterns like these, when you know you get it right at 10, you're going to get that push down lane. And then with the reactive ball, you'll just get enough of a check where you're either going to make it or you're going to take out the 6-pin.
yeah, I did that yesterday.
another flat 10.
Just
It's not going through the pins the right way anymore.
no, it just seems like a little excess ball speed. He got to the spot that he wanted. Just
On
Right.
spare.
well, Zach's been right around the pocket the whole game, so he needs to figure out a way to get his ball to face up, though.
I feel like it's really hard to change balls in this situation, especially when it's what's got you there.
For sure, but both these guys are so good with their hand that maybe it's just a little bit of a different tilt on the release, and that's what kicks out the corners. We'll see.
It's in trip 4.
All right, well, you take it. It's a much needed good break.
I like it. Oh, it started up early. I thought that was a
Wow. Like, from where I was seeing it, that looked pretty good all the way, and it just, that just overreact.
wow. Yeah, and when it saw it, it went left. Trey Hendricksmeyer in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Hope the lanes are treating you well, my friend. I'm sure we will see you in a few months.
You hope that it doesn't make a difference, but that is a score correction needed. Looks like Matt's got it.
Yep. They'll get it at the desk.
Yeah. Just making sure that they saw it.
It's got a chance again.
Oh, we got 4.
Well, 5-4, 83. That gives Zach the lead.
Lead and a chance with strike up to maybe stretch it a little. It's left again.
Fortunate to get 8.
Yeah, that's a good 8, but yeah, that's 2 in a row left on 29. Brady's got to figure out something quick. Careful.
Ooh,
Okay.
well. Probably going to come consult with Chad here to see what to do.
Trey, yes, this is the title match.
Yeah, I did see Brady talk to Chad about possibly going to the virtual energy blackout a little cleaner through the bottom, Cleaner through the fronts. Probably is round down lane, but not as early as a Sublime.
Yeah, he's got to do something at this point.
Big opportunity here for Zach. Almost trip
Another
four.
trip 4. Does he make a move at this point? Back-to-back trip 4s. Or is he just going to get right back into where he was leaving week 10s?
It's true. One extreme or the other. Regardless, that's a pretty good double.
Yeah, big double with how this match is going right now. That was really good.
Be curious to know if he made a move there or not. Guess that could be a question if we end up talking to Zach here in a few minutes.
Feels like it might have been just a little move.
Yeah, perhaps he just got firm off the 4-pin, you know. Actually surprised by the amount of people who have stuck around for this one. There's quite a few people down here towards the low end of the house.
Definitely is, and Brady sticking with the Sublime, it looked like.
Gotta push. Get the 10 out. Nope. And he kind of came back looking like that's just not going to be it.
Yeah.
So easy to do that, though, on this pattern. The second you try to get it to a spot to get it further down the lane, that's what you risk. Not getting the ball to face up the right way.
Yep. This feels like if Brady wants to win, he's got to make a move now. Okay. Spare. Nope, sticking with it.
Can't get sent out.
Yeah. You can see it in his face right there. Those two shots, like they're good, but just not reading the lane the right way right now. That puts Zach in a position now. Just needs 3 marks.
That's true.
Swing for Brady.
All right, a potential major moment here for Zach Andreessen. Brady's only got 201 left. Couple marks and it's all but over.
good 9, but that was off from the beginning.
Yep. Yeah, he fell out of that one.
Fell out, probably got it because that looked a little right and came screaming back.
Well, spare, and Brady strikes out. It
Yeah, so
tightens things up a little bit.
not striking there makes this a little more interesting, but I mean, this is still Zach's to lose.
He's got the 46 up in the 7th. Spares for 60, spares for 80, spares for 0. Depending on the count, Brady still has 201 left.
Strike here would be huge. I'll say that.
Say it. Provides some breathing room. Pretty quiet in here right now. Rose almost trips another 4.
That was fortunate again, but as it is, 9 spare. 9 spare would be okay.
On the spare. All right.
Yep. Well, it's as simple as Brady needs the next 4 strikes.
Yep.
Anything less, and it's pretty much over.
And he gets all 4 for 201. That just leaves, what, 9 spare?
Yeah, I mean,
7?
Zach needs 17 pins in the 10th frame.
Gotta have it.
That one faced up, nice. Can he do it 2 more times in the left lane?
Yeah, back to back. What did he leave there? He had the flat 10 in the 8th. And then what did he do in the 6th for the 8 count? Was that, oh yeah, that was a little high for the 610. That's
Yeah.
right. So he's so in between on that lane. One lane he goes a little high for the 610, and then he was flat for the flat 10 the next time. Such a fine line. It's pretty good. Got
Takes
the
the
10
10
out.
there.
Make him think about it.
That strike at least forces the count. One more strike forces a mark. You just never know what could happen when you put a young bowler in that situation. Gotta have one more though for Brady. Nope.
Something caught him. Reset. It's not right. Don't do it. It's pretty quiet in here. Couple kids near the arcade, perhaps. caught him. Who knows? And
Yep.
again,
Yep.
got caught twice. Nope. It's a few kids. It's dead quiet in here.
Yeah, any little noise is going to be amplified right now in his head.
Yep.
Kick it. Good shot.
The mental fortitude. That's all I'm gonna say. This guy, the dog last year, now he's got the kids. This guy's something different.
Might not matter in the end, but to be able to execute that shot in that situation.
And I know those watching probably couldn't hear it, but there were a few kids walk by right behind the championship pair here. Made comments right in his backswing. They didn't know. They're probably under 5, you know.
Yeah, very noticeable.
Push.
Well,
All right, way to finish for Brady Stearns.
he got the 4 he needed, and
All right,
Zach
you
just
just set.
needs 17. 17 pin fill, 7 spare strike. Strike, he needs 7 and 2 shots. He hasn't had less than 9 on the first ball, but a couple of them were a little iffy.
Even that last one on this frame, or this lane.
Oh, oh.
Oh, and buries it. Now just 7 and 2 balls. Great shot in that kind of moment for Zach Andreessen. Potential first-time major winner here. Just needs 7 and 2 shots.
I'd say this is where you throw it hard and straight, but as a two-hander, I'm not sure how you throw it hard and straight.
Unless you Oscu it with a ball with a thumb hole. Well, for the win. There it is. Zach is your winner. And we will get a word with him momentarily. Big shout out to everyone who tuned in today. We do appreciate it. Again, if you haven't, please subscribe. And a heck of a match between two pretty good friends.
Yep.
All right, one moment, and we will get a word with our winner. right, let's bring it on into the booth. Zach, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Let's get these scores off the screen, I suppose. Holy cow, different building, same result every time we're there.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels great. I mean, I kind of expected Stearns there to, punch out and force me to at least get a mark. So I knew going into it, I needed to just go through my process, and I moved a board left just so, I can maybe just get 9, and then I hit it good, and it just went 10 back, and I don't know, it feels so good.
I bet.
Yeah.
After you had back-to-back trip 4s,
Yep.
and then you came up, did you make a move when you
I
buried
did,
that
yeah.
one on the left lane?
Yeah, I moved a little left. Yep. And one of the trip fours just got a little slow with it. So, and I mean, with throwing the purple hammer, it's got a lot of surface on it. So, anytime I got a little slow, it just checked early on me. So I had to make sure I really get it out on the lane.
And I thought coming into the championship match, did you apply surface to the
I did, yeah.
purple?
Yep. Yeah.
So let's go back to yesterday. You qualified 2nd overall, but you were still the 111 behind Jeff because he bowled
Yep.
insane.
Yeah.
What was your game plan coming into the tournament? I know, is it your first time here at North Hill Bowl?
It is, yes. It's my first time here. I actually watched a little bit of the live stream last year to get a look at, what I want to be doing. But I had a good idea I'd be throwing purple hammer from, 4th arrow and left. So I just that was my game plan. I stuck with it, and I did it yesterday, and I did it yesterday for most of the games, and then today I did it every game. So.
Sure, very nice. And you're going to college at Mount Mercy, correct?
Yep.
How's that been going for you?
That's been really good. Our team's been doing really well this year. We've won quite a few tournaments, and
Very
we
nice.
actually got our first Tier 1 victory as a team
Nice.
in program history the other week, so that was really big for us.
Awesome. And then I'm guessing we'll see you again in Alex in August? Or
Yeah, that's the plan. My plan's to be there, so.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. I think they got a pretty big check and a trophy for you. And then when we're done here, we'll just get a quick picture with you, if that's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Zach Andreessen, the winner of the 21st annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Ken, any final thoughts?
I mean, when we saw the the loaded field of youngsters coming in, I think we both could have predicted Zach would be one of them to be up there. And, I mean, it's no shock. We've seen how good he is the last couple of years in Alexandria, and, to beat Brady Stearns in a title match, that's it can't get much better for a youngster like Zach. And I mean, sign of things to come, as if we already didn't know.
Awesome. Yep. Well, with that, I just want to say thanks to Jeff Craig, to Rory Selk, Renee Shirley, Greg Demakis, the entire staff here at North Hill Bowl, along with the entire family that has helped put this tournament together, all the sponsors who make it possible, and again, our main sponsor, Storm, for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. It's been a great show. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in the chat room. Again, you can find us on social media by liking our Facebook page, where we will have live updates from the KFYR TV Bowling Classic next weekend. Make sure to like our Instagram page, and if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to our YouTube page. Once again, we will have a sale going on the merch shop now through January 31st. Save 20% on all items. Once again, congratulations to our winner, Zach Andreessen, a first-time NDBowling.com major winner. We will get a picture with him. We will have a complete recap on NDBowling.com later this week. Once again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher saying good night from Minot.